Yeah, damn tragedy Nippon Sangoku is.
Why is Nippon Sangoku being brought up again?
God damn it! I keep saying Nippon Sangoku.
Nippon
I mean
Sangoku,
Snowball Earth. Oh god, damn tragedy Snowball Earth is. This is true. Even as we undermine our opinions and saying that we've gone soft and we are just inclined to like stuff more, there was a lot of good stuff that aired this season. So hello and welcome to the Weeb Crew. I'm your host Psyotic, and as always, I'm joined by my co-host Mumi.
I've fallen off. I've gone soft.
And if you want to listen to a really riveting Patreon section of us just talking about random bullshit for the last.
You say
hour,
us.
I guess.
I'm not there for half of it.
Yeah. So, but we are here now to talk about. We are dearly beloved. We are gathered here today to talk about. That's probably the worst thing ever.
That's a wedding.
We're talking about.
This should be more like a funeral. We're saying goodbye.
The season was. Oh, I would say the season was so bad.
No. We're putting them to rest. They've done good. We're burying them.
It's a funeral pyre. A cool Viking funeral for the season.
It's a cool Viking. We're gonna shoot a fucking flaming arrow.
Hell yeah. No, this is a really good season though. There's quite a bit to talk about. We definitely won't be able to talk about everything. This episode, we can at least talk about a good deal of the highlights at least, and then we can talk about the rest of the stuff that will be over by then next week.
Yeah, so we can start with a lot of the good ones. A lot of the top, aside from like two, I think all three of my top 5 have ended, so we can these will be the good shows, and then the rest next week.
So let's talk about our favorite show of the season, Needy Girl Overdose. Mumi, what did you think about it?
I stopped thinking about that show like 10 weeks ago.
Same. Oh my god. Mumi, what did you think about our favorite show of the season, Nippon Sangoku?
Oh, that wasn't a joke. That was just legitimately.
That wasn't a joke. No,
our favorite show of the season.
Nippon Sangoku.
Oh,
Nippon Sangoku.
It was. We just talked about scores for a long time.
Yes.
I am still wrestling on if I give this a 7 or an 8.
What?
Like it. Because like, again, I judge this very holistically, right? If I give this an 8, I am essentially saying that this is on the level of all of my other 8s, most of which are done, right?
That's fair.
Like even the most recent 8 I've given, Journal with Witch, is essentially a complete adaptation. Like there are some things it did not adapt, but it is basically a full story beginning to end.
Yes.
Nippon Sangoku is not.
This first season is more like a prologue, especially like for anyone listening and has seen like Vinland Saga. Like the first season of Vinland Saga ends, and it is literally like end of the prologue. And this first season of Nippon Sangoku, which I say first season, I think we'll be getting more. We'll talk about that in a minute. But the season literally ends in a very similar way. It doesn't say the end of the prologue. It says like end of the arc. But it nonetheless feels like this is all just kind of like set up for this much larger story that is going to be told.
Yeah. As someone who has dabbled in the manga, I won't say I've read it because I read wonky ass machine translations.
Yeah. This fucking psycho, this goddamn gremlin was like, I've got to read the
through
manga,
context, you can figure most of what they're saying. I can follow the majority of what was going. Like, there's maybe some specifics I didn't catch, but again, I'm not saying I've read it all. It was kind of more just
Mumi did the what we considered slightly above. I read the wiki.
It was to see where the story went and
Sure.
get a taste for it where I can like wait appropriate. Like, you know, it's now I know where it's going. I'm not like chomping at the bit. It's like, okay, I can wait for season 2. We're good.
Which I did not think that this would ever get a season 2. I was under the impression that this was not a particularly popular show, or particularly like the manga was like selling super well.
Yeah, I figured it was gonna be like Kyoyomono.
Yeah, but no, you really can't bet against Three Kingdoms shit, because one, I was looking at someone sent us metrics, and it was like the manga, at least a couple of weeks ago, was like outselling the manga for Witch Hat Atelier. Yeah, which is kind of crazy to think about. And then also, was
outselling most manga. Show, like the only manga that's not outselling is like Kingdom and like
Kingdom,
one or two other.
I think
things.
Demons of the Shadow Realm is doing pretty well as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, and the anime is like in the top 10, or at least for a moment was in the top 10 of
HBO
like
streaming. Yeah.
No, not HBO. Amazon Prime streaming.
Well,
it was like in the top 10.
They're the same fucking shit. They're all the same fucking horse shit.
Glebo and
it was the number one streaming thing on Amazon Prime, not originating in English.
Yes, not originating in English. I think it was like number one in Japan as well. The point we're trying to make is the anime has done very well. The manga has been selling gangbusters. It's all been, the line is going up. We're in the green seemingly.
I mean the black.
I guess we haven't looked at, or black. Sure, why not? Why is it black? Why do they say?
Because that's how the stock market tickers used to work. They would only turn red if it was bad.
And it was okay, interesting. I did not know that. To me, it would just make more sense if it was like green, since green is the opposite of red.
You know, this is like the analog stock tickers, not the current day. They were black, and then they would turn red if it was like, oh no, alert!
Oh no, everything's
alert.
Okay. But yeah. So, and at least there's been a leak so far, and no official confirmation yet. But there's been a leak from, I mean, I guess it's hard to say how reputable these are, but the season 2 is like in production. It's not been announced yet. I hope we get a season 2. Don't necessarily need it soon. They should take their time with it. But I would very much appreciate a second season. I would like to watch more, quite a bit, because the show is definitely my anime this season. By a pretty. I'm gonna be real, no cap. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you.
There's nothing close.
I'm gonna keep. Yeah, it kind of mogs everything. No diff, you know what I'm saying?
Like this is in contention. I'm still waffling back and forth between this and Journal with Witch, and this, it's interesting because like I talked about at the beginning of the season.
Ladies and gentlemen, roll the tape. Roll the tape. And Mumi saying it will be a disappointment if this is not his anime of the year.
I said it. Yeah, basically. I mean, definitely anime of the season.
Cut his balls off.
As I said, if it's not anime of the season, there's something really wrong. Anything short of anime of the year would be a disappointment, which is I stand by. But it's that was kind of from a perspective of like I didn't know the context of how much they were going to adapt and what they could do. So comparing this to Journal with Witch feels weird because Journal of Witch is basically done, like it's a full adaptation. Yes. Comparing this, which is like basically like for people that have not read the manga or are familiar with the manga, this whole arc immediately feels like it's like the dark continent of like Hunter x Hunter, where you realize like all this shit's been happening on this tiny island in the middle of this lake, essentially. What do you mean? Yes. Like that is what the scope of Nippon Sangoku turns into in the manga. Yeah. Once the anime ends, essentially. I think you were saying, like in an interview, the mangaka said like what the anime covers is about 10% of the story he wants to tell. Something like, yeah. Like I don't remember if it was like he said it when he was at the point in the manga or if it was an interview he did for the anime or whatever. But essentially, like the point at which the anime adapted, he said was like 10% of the story he wants to tell. Which essentially I would assume means it's gonna be like 200 chapters. 200 some chapters. Yeah. It might not. It could end, but like, that might be like
be canceled.
It might be something,
but as well
like,
as it's doing, I'd be surprised if it got canceled.
Yeah, it might be something like, it ends up being like 400 chapters or something.
Yeah.
Maybe it goes double. I don't know. There's like a lot of different factors that go into it.
Yes.
Yeah, this is. I've been waffling back and forth on it. I talked about at the beginning of the season that this was kind of like made for me in a lot of ways. Weirdly enough, I would not say this was made for me genre-wise. Like, I'm not generally really into.
It's not a magical girl anime.
Not a magical girl anime. Like, I'm not.
It does have a very moe character.
A lot of these kind of shows, like, I like them when they're done really well. Like, obviously, those are Galactic Heroes, Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Like, I like them when they're done on that level, but they're not something I have like a preference for where I actively search them out. So, like,
yeah.
It's not necessarily that it was written for me in the same way that, like, you could say a Lulutto Lilly might have been if I had it higher, or it was my anime of the season or something.
Yeah.
But this was written in such a way that resonated with me much more, despite the fact that it was not really a subject matter I was really super interested in. Because I'm not like a big Three Kingdoms fan, but the way that it integrates the Three Kingdoms into the story, I'm much more interested in both it and the Three Kingdoms as a result, where like now I'm like comparing the two and like, oh fuck, that's kind of cool that, this is basically this thing that was in this story, and compare, like, kind of deconstructing like how they both utilize these sort of similar tropes or similar plot points in the same story or same source material, whatever, and what they're kind of doing with that. Like the best example, I made a post on Twitter about it. The best example from like the last episode was the climax. I said in the last time we talked about it for a long time, not the last episode, but I said we were probably going to get like a Red Cliffs event. We didn't get a Red Cliffs event. What we got,
not quite. We got Boeing Slopes.
The Boeing Slope, which makes more sense,
Boeing? I don't
really, in a way, because like the Boeing Slopes is like how do you pronounce it? The Boeing Slope is Boeing Slope.
Boeing airplanes?
The Boeing Slope is like basically like an introduction of sorts, right? Like that is where Kongming kind of essentially makes a name for himself, and he's like, tell all your friends about me. I'm Batman, like, that is where Kongming's like legend starts, essentially, for like in a wider sense. Like obviously it starts before that, but like to the world, everyone starts knowing him from there. How Nippon Sangoku uses that is they do the Oda scrapped car ambush thing. And there are different traits. Like, I guess you could compare it to, there's another ambush that they do that involves fire, which is not super far off from the whole hint that they get for this one is fuel, like the firewood or whatever. And he uses the firewood example as a way to figure out that they're talking about like old fossil fuel cars, stuff like that. So you could make those kind of parallels. Again, it's kind of like you said when we were talking about it. It is more like history rhymes than like literally repeats. Like there's not like one-to-one things going on, even though they are very similar, and you can make like an obvious it's parallel.
It is doing the thing of like history does not repeat, but history does rhyme.
Yeah.
Very, very well. Because it wouldn't be as interesting if it was just like a straight up like one-to-one kind of retelling translation of Romance of the Three Kingdoms into like a post-apocalyptic Japan, because then it's just like, well, I know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And I think a big benefit of this show is that, very similar to like Legend of Galactic Heroes as well, is it treats its subject matter like established history. Like I think the narrator even discusses stuff in the past, like as if it's like events that have happened in the past, and they are kind of speaking with the benefit of hindsight, someone in the future writing about these events.
Yeah.
And narratively, I mean, the thing with these kinds of stories, like historical narratives, is that they are not intended to be stories. So you will just have character like, oh, this character was introduced and then, oh, they died because that's what actually happened. Like that's always like kind of a thing. And I think this does a very good job of navigating that kind of balance in terms of like you don't want characters to necessarily feel like they have like plot armor or any of this, because then it's like, well, that doesn't exist in actual history. But at the same time, you also need to, because this is not actual history, you still can coax the story in certain directions to make it a more engaging narrative.
Right. Yeah, this does a really like a good job in that, because like Kaku, for example, who's kind of, I don't know who who are y'all saying his parallel is? I forget his name.
He parallels a lot of characters. I think we were saying like a big one would be Gojia, who was an advisor. Like he was like kind of Cao Cao's top guy until he dies like very, very young during a northern campaign. He gets really sick and just dies very tragically.
Yeah,
and,
so
and throughout the rest of the story, Cao Cao is just like, oh, if only Gojia were here.
Only Reinhard were here.
Only Kurkais were here.
So there's Kurkais.
Yeah, Kurkais.
There's a lot of parallels. There's a lot of kind of things you could point to. So Nippon Sangoku, the way I kind of engage with it is a very similar kind of engagement to how I engage with like Evangelion and Madoka and stuff, where like it is not encouraging, but like it makes me interested in checking out the Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Tale of the Heike in a way that I wasn't necessarily engaging with them. Because I did really like Romance of the Three Kingdoms. But like
the Toei trilogy movies, to be specific.
the movie trilogy that I watched. Yeah.
Yes, you've done.
I mean, I like the live action, okay, too, but
the live action show is fun. But yeah, we've not. I mean, I've read parts of the novel. I think you probably you might enjoy like the Mitsutero Yokoyama like manga adaptation. It's probably like the most accessible, like broadly accessible version of the story in terms of like a narrative form. Obviously there's stuff like a Dynasty Warriors or like the Romance of the Three Kingdoms games that Koei Tecmo makes, but in terms of just like a story, the manga is like a fairly like accessible means of getting into it.
I mean, I don't know, I'm in the story, like the story of it is pretty good, but like I'm just, that's not how I engage that's not how I engage with media, I guess. Yeah, I prefer to engage with it.
Yeah, it's also like I was talking about, like it's a historical story, so it is also, there's a lot of weird stuff that happens in a lot of characters, kind of like all these moving parts, because it is trying to turn this massive political historical event into some sort of coherent narrative.
Yeah, which I mean, we kind of talked about, like there's not that's how it's written. Is there's not really a coherence in a traditional story sense. There's a coherence in like this is what happens sense.
Yeah. But so wait, how does this tie into like Evangelion and stuff?
Well, because like with Evangelion, like when I watch Evangelion, there are very clear through lines and inspirations to, stuff like Ideon or Ultra 7, Devilman, whatever. Yeah. And that makes me interested in going and checking out the inspirations to Eva or Madoka or Fooly Cooly, whatever.
Yeah.
In a way that I'm not necessarily stoked about, or like I'm not super interested in getting into beforehand, right? Like,
yeah.
You tell me to like watch, like if I try to watch Devilman like on my own, there's like a certain level of interest versus like if I'm watching it for context to like Evangelion or whatever.
It's like you became like a Madoka fan first, and then through that became like a broader Magical Girl fan.
Sorta. So with Nippon Sangoku, Nippon Sangoku gets me interested in checking out the older sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Through Romance of Heike and stuff like that, and it encourages you to like engage with it and kind of sort of deconstruct what it's doing that is similar to those works versus what it is trying to accomplish itself. So like the kind of clearest example is the most recent kind of the ending where it's like the what is that fucking slope called Dogwa.
What? Are you talking about like the Boeing slopes thing?
The Boeing slope, yeah.
Yeah.
The most recent example is the Boeing slope stuff, where it's like,
Okay,
it's doing this. It's very similar to how Three Kingdoms did this. Nippon Sangoku is doing the car ambush stuff.
Yeah, they're
very similar.
They're
how
throwing cars
Nippon
off the
Sangoku's
side
doing.
of a cliff.
Yeah. It's very similar how Three Kingdoms is doing this.
Mhm.
Very similar sort of modes of engagement for me to some of my favorites. So
Okay.
while it's not necessarily something that I'm geared toward like preferentially,
Mhm.
it is kind of hitting on that wavelength while also it's enjoyable outside of that. Like we talked
Yes.
a lot
yeah.
about like the sort of in writing of it, like where it's like, oh, it's pulling from these sources, it's doing this and this.
All of these different layers, but like as a moment to moment thing, it's also very entertaining. Like the characters are all very charismatic. I like watching this. The show is very funny. Like the show has a very weird like sense of humor.
Dry.
There's a lot of very dry, but then there's also like silly animation gag. Just like the first episode, like the way Tyra as a character is introduced is like comical slapstick, basically.
Comical slapstick immediately juxtaposed to like terrible violence.
They like tear a man limb from limb. Yeah, it's got a very I guess wry or maybe sardonic sense of humor. But very just overall like entertaining moment to moment as well. And yeah, when you like look at it, kind of like reflect on it more after you're watching it, it's like, oh, there's also like all this other stuff that you can appreciate about it as well. And I think it's something that similar to like an Evangelion or a Madoka, it is something where the more you are familiar with its influences and what it's pulling from, the more you're able to get out of it, and like you're able to form a deeper appreciation of it as a result.
Yeah,
because you kind of see like what it's working with and how it's like functioning in this broader sort of category of stories.
I would say what gets, because like that's kind of more of a like something I would do after the story is done, right? Like that's how I'm kind of engaging with it in a holistic kind of like retrospective sense. What kind of gets me where I'm like, this is still really good as like a 12 episode series is namely how it is handling that sort of political intrigue, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's necessarily political, like the strategic kind of like maneuvering and all that, and like the kind of like
the
head
mind
game
games
psychology, the mind games that they're doing with between like Denki and Altadu or
and
Kaku Ryomon and Olga and all them,
Yakichi and stuff.
Yeah. So we talked quite a bit about that in the last episode between Altadu and Denki.
Yes,
they're sort of like dynamic between like Denki kind of is feeling out Altadu, trying to gauge where he's at and kind of leveraging his advantage of having all these like kind of social connections and manipulated like people behind the scenes and kind of making things his sort of how to put it, sort of in his domain, I guess, versus Altaru's kind of strength, which is kind of countering that in a way where he kind of like able to maintain frame despite that kind of pressure.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of going on all the time in the show. Like,
yes,
it doesn't matter. Like even when Ryomon and all of them are not on screen, when it had like Denki's kid, like that sort of thing was still kind of going on between him and like I forget the name of the general or whatever that Ryomon sent with him.
The dude with the scar on his face.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff was going on then, and it kind of has elements that you can appreciate kind of moment to moment, where it's like,
oh, for sure, yeah.
I think we talked about like
I mean, just the whole stylistic presentation of the show is fantastic.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I think I don't know if we talked about on the podcast the like screen doors and like how they had like all the tigers and cranes and stuff, but like there's stuff like that they kind of throw in that wasn't necessarily prevalent. At least I don't think it was in the manga, but at least it wasn't prevalent. That makes it a little bit more on the nose. So you can kind of piece things together. I would say generally, I just kind of prefer how the anime was adapting it. Because I remember reading the part of the manga that it ends on.
Okay.
And I was like, that was really abrupt. Like, I'm not really sure. I appreciate it, but like, I didn't really like, that's why I had to like think about how I was going to like judge the show as like a 12 episode show.
Yeah.
Because like, if it ended like that in the manga, I wasn't really sure how that was going to come off because it was very abrupt. And I appreciate it in the manga, but it was like a little too abrupt where I was like, okay, I'm not really, as an ending, I'm not sure if that's going to be very cathartic or like very engaging, I guess. And I think curious
they
how
do a
people
pretty good
react.
job with tailoring it to being like a satisfying conclusion to the anime while also being like leading you to want more.
Fill it out enough, yeah.
Yeah.
Where it's like it makes it because like the whole Oga ambush thing is like 1 page.
I saw people talking about that, yeah. And in the anime, they turned it into this like beautiful like music sequence. Which, by the way, the soundtrack for the show is also phenomenal. There's a lot of like insert songs. I know Kevin Pankin did the score, but I'm wondering if he also did like the insert songs that are like interspersed throughout as well, because it's honestly probably one of my favorite anime soundtracks in a good long while, to say the least.
That's pretty good. Yeah, I liked especially the song that they played at the climax of the last episode.
Yes, yeah. It's very like
climax.
Like kind of like jazzy, like almost like a mood piece almost.
And then of course it ends on the read the manga cliffhanger almost. It's a little bit better than a cliffhanger because it is like it's not necessarily an ending, but it does feel like there's some sort of conclusion to because like you kind of get the conclusion with
it is the end of an arc. Yeah.
It's the end of an arc. It kind of it doesn't really give catharsis to, but it kind of like has a quote unquote ending with Alteru's revenge thing where kind of he confronts Denki on it, and you kind of get like a little bit of that. So it's like if they didn't make more, it would be okay.
It's not like, as strong as like the ending to like Vinland Saga season 1 in terms of like capping off the story as like a prologue, where it feels like the season 1 of Vinland Saga really does just feel like that could just be a standalone story on its own. Whereas this much more feels like a stepping stone.
Yeah, like a read the manga.
yeah. But granted, it is still like a satisfying, unlike Witch Hat Atelier, it is still a satisfying holistic experience that has a finite, like a clear ending to it.
Yeah.
We'll talk about Atelier in a bit. And then I think of that. That's a read the manga, wait for season 2 ending. But I think it's still a satisfying ending, I'd say.
Yeah. I mean, it's satisfying enough. Like for again, a read the manga, wait for season 2 kind of thing.
Yeah, which I guess like it probably the biggest, like the most common critique I've seen of season 1 of Nippon Sangoku is that Alteru is the main character. But he's not very present and does not do a whole lot in this first season. But I think in the context of this kind of as like a setup piece, that makes sense, because it's not like we feel very trite to just have Alteru like quickly rise through the ranks and be like have this very powerful authoritative position just in the span of a few episodes, so then he can go on to do stuff. It makes sense that this season it very much feels like a like a passing of the torch in a sense, and this is like the first step on on Aotearoa, the main character's road to this to his ascension as this great person in history.
Yeah, I think I saw people talking about how like he's not quite as charismatic as Kong Ming, and it's like, again, we're kind of only at the fucking Battle of the Slope kind of shit, right? Like, right. That's very early in Romance of the Three Kingdoms, so we have plenty of time. If this is only 10% of what the story is going to be covering, essentially,
sure,
there's plenty of time for Aotearoa to be more charismatic or whatever, or kind of have more of his charm kind of come through throughout the series or whatever.
Yeah. But yeah, pretty solidly my favorite anime of the season. Definitely, I wouldn't put it above Journal with Witch, especially because, kind of like you said, it's not finished, and I do quite value like stuff that is like an overall finished story quite a bit. Yeah. Granted, I could see, we'll come back, we'll revisit this in 2036 when the show is finished adapting the manga, and we'll see, and we'll see. Maybe it could be up there. I would definitely put it. It definitely has like the potential to become something like a Legend of Galactic Heroes. Granted, I say that thinking about like, I'm not the biggest fan of how like Legend of Galactic Heroes starts. It kind of stumbles out the gate a little bit. There's some like really fast pacing and weird episodes where it's just like, why is Kiryu going to just? Well, yeah, but then you get the Kiryu fighting like the Greek guys, and they all kill themselves, and it's like, whoa, what?
Yeah, the OVA series itself, kind of starts off weird.
Yeah,
that's why you watch Overture.
Yes. But nonetheless, I mean, like I said, we'll probably be getting a season 2 at some point. It has not been fully announced yet. And again, only like leaks, but when it does, I think we will be firmly seated for that.
Day one, ride or die, day one.
We are locked in, baby.
I will have to revisit my feelings, I guess, whenever we talk about Anime of the Year at the end of the year.
Okay. See the lasting impression it gives you over the next few months. Yeah,
because I mean, I like it more than Journal with Witch as far as like moment to moment and like kind of potential and stuff, but not like significantly more. Like it's not like I disliked Journal with Witch by any means.
Right.
So the fact that Journal with Witch is like a whole adaptation, and I can look at it in like a holistic sense where I can't do that with Nippon Sangoku, definitely holds it back in that regard.
I will say that this is the director of the like Woke Up as a Girl syndrome Tatsuki Fujimoto short, which we also really liked. And I was like, what else has this guy directed? It feels like he just kind of came out of nowhere, and he kind of did. He directed a lot of like episodes of like Overlord season 2 and 3, and then he's directed basically like the whole like everything past the first season for Ancient Magus Bride. And I'm like, damn, am I gonna have to? Because I was not the biggest Ancient Magus Bride guy, but now I'm kind of like, damn, should I go back and like watch season 2 of Ancient Magus Bride? Because I really like this guy's overall directorial style. I think he does a very good job at kind of really tapping into the essence of what the source material is doing and elevating that in the animation.
Yeah, I mean, at least with Nippon Sangoku for sure, and then Woke Up as a Girl.
Yeah,
but I watched the first 2 episodes of OVA of Ancient Magus Bride, but
it's like fine. I did not really get a ton of the emotion out of the show, but it was overall like fine. I like some of like the smaller like episodic stuff, and the relationship between the 2 main characters, it was weird but kind of charming, kind of weird. Anyway, let's move on. I guess we can stop talking about our favorite show of the season, and we can talk about our least favorite show of the season. I guess it's technically not over yet, but I think it's pretty firm to say, at least of the stuff that we are finishing for the season. I think there'd be stuff that we did not watch, that we dropped, that I think we would say we would dislike more than this. But in terms of the stuff that of the stuff we finished, I think it's pretty. There's another title in contention though, but I would say that I kind of hate Agents of the Four Seasons. Fair, I guess.
I think I said directly. I just fucking hate this show.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate too, because I went into it really wanting to like it, because like I overall enjoyed Violet Evergarden. I had some issues with it, but I liked the overall episodic structure. I thought there were some really nice vignettes, and I kind of came into this hoping that it would take the best parts, that this new show would be like the best parts, the stuff that I liked from Violet Evergarden, and kind of like dial back or omit the stuff that I didn't like about Violet Evergarden, like the plot stuff and all like the drama and just how overtop, like how extreme it will go with in order to deliver like a characterization point and drama and all that. And Agents of the Four Seasons, like the first episode, I was like, okay. I mean, it was a little bit emotionally like overblown, but I liked that first episode. All right. We get this nice little story about this little girl who has never known what spring is like, because Hinagiku, the main character, the basically magician that turns the season from winter to spring, has been absent for 10 years. So it's about her kind of learning, coming to realize that the joys of spring. Unfortunately, past that point, we don't really get any moments like that. It's like it does that once, and I really like that. I was hoping it would go in that direction, and instead it goes in the complete opposite direction, and it kind of does all the stuff that I disliked about Violet Evergarden. It is just focusing on that much, much more. Like that's like 90% of the show at this point. It's so good. I think the moment that I knew that I was like, oh god, yeah, this really sucks is I guess spoilers. You know what? No, I'll let you go. I'll let you say your piece, and then we can get into spoilers.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of in the same boat as you, where I thought this was like, oh, it can fix the shit that it was doing in Violet Evergarden that I didn't like. Yeah, because the war stuff in Violet Evergarden sucked.
Yeah.
But the vignettes were good, and then it starts off, you're like, oh, it's just gonna do the vignettes for like the seasons and stuff. Like, oh, maybe we'll get more character interactions, and she'll learn to love life again or something through engaging with other people. And like, I've been fine with like the romance between her and Winter or whatever. Like that kind of stuff would have been fine. And even like the political stuff in the background between the families would have been okay, if it's like kind of more toned back. Mm-hmm. But the terrorist stuff and it just focusing on like it basically is just doing the worst parts of Violet Evergarden, like as a focus, and like completely sidelined the best parts of Violet Evergarden in my opinion.
And I feel like the clearest way to illustrate the problem with the show is that it has nothing to do with seasons at all, really. Like you're like, oh, okay, it's gonna be like the first episode with like the little girl. Again, it's like about how she is like so young that she had never been able to experience spring before. So I was thinking it would be like more about like the nature of like the seasons and what they mean to all these different people around Japan. But instead, that doesn't really matter at all. And you could kind of just strip that aspect away and just give like these like agent characters, just make them magicians, essentially just give them like these awesome magic powers, and people want to control them. And the show would be perfectly fine with if you did that. Nothing would really change because the show has nothing to do with the season aspect of the story at all.
It's very just undercooked. It like
very like MacGuffin-y.
they've even the terrorist people that they like try to be like, oh well, it makes sense that they would want to use the people to their advantage because they can control the seasons or whatever. It's it's so underutilized or underbaked.
And when they're having these massive shootouts in the middle of Tokyo, and I'm kind of just sitting there wondering, like where are the police? Where's like they're blowing buildings up? Where's the JSD? What's going on?
The terrorists have a lot of money and they paid off the police, I guess. And the
That's not a joke, by the way. That's literally not a joke. That is how they hand wave it away in the show with like a single line of dialogue.
What do you mean that's not a joke? Yeah, that's clearly a joke.
No, that's how undercooked the show is.
But like the terrorists, like even the terrorists, the motivation of the antagonist terrorist right now is just my kid died, and so I want to replace them with a seasoned bitch.
I am now I'm like the most evil woman imaginable. Like mustache.
It literally has nothing to do with the season stuff. It's just like what?
Nothing
is
to
that
do
even
with the
like a plot
stuff.
point?
No, and it's also, again, I'm just thinking like, where are they getting like all their resources? Because okay, now we'll get into spoilers. At one point, they drop a nuke on a child. Okay, not a nuke, but basically like a bunker buster. They drop a bomb on a child, and I'm like, how are they getting access to like stealth bombers and stuff? Like it made me think like, okay, is this gonna be are they gonna do a Pat Labor 2 thing? This is like a rogue part of like the JSDF or no, it's just they're just terrorists, I guess, and they have access to stuff that no terrorist organization at least in my understanding, has ever had access to advanced military technology and like just unlimited resources to engage in massive firefights in major cities.
We gave Al-Qaeda a bunch of tanks.
We didn't give them like airplanes, at least I don't think.
No, I think they got some jets in there probably.
Oh, okay. I mean, they are known for using airplanes, but they weren't their airplanes.
Right.
But yeah, and then I think it was. So we haven't finished the show yet. We have 2 more episodes left, but I'm pretty sure it's not going to be saved.
Nothing it does is going to change my opinion. Like the last 10 episodes have been a fucking miserable experience.
It would have to. It would have to do something that would then completely invalidate those like past 10 episodes, which would almost be worse than in order to like redeem itself. But like the most recent episode we watched, which I think was episode 12, they have it so that the main character Hinagiku, while she was captured, was almost horrifically gang raped. And it's like, what are we?
Yeah, that was a really tasteless fucking thing.
What are we doing? It's like we are really like jumping the shark. And I think that's my other biggest issue with the show is how it handles its pathos, is that it's constantly going. It's always at max volume, basically. And
it's always turned up to 11. It's always unearned. Like the fucking, there's
doing so much emotional arc to the episode, because the episode will start at like an emotional peak and then not stop being at an emotional peak. And it's like, there's nothing to like, you get me like worked up and into this, ease me into
the shit with the fucking winter like agent and his fucking bodyguard. Like they keep trying to do some fucking hot-blooded shit where like at one point he's like, "Go see you, grit those teeth," and punches him, and then he does like an Acura bike slide. And I'm like, you haven't earned any of this. I don't know these people or their fucking relationship enough to think that like, oh yes, they're very much like a fucking hot-blooded.
They would need to
Kamiina couple or whatever. Like the fuck?
They need to like flesh them out with like more like lighthearted slice of life moments, because everyone's relationships in the show is just characterized by like angst and kind of like a perpetual seething tension. Not even seething, just outright like just constantly being frustrated and upset about everything. There was a point in one of the episodes, I think maybe the most recent one or like the last one, it's just 2 characters having a conversation and they're getting worked up in this conversation, and it's like, but why? Again, I think, and there are some nice like slice of life comedic moments in the show, but they're so sparing that it's just like, it's not really like doing anything to really build up their relationships be outside of like collective trauma, essentially.
It doesn't help that like the execution is just, like I said, it's always turned up to 11. So like even when it makes sense that they're like really distressed, you're kind of just like your receptors are just burned out.
Yeah.
Because the way it handles respite from this is like doing like a short like little chibi gag or something that's very like anime coded, and you're just like, this is so unearned and like there's no actual depth to this in terms of not even just like writing depth as far as like, oh, this is not utilizing the seasons or whatever. Like even in an emotional sense, there's not any emotional depth. It's just like, oh, I really like Hinagaku because she's really cute. And here's me doing a chibi face. And then it goes on to like them screaming for 15 minutes in the snow.
and
because
right
people
before
are
that, they will
attacking
be
them.
screaming. Like, here's like a brief comedic moment. And it's like, what? This is out of place.
And they're just literally there's, was it episode 7 or 8 or something? Like they do like a flashback and it's just screaming the entire time.
just at the top of their lungs. It's like, oh my God. I get it
because they're being attacked. Like logically this makes sense, but why are we like drawing this out for like 15 minutes where we have to sit there and listen to him scream for like almost an entire length of an episode?
Yeah. Like, and it's like, There is a kernel of a good show here. Like there's an interesting idea specifically with the relationship between the main two characters, Hinagiku and Sakura, where I think you almost compared it to like a Madoka and Homura kind of situation where it's just exploring like the imbalanced sort of toxic codependent relationships. Codependence, yeah. But again, it's handled in such an angsty and over the top way that I'm just like, nothing about this is clicking with me emotionally, and like I'm just completely uninvested in all of this because there's nothing.
Very clearly intentional. Like they're trying to like do that kind of rhyming structure where like the blonde guy and the little kid fall autumn character have that kind of sort of relationship, like, or building that relationship, I guess. Like they're kind of at the beginning stages where now that she's gone, he's like, what am I going to do? The main antagonist's relationship with Hinagaku or whatever is also that same kind of codependent, toxic codependence.
Because the structure of this whole magic system is basically that there's like a person who just one day as a child will get a magic ability burned into them, basically, where they can now change the season, and then for whatever reason, there can only be one, by the way. There can only be one, and they can only pass when someone dies. And for whatever reason, they also just assign to this person like not really a consort, but like a designated protector. And I guess the protector just gets superpowers because in like the second episode, we see the protector guy for the snow dude. He's just like running around, like slicing bullets and just like moving at hypersonic speeds. So I guess he gets superpowers.
I think the idea is like he trained with the ice winter guy, and so he kind of is able to utilize the ice he summons or whatever.
But it's also like, why are they doing this like pair system? It's never really explained why this is like a ubiquitous practice. Obviously there's like certain interesting elements to this whole kind of agents system that they have. Like they make a specific point of dressing these characters in kind of antiquated, outdated clothing, which kind of really makes them stand out on one hand, when they're supposed to try to keep like more of a low profile, and they're all dressed like like turn of the century Meiji Restoration era military men, and then everyone around them is just dressed normally, but it's like, okay, the idea is like this is like an antiquated kind of practice, so that's about tradition and all this stuff. Yeah. But I don't understand like the motivation for just giving them. Why are they using a buddy system? I don't really get it. Like, and that's like the core of the show essentially is exploring the dynamic between like these like duos in the show. much more so than exploring anything to do with seasons. And I'm just kind of like, but why does this arrangement exist? Like something like Madoka. We'll go back to Madoka. The arrangement there makes like metatextual sense in terms of like, yeah, they're magical girls. They would sign contracts. Like there's a broader like generic sort of language that Madoka is working with, and where you can just kind of intuitively understand that, you know, oh, Shinji gets into the robot. He's a kid. Kids got to get into the robot. Sure. There's no like, this is not like an established genre like a mecha or a magical girl or like an isekai or anything like that. So I'm just kind of like, okay, but why are they in pairs? I don't understand like the basis for these relationships.
Yeah, I guess that was a large problem early in the show. I've kind of just checked out.
That's fair.
In large part. Early in the show, it was like they haven't really established a logical cohesion to what is happening.
No.
Like, yeah, sure, you don't have to. It's a story. You don't necessarily have to do some like hard sci-fi shit and explain these like, but.
No, I don't need to know. We joke about whenever Hinagiku is changing the season from winter to spring. It's like we get like a satellite shot of like above the earth, and we see like all the snow melting in Japan, and you do just kind of think like, wait, where's all the snow going? Is there just massive flooding happening? But like that stuff doesn't matter.
I just figured it was magic.
Yeah, it's like that's fine, but I would like a more concrete explanation for why we have this buddy system going on.
Well, that's the thing. Like, this is the premise of the show.
Yeah.
And I don't necessarily need the premise to make logical sense in like a real world setting. I need it to make logical sense and coherence reasoning in the show.
Yeah.
Like, I need to be able to like figure out why they're doing this and why that matters, or like why it's relevant, or like,
some sort of like rationale that again doesn't need to like be able to make logical or like real world sense, but at the very least needs to like tie into like the broader themes of the show. But as it stands, it's just like it just feels arbitrary. It's like they just have two people because it's two people.
I
like
feel
even
like
even the weird marriage fucking polyamory thing that was in Dusk to the End of the World, Dusk After the End of the World or whatever, was like more
that didn't make logical sense. Like that, I mean, that's not like a fucking thing to exist, but like it made rational sense in the show. Like I was fine with it.
And there's like a thematic through line there, because the show is about like exploring these like how people like engage with these relationship dynamics, and there's a greater coherence there, which is insane to say because that show was fucking cracked.
I mean, it ended up kind of being bad, but that was kind of more
the
so
last few episodes
half.
were schlock, but the middle bit was good.
It started off fine.
The first episode
I checked
was
out of this. I feel like around episode 4 with the summer arc.
That's fair. Yeah,
because like that, I remember they just mishandled the pathos of that one, where it was like. They're trying on a audience level. I think you got what you were supposed to. What the fuck? Spam. On an audience level, I think you got what you were supposed to, in the sense of they went through the paces and like the resolution was there. The problem, like I figured out later, the problem, because I was like, why do I not like this so much? And like the problem is like, oh. They didn't do it with the right characters. Like the pushback that happens in that arc and like the challenging to do happens with the sister who doesn't actually fully understand her other sister's motivation. Like the whole thing of the arc is like, oh, we don't actually know each other as well as we think we do, but we know each other really well, better than anyone else, but we don't know each other as well as we think we do. And so she's the one that gets pushed back on what her sister feels. Neither one of their perspectives get pushed back really, outside of the other sister. I was like, this is just a mess.
It's focusing on stuff that I was not like again, I just don't think that was like the direction the story should have gone in. Like I said, I think it should have been more like a Violet Evergarden, where we're getting all these like smaller vignettes and stuff, and it's about Hinagiku's travels across Japan with her friend and kind of learning her self-worth through all these various connections that she makes. Through like with all these like just regular people living their lives and kind of learning more about the world and about life. And instead they keep it very, the scope of the show feels very insular, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's just about the agents of the seasons, which is,
yeah, I guess it's the title of the show, but
well, it would have been fine if there was more of a reasoning and justification for why the agents of the seasons are the way they are, kind of thing. It's bad.
It's not good, unfortunately. So, yeah, I mean, okay, we've been negative for like the last however many minutes. Let's talk about something that we like. Let's talk about so we finished Witch Hat Atelier last night. Let's talk about Witch Hat Atelier.
It's good.
It's good. It's really goddamn good. The
crazy ending.
About, like I said, we talked about this with Nippon Sangoku in terms of like that had a very read the manga ending. This had an even more read the manga ending, which I think kind of comes back to my biggest criticism of the show, is that as just a standalone season, it's not exactly like there's not a satisfying like narrative arc across the whole season like with a Nippon Sangoku that you get. The show ends very abruptly on like a cliffhanger, like, oh, well, that's it? When's the second season coming out? And I don't...
Yeah, I mean, you compare it to Nippon Sangoku or even like Vinland Saga, like both of those, the way their stories are kind of constructed is they feel like they kind of have a mini arc that they were able to adapt. I haven't read Witch Hat Atelier, but I imagine there might not be that same sort of like, somewhat of a hump that they can kind of end on that kind of gives you like a satisfying end to the season. Because it feels like it's just we're in the middle of going up on this like narrative arc, and we're like kind of maybe like at a, I don't know, 45-degree angle, kind of starting up on the slope, and it just kind of ends, and it's like
it just like stops, and it's like
yeah,
and it's and it's not even like in a read the manga kind of way. It feels like this is like supposed to be a split core, but I don't know if it is. I don't think a second season has been announced yet. I'd imagine I would be shocked if this did not get a second season, even though I do know that this first season had some production snags. It was supposed to come out, I think, last year. And it was pushed back because Bug Films, the studio working on this, that also did they did Zom 100, and that it had like a lot of production issues. It looked really good, but it had a lot of production issues. And I guess to avoid that, they pushed back the release date for Witch Hat Atelier. So that could also impact the time frame of us getting more Witch Hat Atelier. I guess we'll see. Kind of annoying, because like, you want to know what not a good read the manga ending, but what my mind goes to, where my mind goes when I think of a read the manga ending for something?
Hoseki no Kuni?
That's a good example, actually. I was going to say Elfen Lied, but yeah, that one also works.
I feel like Hoseki no Kuni works better than Elfen Lied, honestly.
I mean, Elfen Lied does like a concluding arc, and then it has like a post-credits scene where it's like, here's a twist and all this stuff. Hoseki no Kuni does a very good job at kind of like ending on this question, and then it's like, okay, well, I guess I got to read the manga because it's been almost a decade since that first season came out. This is not really doing that. It almost feels like me reading the manga, me going to read the manga to find out what happens next, is more so like a begrudging concession rather than like a matter of intrigue and I want to see what happens next. It's more like, well, this is incomplete. I have to know what happens next. You've kind of just made me a hostage.
It's a problem that will not exist if they do a season 2 and then someone goes back and watches it in like 5 years.
And this is not like a particularly like, it certainly did by no means it ruins the season, but it is like my biggest complaint, which is not a huge complaint, but it is my biggest complaint with the show.
That would be really crazy if they switch studios and it's like JC Staff and then like an
Oh
immediate
God,
like
I'm gonna kill myself. No. Don't you fucking dare speak that into existence. What the fuck is wrong with you? But apart from that, like we've talked about all the stuff that we like with Witch Hat Atelier and all our weird like theory crafting and looking at the symbols.
We talked about it pretty
reference.
recently, yeah.
Yeah.
There's probably not a lot to. I mean, this arc, the most recent arc, does have a little bit of that. They have the brim hat kind of challenging the sort of motivations of the three kids taking the test in this arc, where he's like, oh, either you want to like hide in the shadows or you could grow up faster, or you can say screw the rule, whatever, stay a child forever. So they are incorporating that into the greater themes that they're kind of seeding throughout the season.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that. There's like a lot of stuff that's happening moment to moment that is really well constructed.
Yeah.
The only issue with the Witch Hat Atelier so far is that it is just not a full adaptation, or it's not even a significant adaptation.
Again, similarly to Nippon Sangoku, you can tell that it has much grander ambitions and it is setting up stuff. It's just that as a singular package, the first season of Nippon Sangoku feels much more like it stands on its own a lot better than this, which again is not a huge issue.
Well, again, it's like I said, Nippon Sangoku. Excuse me. Nippon Sangoku has that sort of like mini arc that he can adapt.
Yeah.
To lead into the greater arc, whereas I think Witch Hat Atelier just kind of dives straight into like a larger arc, and it just keeps going. So you're kind of in a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, unless they were just able to adapt more,
which they most likely will.
I mean, like for the first season specifically,
right?
If they were just able to like do 15 episodes or something, I guess, how long they needed.
Yeah. I will say that this most recent arc has also started fleshing out some of the other characters quite a bit more, mostly Riche. Because previously it had mostly just been like Coco and Agate, and then there was Bobby, of course.
Bobby, classic character Bobby. He got more fucking screen time in this season than fucking the pink-haired bitch.
Yeah. She's kind of like the main one who has not had like a ton of development yet. But the stuff that they're doing with Riche makes me think like, okay, well, her time will come relatively soon, because they're kind of like working their way through. Like we got Coco, we got Agate, and I appreciate too that like Agate kind of has a character arc, but it's also there's still like echoes of it continuing as the show progresses. It's not just like she has a character arc and then her character arc is done. She has nothing to do for the rest of the show. She is still like an active component, which I appreciate. But yeah, the
doing the Precure thing. It's doing the Doremi thing.
yeah. So I'm sure that when we will soon get to Tetia and see what she has going on with like her backstory.
I was surprised to see that this has got more inspiration from like Berserk or something than I would have anticipated. And like in the most recent episode,
you're gonna have to explain that, because this is a very wholesome show overall, and now you were comparing it to like most edgiest manga.
Well, it has been. There's been darker elements underneath. Like it's not like it's coming out of nowhere.
But the show is over, and I think that's like probably like another big critique that I've seen, which I don't. This is not really an issue for me, is that the show feels very like simplistic or kind of childish, which I'm like, I mean, I'm fine with that. It's not like
I think that's making people not engage with it. I think it's the problem.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like the issue is they're seeing that it's very simplistic, and then they're not engaging with the elements that is making it not very simplistic. Like, there are very clearly sort of things being interwoven that you can engage with that like maybe aren't necessarily obvious now. Like, I don't think we picked up on it until like episode 8, that exactly where you can pick up on stuff. But they're still there if you're kind of tuning in and looking out for them. where even like in the most recent arc, we were kind of looking at that kind of stuff. So it's there. It's just I think a lot of people are not engaging in it in that way because they are kind of seeing it as like a very simple sort of show.
Which I would also say to that, like I think that the more wholesome, feel good elements of the show, I think are also just executed very well, both presentationally and also in terms of just like how the characters themselves are handled. I would say it's like I said, it's pretty enjoyable still, moment to moment.
Yeah, it'll be well. So the most recent episode, when we start going off on this, the most recent episode introduced some kid that was then transformed into a beast. Granted, it does not look as horrendous as it could have.
No, I was expecting him to be like a fucking Omen from Elden Ring. Like, oh my
like
god,
Ludwig
turn him into the Hunchback of Notre Dame or something.
Fucking Bloodborne, not Berserk.
Ludwig
from Bloodborne.
No,
so he gets turned into a furry, and it's fine. It does kind of look like the fucking Berserk wolf a little bit.
There's a really cool shot in the episode during the transformation sequence.
Yeah,
but they even could have made it like a more horrific looking. Like, do you know the album, the Swans album, The Seer? Like what that album cover looks like? They could have made it look something like that. Here, I'll pull it up and I'll send it to you real quick. Like give it like human teeth.
That would have looked like the fucking dog from Hunter x Hunter, like Killua's dog.
Oh yeah, maybe, but I think there's a way you could do it to make it like something about it looks off and uncomfortable.
It needed to kind of have more of a what do you call it? Like a abomination, a chimera sort of look.
Yeah. Oh god, I mean, it fucking look like something out of Full Metal Alchemist.
Yeah, again, Ludwig, not Ludwig. But no, it's fine. I feel like they are sort of tempering how edgy the series is going to get, because it could get very edgy, but I feel like they are trying to prevent it from, like, because you still have some edge, you still have a bite to it. Like Kifri in this episode gets fucking impaled by a falling rock.
They're adding stakes without having it like go super far and like jump the shark. Like, we're not having a character be brutally decapitated and it's like horrific. Like, Geno Ribuchi is not writing this.
No, it's not. Yeah, it's not overly violent.
Yeah,
there's stuff there, and I don't know if it's going to become like, if it's just giving itself room to ramp up the violence and like to ramp up the kind of edge in a way that kind of feels like a satisfying sort of progression, more so than
just a sudden jump
going straight up out the gate and just like, oh, here's all the fucking fucked up stuff. Yeah, it's like that you require full context, which the season was never going to have. No,
unfortunately.
But we don't have, even from the mangas, we don't read the fucking we're secondary plebs, or whatever you want to call them. Fucking secondaries. But yeah, it's and then they introduced like the people that were in the civilization that got cursed, and then they're like all golden statue people, and that looked very berserk, very kind of what crystal people from like Elden Ring-esque.
Yeah. Well, we have two moments of people basically being transformed through the power of magic, and it's kind of to emphasize that, like, no, magic, it can be this wonderful thing, but it also has like the potential to do a lot of horrific stuff as well.
And I don't think it's any coincidence that they're introduced at the same time, where you have the kid that they're trying to save juxtaposed to those who have not been saved for however many fucking hundreds of years at this point.
Hundreds of years, thousands of years they've been down there in the darkness. Yeah,
there's a lot of very deliberate sort of things like that are drawing parallels, things that you're meant to be kind of piecing together as you're reading or going along anime wise, whatever, that people are not going to engage with, whether it's justified or not, because it's like, they're just like, oh, it's kind of a simple show. And so it's like, I understand why people may be not engaging with it on that level. But it is kind of a bit, it's dismissing it as being just, oh, it's not very good writing, or the writing's not. It's like, the writing is good moment to moment. It's just we don't have it. I wouldn't say it's on the level of like a Nippon Sangoku where it's like great writing, but it's definitely better than a lot of shows. Like,
yeah,
of the
it's
20,
something that I think that, you know, once we get more into the show, we have a bit more fuller context. We'll be able to like revisit some stuff, especially because like there's a lot of stuff going on with like Keyfree specifically, and he has like a lot of secrets and he's like hiding stuff. And I think once we get more into that, we'll then be able to like look at his interactions with some of the other characters and kind of
in a different light.
And pick up on more of the subtext. And we can already kind of see that as well with like, I mean, Agate was kind of already like apparent, but like if you go back and like watch scenes with Riche, there's probably elements of like her own personal struggles, and whenever we get to Tetya, that'll probably be an aspect as well.
I mean, it could do the thing where Tetya doesn't really have that sort of deeper struggle or whatever, and like maybe that was her arc in a way. Like, not that they're not going to have more fleshing out of her characterization or whatever, but maybe it would
She's
not
just kind of normal.
Shocked me. Yeah, it would not shock me if there was not like a tragic backstory or something. Like, because
that
even
would be
like
an
Riche
interesting
doesn't
like
really
contrast,
have
and she almost feels like she would almost feel like guilty about that.
Yeah, I mean, Riche doesn't have that fucking tragic of a backstory. Like,
no,
it's just,
but it is.
My
like,
teacher kind of didn't believe in me.
Yeah,
or I was want to do my own thing. But yeah, I mean, like even in this arc, like they're doing that thing where he's like, you need to go do this test because you need to kind of see different perspectives on magic and stuff. Because like you were, as the Brimmed Hat kind of puts it, she's kind of trying to like stay a child in a way, where she's trying to cultivate that sort of unbridled creativity of like, I just want to do my own thing and find my own way. And it's like, yeah, that is a valuable thing. That is something that you should want to foster. But there is also value in borrowing off of others. And so you get that juxtaposition with her and the other kid. I need to look up his fucking name because we were talking about him more. And
the kid that he has like this fucking hair in his eyes. Uni.
Yeah, Uni.
Whatever.
From university. No, he is the direct kind of foil to Riche in this arc because he is dependent. He didn't want to like put all this. He didn't draw the circles during the test because he was like very, performance anxiety. And so he drew all the circles out beforehand. And so his whole thing is like, he's basically relying on what came before and leaning on that and is very dependent on that versus Riche, which is she does not want to be dependent on anything that came before. She wants to find her own thing. And so there's this immediate juxtaposition in this arc of Riche's motivations and Uni's motivations.
Junie from Spy Kids.
Junie. So it's just, there's a lot of moments like that in the show. Like the writing is very much like that sort of writing, which is good in the long term because it will just compound, right? It's just not great for a 12 episode show. And this is kind of going back to what we talked about a couple weeks ago with like why they can't really make long form shows anymore. Kids, a lot of people are engaging with these 12 episode shows as just 12 episode shows. That's not necessarily wrong. It is a 12 episode show.
This is true. Well, this is 13 episodes.
13, but yeah, whatever.
Single core.
Single core. It is a single core. So engaging with it in that way is not wrong. It's just, you also have to engage with it as an adaptation. And the industry has kind of shifted from, before they would do full adaptations, you'd get like a Brotherhood and it would air all at once, or like a Full Metal Alchemist 03. Even if it didn't end, it aired all at once. And so that had its own ending, its own original sort of stuff. They are now not really doing that. The industry trend is not to do that anymore. Now it's make it 12 episodes of Chainsaw Man and you come back and do Rize arc fucking 2-3 years later, whatever. Make a season of JJK, come back 2 or 3 years later, do another season. Like that's just kind of where the industry's at. So it puts it in a weird position. Cause I don't know if Witch Hat Atelier was kind of written to take advantage of that in like a way that maybe shonen stuff might be, given it's kind of more week to week, where Witch Hat is a monthly series they are probably not necessarily thinking about how that's going to adapt into anime as much as maybe the shonen sort of writers are. So it's got some disadvantages in that way, and it's not necessarily a wrong criticism to be like, this is not a good season of the show because it doesn't end or it doesn't have a lot of stuff going on. Like, I don't think I would go as far as to say it's bad, but like, it's not an unfounded criticism to levy at the show. Like, I think that is fine.
Yeah.
I just think you should also be engaging with it as like, this is going to get more. It is an unfortunate situation that we were in, but you also have to kind of just recognize that this is not a problem that's going to be a problem in 10 years. Like, they go back and do so many things now. There's so many shows that like I had these kind of problems with like 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm. It feels like 10 years ago was a lot more common for an anime. Like, it was like a joke for like an anime. It's like, oh, I love this. And then it's only going to get one season and nothing else. Where it feels like sequel seasons are a lot more common these days.
That's like the famous one, or No Game No Life. Devil's a Part-Timer is not a problem anymore. No. It took 10 years, but it eventually got season 2 and 3, which I guess were fucking both terrible. I thought season 2 was bad, but
then we did not watch season 3.
But you go back in retrospect, like the problem that people had where it's like, oh, it's not a full adaptation, it just ends, is no longer an issue, even if it took 10 years.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of thing, like, it didn't help in the moment, obviously, like you were engaging with it as a seasonal, but yeah.
But I think even just like as a moment to moment thing, obviously there is still like the art metaphor kind of going on, which granted kind of stops feeling like subtext and feels like text with how obvious it can be at points. Where it's just kind of like, okay, I understand like the parallel that could be drawn here fairly a little bit. It's a little bit too obvious at points. But
I mean, with this arc, it's like she wants to create her own art style and she doesn't want to rely on anyone else's. And it's like, no, there's value in studying the art style of others. If you study cubism, that might help you with perspective or proportions and stuff like that.
It's very obvious and intelligible, but then there's also like, I do appreciate how clever they can be with the magic as well. Like this arc is like them like applying their own sorts of thought patterns, processes to these different problems that they are encountering as part of this test. And it's interesting to see how they are working through it and how their kind of biases and what they are interested in leads them to different conclusions, which has been like a recurring aspect of the show through this whole season. And like I kind of talked about, I feel like it has a magic system that I think does a good job at inviting the viewer to engage with it as such.
But this one is like, this arc is engaging with it very like obviously, right?
Yeah,
because they're straight up talking about like, oh, you just need to find new ways to get around the problem, and then you have the character Uni, who is like, oh no, this is the answers. These are the answers to get through the maze or whatever. And they're like, I don't want someone else. Rishi's like, I don't want someone else's answers. And Agate's like, you just figure it out. It's not hard. Like, I can figure it out.
It feels like, listen, if I were an intelligent editor for this manga, I would be striking up deal. We're going to turn this into like a tabletop RPG. We're going to get a video game time. We're going to do all this different, because it is very like,
I don't know how you would do that.
I mean, it's like a fairly like systematized magic system that you can.
Yeah, but the whole point is like, it's all like just whatever you can come up with, essentially.
Well, that's why like a tabletop system would work well. And
tabletop, yeah. But like as a video game, I have no idea how that. Like, it kind of reminds me of the fucking Full Metal Alchemist problem.
We can make anything into a video game, okay? If they can make a video game for Girls Band Cry, they can make a video game for this.
But that's just like a rhythm game, right?
No, it's a platformer. Do you not know about the Girls Band Cry video game, Mumi?
I think you're fucking with me.
I'm not fucking with you. I am not. No, here I will literally. It is on Steam. I am linking it to you right now. Look at that.
Is this going to be like a Rickroll?
No, this is not a Rickroll. No, this is a real, actual licensed game tie-in for Girls Band Cry. It looks like a shitty Flash game, but god damn it if it's not real.
Okay, I don't know what the fuck's happening.
It's them carrying her home after she's like fucking like passed out drunk. They had to get through all these obstacles, and they just made it a silly little platformer.
Interesting. Okay. So as I was saying, I think you would run into the issue with like Fullmetal Alchemist, where Fullmetal Alchemist, the game they had on the PS2, basically just guys, I guess really it's not much of an issue because the powers they show basically just conform to how Brotherhood was anyway.
Yeah.
Where it's like platforms, spear, arm blade. There you go. There's my 3 answers to being able to do anything and create anything.
I've heard good things about some of the Fullmetal Alchemist video games.
I don't dislike them by any means. It's just as far as like translating a power system like that, where it's like you can literally do anything. Like the closest I could think of would be like an Okami, and it's like
I was thinking of Okami.
That is not going to capture Witch Hat Atelier really the power system.
Wasn't there? If I'm misremembering, I thought there was like a Fullmetal Alchemist like gotcha game. Maybe I'm misremembering.
I feel like that.
There was like a mobile game or something, wasn't there? Maybe not. Maybe I'm just.
I know it was I mean, it came out in 2009. Okay. That's a little early.
Fullmetal Alchemist Mobile for iOS and Android came out in 2022, and then it ended service in 2024. Rest in peace.
It's almost like it's not a relevant property anymore.
It's not a relevant property. You made this like a decade too late.
I mean, to be fair, I don't know if they could have made it a decade, like 2 decades earlier.
A mobile game would not have been like a thing, but I guess it's like a RPG turn-based, looks kind of like a Fire Emblem thing. I don't know what's going on with this game. Can't play it anymore anyway. The service has ended.
Stop killing games.
Stop killing. These are the kinds of video games. I guess I shouldn't say that sarcastically. That'd be a little bit like mean. Well,
it was not even sarcasm. That was just literally.
That is true.
That's what the cop killing games was made for.
Yeah, not Nippon. Jesus Christ, Witch Hat Atelier.
You're stuck on Nippon Sangoku today.
I am stuck on Nippon Sangoku. Listen. Okay. Witch Hat Atelier is a good show. It's in like my top 5 for the season, but there's a number of other stuff that I do like quite a bit more of it.
I'm like number 2 or 3. It's going to depend on how Awajima ends, which
I would say
have to talk about next week.
Well, we'll talk about Awajima next week, and we'll also talk about. I would put like Kamiina Botan probably above it at this point as well. But we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that next week as well.
Kamiina Botan would have to go kind of crazy for me to put it above.
It's been going crazy. What the fuck are you?
I know. I'm saying it had to. The last episode had to go kind of crazy, a little bit more so to cover up for the fact that there hasn't been as much of a cohesion quality. Like how to put like the episodes have been kind of like fluctuating a little bit, and there's not necessarily like a. We'll talk about.
We'll talk about that next week.
That's a next week Mumi problem.
Yeah. Okay, so let's just keep alternating between stuff we like and stuff we don't like. So I guess our second least favorite show of the season.
I think there's only 2 shows that we're talking about that we don't like. I don't know how we're going to do that.
We'll figure it out as we go along. It's fine. But our second least favorite show of the season, a shocking and kind of just tragic disappointment is Snowball Earth. Man,
you say second. Show. I'm on the. This is like more like 4th least favorite right now. Like it might be second. Yeah, it's. I'm still begrudgingly not against it. Like I very frustrating, but I still like the goodwill I guess it built up, or like whatever it built up for the first couple episodes has kind of carried it enough where like some of the shows that are below it didn't even have that, if that makes sense. That's fair. It's still a frustrating fall off though, because that first episode was so good. Yeah. And it is like just we started seeing cracks kind of appear on the surface about 2 or on episode like 2 or 3. We're kind of like this is kind of like weirdly paced. I feel like you could have like
condense this down a little bit more.
It didn't seem like a major issue at the time.
No, but it turns out this is a chronic issue that the show has in terms of just stretching stuff out. Granted, we haven't read the manga, so it's not necessarily a matter of like how it's being handled as an adaptation. We have no idea, but just watching it moment to moment, especially with like this recent conflict. I say recent, but it's been like more than half the show at this point. It feels like this conflict that's been going on. This keeps feeling so dragged out, and the stuff that they're doing, it feels just so trite and uninteresting, and it's not really developing a lot of the ideas that it feels like it's set forth in that first episode. Is just, man, it's like every episode I'm just like, let's see, maybe it can pick itself up. No, they're doing like a prolonged villain backstory. Oh, they're doing a villain backstory again. Oh my God. And it just keeps going. And it's like, we don't need this. It feels like the comparison that we keep making is we keep comparing it to Naruto. In Naruto, though, I feel like that's less of an issue because Naruto is like 300,000 episodes long. This is 12. There's no time for like comparing. We cannot have that dilly-dallying.
Naruto. I compare it to Naruto specifically because of how it's handling the fucking backstory shit.
Yes,
which it's doing very similar to Demon Slayer, where it is doing the backstory after the fight. Where like, I don't know what the rationale behind that is, honestly. Like as a story writer, like you're recontact like, oh, actually they weren't the bad guy. They weren't that bad this whole time or something. I don't know what.
There's a way that you can make that work, but they're not tying it into anything else, or at least not tying it in like all that well. And it feels like we're just doing it to give him more, like the villain, more characterization where none was really necessary.
Well, it also like ruins their fucking agency because it's like, oh, actually he was manipulated the whole time or something,
and all this stuff, and it's like,
okay. What? And sure.
And it like they try to like shoehorn it in. It's like, oh, I guess we're not so different after all. But again, it feels just so unearned, and there's like just nothing to really. It feels like padding is what it feels like. It feels like stuff is just kind of happening because stuff needs to happen. We need to prolong the story.
Well, so like the issue with the most like the big bad arc or whatever in this show, in this season, the issue we kept running into is like they build up the villain. They don't really explore the sort of like parallels that they're kind of establishing really in the narrative. Like, I guess if you really wanted to, you could sit there and dissect it yourself, but it's typically in this kind of story, you're kind of engaging with that a little more. Yeah. And they could have done that more by having the backstory, like flashback stuff happening during the fight, or, you know, to add stakes to what's going on, where you then have like a reason to root for or root against this guy. But they don't do that. And then they do the flashbacks after he's fucking defeated, essentially. But then the fight itself is also not very well executed. Like,
no, they dedicate like a significant chunk of one of the episodes to explaining how the characters have formed a psychic connection with the kaiju. And I'm like, I didn't need to know any of, like, I did not care. This is not adding any kind of like value or anything to the story. It just feels like an explanation to explain it and nothing else. Similar with how
that can be valuable like down the stretch, I guess, because they could be establishing something like the kaiju that does the snow stuff is tied to someone specific, and so this is like not just a kaiju that has ruined the planet, but this is a person that has ruined the planet, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I'm not totally outright dismissing that as like a concept. The problem
is,
in
the moment, it's like, get on with it. Please.
Get on. Well, they fight and spend I think it was episode 10 or 11. They spend most of the episode. They only introduce his ability to like see into the future in that episode.
Oh yeah. And they set it up as like a big obstacle, and then it's overcome in the same episode, basically. And I was thinking like something like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure does a very good job with giving a character, a villain, this really convoluted, overpowered ability, and then it's a puzzle fight. It's a puzzle to see how the heroes are going to figure out a way around this and overcome. That's the whole thing going on with Kira, the David Bowie character, through like the whole.
That's what,
like,
I would say more like a King Crimson thing, like in part 5.
Sure.
Which in part 5 they introduced King Crimson about the halfway point, roughly. But you're introduced to him earlier on. They kind of start the puzzle. They kind of give you a little bit of a hint as to like what the solution could be or what his ability is. Then you kind of delve a little bit more into it when he's introduced later on as like the actual villain. You get with the risotto fight in Metallica, but they don't do any, like, all of this seems like it's very common sense shonen-y kind of stuff, right? Like the backstory thing was something that you would do in a specific way all the time when Naruto was popular or whatever, right? Like that was the standard.
Yeah.
The ability saying, like because they set it up even. Like he fights him initially, fails to defeat him the first time, has to go back, get repaired or whatever, and then comes back. So you could have established it then, and they could have been working through this power then. The problem is they don't do anything like that. They just come back and then they're like, oh yeah, he actually has this power this whole time. And you're just like, why didn't you introduce this like
why wasn't this introduced earlier? And then it's like he overcomes it in the same. I don't even remember how he manages to like overcome it. Is it just?
Well, he just figures out like, oh, he reads my movements because I'm alive. So he won't be able to do that because the drone. He didn't know the drone was going to hit him.
Oh
and
yeah.
So inanimate objects he can't read. So if I just let fucking Iceman or whatever the fuck his name is Snowman do his thing, then he won't be able to read his movements or whatever. And it's just like, okay, I don't know why we figured that out in like 3 minutes.
Yeah,
like this is a fucking crazy ability, honestly.
Yeah, and again, they spend so much time explaining it and like the costs associated with it, and then just immediately dispose of it. And it's like, now is like the time to like, I guess, drag that out then and have it be like, this is like a problem that needs to be, again, it should have been introduced earlier, but it wasn't. It's introduced at the very end. And then
even part 3 of JoJo does that better. Now that I'm thinking about, like, it's crazy that I don't even like part 3. And I could it's making me like appreciate like, oh fuck, Dio's World actually handles that really well, where like it hints at his power early on and you're just like, initially it's just like, oh fuck, he's really fucking, this is crazy. What is he doing? And then like you kind of are able to work through the process through like his battle with Kakuin, the stuff he's doing with Palmer, like all of this stuff kind of leads up to like, oh, he has a time stop ability. That's what's happening. How do we counter this ability? This does not do any of those steps. This is just like, oh, I can see into the future because I have predatory instinct and I can see how you're going to react because you're alive. And then he's like, oh fuck, he can read my movements. How can I oh, I know, I'll just let him, my fucking partner, do it. Okay.
And then the next episode we get his tragic backstory, which does not relate to this ability at all either. There's like nothing like tie any of this together. Again, and kind of probably the biggest fall off that we've
generational fall off. I started the show at like 6th for the season, so it was like just outside my top 5, you know. From was episode 1 maybe first 2 episodes. It is now at like 21.
Yeah,
like,
same.
That is the most significant fall off I could think of in a while.
I'm trying to think of something that we watched like recently, like within the last year or two, that has fallen off this hard for us. Like obviously there's stuff that we dislike, like Lazarus. Lazarus did not. I mean, I guess we didn't really have like particular high expectations going into Lazarus. There was that isekai with like the dead author. What was that? Do you remember that? We didn't
like either of those though.
Well, that's the thing. It's like I was
Dazai isekai.
Dazai, yeah. It's like I went into those like with positive expectations. By the first episode, I was like, okay, this is all right. Same with like Nokotan. It's like I was going into Nokotan being like, oh, this will be fun. We watched the first episode and we're like, Oh, so it's like not really a fall off because it wasn't really good to begin with.
Right.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. There's nothing. Gosh,
Yaiba,
nothing
I would say,
that comes to
fell
mind.
off the most for me most recently. Where like I had that pretty high at like 4, I think, for spring 2025 when it started.
Yeah.
And I think it ended up like 15, 18 kind of range.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing a whole lot. No, not Witch from Mercury. I didn't really care about that or the start either.
Yeah, Yaiba didn't really like have a fall off. It's just kind of like, the story of girls that couldn't become magicians, maybe.
The Fire Hunt Hikari no O, like that had a really good first episode and then imploded. Oh,
Yeah,
but like, yeah, nothing.
Uzumaki.
Yeah, I still liked Uzumaki by the end. I will.
Yeah, to be fair, I just don't like Uzumaki.
That's kind of the thing. But yeah, in terms of just overall, certainly in terms of like broader reception, Uzumaki was a pretty bad fall off. Yeah,
I would say that's still a bad fall off, regardless if you like it or not.
Yeah.
It fucking fell apart.
It did. There's like a kind of tragic aspect. That's like a production. Like nothing about Snowball Earth is like falling apart production wise. It's all like storytelling issues.
Sure, but like you could fix that with the adaptation. To be fair,
yes, you could, which they should have.
So I feel like saying it's not a production thing at all is not necessarily.
It's a production thing, but not in terms
either.
of like animation or anything like that.
Yeah, it's not like they just ran out of budget animation.
Yeah, yeah, or like they fired the director. Yeah. Damn tragedy Nippon Sangoku is.
Why is Nippon Sangoku being brought up again?
God damn it! I keep fucking saying Nippon Sangoku.
I mean
Snowball Earth. Oh god! Damn tragedy Snowball Earth is fuck. Oh.
Talk about the next show we really like, Nippon Sangoku.
Let's see. We can talk about Akane-banashi a little bit.
Yeah, Akane-banashi was really good.
Yes. Akane-banashi also tells like a nice coherent story in its first season and then leads me on to
it has
more.
a little mini arc.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of these shows, like a lot of these kind of like mangaka are thinking about that now when they are writing their manga.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like a very common thing. Like sometimes they might not necessarily have to. Like I feel like Chainsaw Man just kind of modulated enough to where it's not necessarily something they had to think about. Akane-banashi, I feel like, is something that they were consciously thinking of. Maybe not necessarily specifically an anime adaptation, but like kind of the initial run. Like I had to hook them in because like Akane-banashi is as specifically about metatextually drawing people into Rakugo, right?
Yeah.
So it makes sense that it would be then about trying to hook people into this story, make people care about why should I care about the story about a girl performing Rakugo. And that then would translate to the anime adaptation, obviously, because she's writing it in such a way, or they're writing it in such a way that like that is just conducive to like a 12 episode structure.
Yeah. Because like I went to check. I was like, what if we did this with Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood? Is there any way to do that? And the closest that I could think, and people already have like issues with like the pacing of like the first bit of Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Episode 14 is when greed gets melted down, and that's like the closest that you could reasonably get to like a cutoff point, and even then, that's a weird point to like stop because it's just like.
Well, in 03, I think episode 12 around then is like the Nina episode.
That's also like a weird place to stop. That's not an arc. That's just a tragedy. That's like what a horrible way to end your season.
Read the manga.
Read the manga. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Let me see here. Let me pull up the episodes and see like what's like around like episode 12. 13. No, so that's the end of the older brothers. Oh, that's episode 12 is the fucking imposters. Do you remember the
the imposter
lookalikes?
brothers, Elric?
Yeah.
I mean, there's
Like-
a filler that you could.
Yeah,
try,
you could.
I guess.
Yeah, you could in theory like restructure some stuff. Well, again, 03 was already restructuring stuff because of its weird adaptation. Yeah, Full Metal Alchemist as a manga is not really conducive to be adapted like that, and it probably is. If not something that the mangaka are thinking of, it's certainly something that like their editors are kind of like impressing upon them. That it's like, okay, if this gets an anime adaptation, we'll probably be able to do 12 episodes, and this is how much we'll be able to cover. Which I guess we do have a closer point of comparison. Next week we'll talk about Demons of the Shadow Realm and see how that where that's at after like 12 episodes.
You caught up on that?
I am not caught up on that. I basically finished the first arc, which is only 8 episodes. So I guess they could have stretched that out. We'll see. I've not seen like the latest like 4 episodes. But we'll talk about that.
About Akane-banashi.
Yes, we're talking about Akane-banashi or Banashi, wherever the stress is supposed to go.
Well, it's Akane.
It's Akane and Banashi or Banashi?
Banashi. Probably Banashi.
It's probably like an accent thing, you know. They probably say something else in Kyoto and one thing Tokyo.
Akane-banashi.
Banashi. But I do think that the show, because obviously the closest point of comparison that we've talked about is Rakugo Shinju, and I think that Akane-banashi is definitely a better introduction to the art and craft of Rakugo than Rakugo Shinju is.
Well, so I mean, I've talked about this because like we've been having this discussion with people that don't like Akane-banashi. Like Rakugo Shinju probably did a better job in generating interest in Rakugo on like a wider scale as far as just like what it is.
Yes.
Like as a vague thing.
Because prior to that, all we had was Joshiraku in anime.
Yeah, Joshiraku. That's it. Joshiraku and Sally. Himitsu no Akusha.
Imagine watching Joshiraku and just being like, "Do you think real Rakugo is that racist?
That nationalistic?
That nationalist? Oh my god!"
I mean, it makes sense that they do Rakugo and they're nationalistic.
Yeah, it really does.
We were talking about it because like Rakugo Shinju is written in a way where like it shows the performance outright. And you can just engage with the performance. You don't have any kind of like commentary really outside of like occasionally someone will be like, "Oh, this is really cool" or something. Like that's it. Like that's the extent of the commentary in an episode of Rakugo's performance.
Yeah.
But it's not focused on the performances. Like it's focused on this drama and like how this familial sort of like suicide pact thing that they kind of have going on.
Yeah.
Foils the kind of end of the Rakugo art form, like this death of an art form kind of thing. Yeah, that is the title of the show, the Suicide Pact of Rakugo or whatever.
Descending stories. Yeah,
so it's more focused on like the character drama as like a story, like as a story vehicle. This is focused on Rakugo, and engaging with Akane-banashi made me realize that how I was engaging with Rakugo, because I appreciated Rakugo's performances when I watched it. And I was like, oh, this is really interesting. But the way that I was engaging with the performances in Rakugo Shinju was engaging with it as if it was like an anime adaptation, right? And so it's like looking at the animation and like how it's storyboarded and the performance, like the vocal performance of the characters. So you're like, I'm engaging with it as an anime. That is not how you're supposed to engage with Rakugo. And I feel like Akane-banashi...
Imagine going to see a Rakugo performance and being like, man, that was really good. I wonder what inner turmoil the Rakugoka is like going through right now that is reflected in telling this comedy story. Like that's not... Yeah, it's not... Rakugo Shinju is not really giving you the tools to appreciate Rakugo itself as a craft as much as it is just telling a very good story.
Yeah, like this very much directly this very directly kind of lampshades that, and the character of as being a voice actor in the most recent arc, the tournament arc, whatever.
Who was voiced by... Was that... It wasn't Kanohana-sama.
She's voiced by the
Rie
goat,
Takahashi.
who's is like the person who did fucking Gigi Harem recently, and Akane.
Megumin Ai from Oshinoko. She's fucking everywhere. I don't know. Takagi. Yeah. If you have a lolicon friend, they probably are a big fan of them.
So this is kind of directly lampshading that and how you're engaging with her performance, because like that whole arc, it has the one guy do his story, which is like a modern adaptation, which is kind of addressing the criticism of like, oh, why don't they just update Rakugo or whatever? Rakugo is bad because it's dated. And then they have hers, which is like kind of almost addressing the like an anime like Rakugo Shinju, where it's like, oh, this is how you can get people into it because they're engaging with her performance or whatever. And she's a popular voice actress. This is the way Akane-banashi is handling it is like directly kind of not criticize, like going against that sort of mentality, because it's basically saying like when you engage with Rakugo in that way, you are not engaging with Rakugo like on a fundamental level. And I realized that when we watched Akane-banashi, and then I went back and was watching a performance of Jugemu in Rakugo Shinju.
Yeah.
Because going back and watching that, I'm like, oh, this is very voice actor performance-y. Now that I'm like going back and looking at it
with the kind of tools and insights that you gained from watching Akane-banashi.
Yeah. Because like, again, Rakugo Shinju is not having you engage with Rakugo as Rakugo. It's having you engage with Rakugo as a storytelling. Like it's good because it's like, hey, this is an art form that is dying and is bringing attention to it, but it's not necessarily equipping you with the tools to engage with Rakugo as its own sort of unique art form.
Yeah. Like Rakugo Shinju would almost be more akin to something like a Whiplash, where Whiplash is not a movie about learning about jazz and appreciating jazz and the history of jazz. It is a movie about jazz as a sport and a vehicle for personal insecurities, basically.
Yeah. And so Akane-banashi is directly engaging with that, because like that seems to be the core conflict that's going to be happening moving forward. That's what it seemed like they were introducing with the whole Rakugo Society or whatever they show at the end.
Oh god, that scene in the final episode, I'm like, this is so Battle of Shonen. Which you say this, the show does also treat Rakugo like as a sport. There's a Battle Shonen aspect to it, which makes it very fun. I
feel like it subverts it away. Like it is engaging with it on that level, but then it's
how it hooks you.
Yeah, it's how it hooks you, but then like it bunks it and like kind of challenges it and subverts your expectations for it, because Akane wins not in like being the best Rakugo, which she is, but like the way that you're engaging with Rakugo is fundamentally different than the way you're engaging with acting or like storytelling or whatever, or writing, I guess, telling a story.
And this is how Akane-banashi deconstructs Rakugo anime, all 4 of them.
All 4 of them.
All 4. How? There's the video essay title: How Akane-banashi Deconstructs Joshi Rock.
That's so fucking unhinged. Let me skim through my notes, because I talked quite a bit about Akane-banashi, because the reason why I really appreciated it was because it as like a it's the impetus of it is not the way it's approaching Rakugo is basically asking the question of like, why Rakugo? Yeah. Like in the modern day where there are so many different modes of entertainment that are much more tech savvy or like accessible to people, why would you still engage with Rakugo?
Yeah.
And it approaches that question not, at least like in this season, it doesn't necessarily at least in this season, it does not necessarily approach it as a question of specificity, where it's like Rakugo, this is why you should watch Rakugo specifically. Mm-hmm. It is engaging with it as an art form in itself, where it's like the question of why Rakugo is the question of why any art form, essentially, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's pointing out how you can, what modes of consumption you can engage in to appreciate Rakugo in a way that you might not necessarily have unless you were engaging with it for a long period of time. And is equipping you with that, so then you can kind of look at Rakugo from a different perspective than maybe you might have just been introduced to it in passing or casually, or even with something like Rakugo Shinju, right?
Yeah.
So it is engaging with that. We're like, as a battle shonen, essentially, we're like, all the internal monologues are kind of pointing to that question of like, why Rakugo, right? Like when she is watching her senpai perform or whatever, and she's like, oh, he has very meticulous movements. Yes, that is engaging with it and kind of informing the audience of like how they are supposed to be reading this animation, because you're not going to be able to necessarily convey that information unless you're like rotoscoping or something. I don't know how you would get that sort of like
that would just look
nuance
kind of
in movement.
Yeah.
Like I don't know how you would do that.
You don't want
naturally.
the animation to look too detailed, otherwise you get that joke from Joshiraku.
Joshiraku really was just forward thinking.
Really was ahead of its time, honestly.
When she's commentating on that, like, yes, that is on a battle shonen level, explaining to you how you're supposed to be reading this performance, right? It's like Krillin being like, oh, they're moving so fast, I can't see them. So it's like, okay, so when I'm seeing Goku and Frieza like disappear back and forth and like they're punching each other, it's like, oh, this is actually happening at such a speed that someone who's like trained to see like light speed or something cannot see it. Okay, cool, whatever. It's that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But they're not really, that's not the focus of the narration. Like, that is not why she's pointing it out necessarily. She's pointing it out in a way that is like then pointing to how practiced he is. Like, it's like, oh, his movements are so meticulous because he has practiced this so much. And he has practiced this so much because he has been engaging with his teacher, the sensei character or whatever, so much to like find himself. And so it then points less to the actual technical mechanical aspect of the performance. It is then pointing to his relationship with their sensei, their teacher or whatever. It feels weird calling them master. I'm sorry. Saying sensei also seems awkward because that's not what they're calling them. But like the translate as master, and it's like, that seems weird. I don't want to translate
There's
that.
a proper term for it that escapes me at the moment.
Yeah, the Rakugo teacher.
Yeah.
That's what the show that ultimately that is what the character arc is revolved around too, because the way that she betters herself as a performer is not through like practicing and becoming better. She's already like practiced, where she's not going to become better through practice alone. She is now at a point where she can only become better through researching and understanding and appreciating these stories on a fundamental level more than she has, like a deeper level than she has.
Yep.
So she is now engaging in the art form in a way where she is looking into the character, like engaging with it as a piece of art, right? Like, that is the question of like, why Rakugo? Well, Rakugo is these old stories that have these sort of universal elements to them. The Jugemu story, or however it's pronounced, that is a story that is a very funny story, but there is like a kernel of like what makes it an lasting story, like an enduring story as a Rakugo story, is that there is this underlying element of like authenticity and genuineness to it. And it's funny because at the time it's like reflective of actual practices and like stuff that you would see. So like people that gave their kids like a longer name, or like would go to the shrine or whatever and then try to come up with a name that would then, as they kind of go in the story, like that is what they were talking about directly, is like, oh, kids didn't necessarily have a higher life expectancy to, like, you would give your child a name to try to give them good luck or whatever. And so that is the appeal of the story, is that is kind of lampshading these people that would do that. And I think the original story is that he does drown and die because no one can get his name out fast enough to like they could save him. And it's supposed to be like a dark, tragic comedy in a way. And so that is the prevailing sort of thing at the time, but there's a universality to it where it's like, yeah, this is coming from a real place of like their parents really cared for them and they wanted to try and do what's best for them. And so it for Akane, when she's like learning that and trying to engage with it herself, she is then looking at it as like, why am I named my name? Like, why am I Akane? And so she starts looking at her own life in that way. That is much like, for me, that is something that I'm getting out of Akane-banashi that I did not get out of Rakugo Shinju. Like, Rakugo Shinju does not engage in the sort of meta commentary of what it means to engage with art in the same way that Akane-banashi is. And like, yeah, you could say like, I prefer watching the performance myself, but, and that's valid in like an anime sense. But like, if you're talking about Rakugo specifically, because this is trying to get people into Rakugo ultimately, right? Like, it's trying to equip people with like the means and the tools and the motivation to like even engage with this art form. Like, yeah, you can engage with Rakugo through Rakugo Shinju, I guess, like, and that be the only way that you engage with it. And then you're judging the performances based on the voice acting. That's valid for watching Rakugo Shinju. There's not an invalid way to like engage with it. But this show is basically saying that is not the way that you're supposed to engage with Rakugo. It is trying to help people kind of engage with it in a way that's supposed to be more appreciative of the art form, it's the medium itself, because Rakugo is it's a very unique, it kind of is in like this weird overlap between like stand up and like one man play sort of thing. Because it's not like it's stand up in the sense that you're supposed to adapt to your audience. You read the room, you tell jokes based on who's there, or based on like the mood. Like, if you're Norm Macdonald and people fucking hate you, you fucking bomb on purpose. Like, it's that kind of thing. Like, you adapt to your audience. But one man plays do not do that.
I just think of Norm Macdonald doing Rakugo.
Yeah, Norm Macdonald doing Rakugo.
That'd be so fun.
I mean, Gilbert Gottfried did, and why not fucking Norm Macdonald? So, like, and then one man plays are not that either, because one man plays do not engage with the audience in that way. Usually, like, I'm sure there's like occasional one where like they have some audience participation or something. Like, theater is not a stringent thing, but they're generally like a scripted story that the person just performs on their own and doesn't conform to the audience. Like, they are just performing that story, and that is how their performance is. Rakugo kind of sits in the middle of that, where it's like a scripted sort of story. People can adapt however different ways, just like you can with a script for a play or whatever. Like, you can cut stuff out. But you're adapting it to your audience. Like, how Akane does it is, you know, she starts off her performance in this tournament arc kind of laid back and kind of just make people engage in that sort of like second monitor content is how they kind of describe it. And that's kind of like, you know, calming them down because they came off the highs of like 2 back-to-back really good performances. And so it's kind of bringing them back like, okay, let's rein it back a little bit. You know, we're kind of chilling. We're chilling. And then it kind of ramps up the emotion after she's already kind of brought everyone in, after she's kind of laid back. Yeah. That's not something that you do in a one-man play. Like, that's something you do in stand up, right? Yeah. Like, that's more of you have a hot audience, and then you kind of capitalize on that, or like they're fucking pissed off at the guy before you, and so you're having to deal with the repercussions of that and try to save the audience, whatever. Like, that is this unique aspect of Rakugo. That is not something you're going to get out of Rakugo Shinju, because Rakugo Shinju is an anime. And that is kind of the thing, the conflict of the show is like, people are not engaging with Rakugo as Rakugo. Here are the ways that you can start engaging with it as Rakugo. And it's interesting that you can kind of see that, because like, now I go back and watch the performance of Rakugo, and I'm like, oh, I mean, I kind of knew. I was like, I understood I was engaging with it as a voice acting performance, because I talked about at the time. I was like, yeah, the voice acting was really good, and the way that they did the animation, the shot composition was interesting and all that. Now that I'm looking at it after kind of going through Akane-banashi, I'm like, oh, I just was not really engaging with it as a Rakugo performance, because it is fundamentally not a Rakugo performance. Yeah. And that's why the monologues are important, because it is delineating the difference, essentially. Like, it's delineating, this is how this is why people are so invested in Rakugo. This is why we are engaged in Rakugo. This is why we are practicing and performing Rakugo. This is how you can engage with us in Rakugo. Like, yeah, it's a funny thing to be like, I wonder what fucking trauma is like manifesting itself in this Rakugo performance. Like, that's not necessarily what you're supposed to do.
What trauma is inside Gilbert Gottfried that has led to him doing this aristocrats bit?
That's ultimately a very rudimentary way of looking at it, right? Like, it's not, you're not necessarily supposed to be looking at it as like, oh, what trauma did he go through? What you're supposed to be engaging in is, this is the lens, like Akane-banashi specifically, right? With Akane, this is the lens that she saw the story, right?
Yeah.
She saw Akane, she saw Jugemu, whatever fuck, through this lens of appreciating your parent and like what your parent has done for you, because she has been given this gift of Rakugo from her dad. And so she's realizing, she's drawing that parallel to her own life. She's like, they wanted her to, they wanted Jugemu to succeed and have a healthy, long life. And they gave him this name. And so that is what she kind of hooked herself onto. And that's what made her performance unique to her. And in a way that, because like, this is a very famous performance. Like, this is the ED for Joshiraku. I almost said Rakugo Girls. Like, it's just rolling girls. Girl. I mean, that's what the show is called. That's his translation.
Yes.
But no, like, that is the ED of Joshiraku. It's just made into a rap. That is like his fucking name.
Yeah.
That is a very famous sort of thing that came out of Rakugo that kind of proliferates out of Rakugo or whatever. So she is engaging with that sort of core emotion and that sort of universal sort of aspect of the story that resonated with her. And then that then comes out in her performance, where then you were like, oh, now I understand this aspect of the story that I hadn't really thought of before. It's almost like a YouTube analysis. Like a good YouTube analysis that you go watch.
It's a deconstruction?
And like, kill yourself. So, I mean, she as the performer was then able to like resonate with this thing. And so that resonates through her performance. And so you come away from that performance with that perspective. You're like, oh, I understand this story on a different level than I did before. Cause I don't know about you. I never fucking thought about this story. It just seemed like it was a story about fucking doing a tongue twister over and over and over and over again. That was the joke.
Yeah.
So her kind of trying to understand it on a deeper level and then get across that understanding to other people is a novel thing as far as my understanding of the story. I've not seen, I mean, Rakugo Shinju definitely doesn't do anything like that. I don't know. There might have been a joke in Joshiraku that sort of, not like about Jugemu specifically.
There's a lot of stuff in Joshiraku that goes over my head.
Yeah, I feel like I need to go rewatch Joshiraku at some point.
I'm not
now that I am an expert in Rakugo, I'm basically...
Yes, now that we are experts in Japanese culture and 2chan weird shit.
But yeah, that is the modus operandi for the show, is like, why engage with Rakugo? How do we save Rakugo as an art form or get people interested? By making them understand the unique sort of aspects of Rakugo as a medium for storytelling, and appreciate what makes it kind of unique. And, you know, yeah, these stories are quote unquote dated. They're not written recently, and they're not fucking Romance of the Three Kingdoms narratives or something.
They're not TikTok.
But there is a universality to them that if a Rakugoka understands it, they can convey that to the audience in a way that you aren't necessarily getting, because it's a connection to across time in a way. Like, if you wanted to get really pretentious about it, you could talk about fucking how storytelling and myths or whatever have been humanity's core way of passing down information for like eons before we got fucking writing or whatever.
Yeah.
But that is the core, that is the appeal of Rakugo that Akane-banashi is kind of trying to convey to people, that it's just a shame that so many people are like, oh, I wish that they didn't have any of this narration, because it's like that is kind of the point. Like that is what it's trying to get you to a point that you can appreciate it without narration, and you can just go watch a Rakugo performance. Like it doesn't want to be the Rakugo performance necessarily. It wants to have the story, this kind of engage with you on this battle shonen-esque sort of story of this girl becoming the best or whatever. But while it's doing that, is equipping you with the knowledge and appreciation for, it's kind of like slam dunk in a way. Like slam dunk basketball was not popular in Japan until slam dunk kind of was like giving people the tools to appreciate it more and giving you insight into the sport in a culture that didn't really have an appreciation for it. Mm-hmm. And after slam dunk, there were a lot more people that were interested in basketball, and then they were kind of equipped with some of the tools to understand basketball a bit better, to watch it themselves or start playing it themselves or whatever. I feel like that's what Akane-banashi is trying to do. Obviously, Akane-banashi is not on the level of popularity of Slam Dunk, but it is in Shonen Jump, so it's not doing Shonen Jump poorly. Yeah, like it. I feel like Hideaki Anno was correct on this one. It kind of reminds me of, because like Akane learns Rakugo by kind of like imitating her father and imitating her teacher or whatever, and like they make a point of showing that in the last episode where she's kind of like learning, practicing eating noodles or soba or whatever, and like she's like, you got to think of the weight of the noodles on your chopsticks. Udon noodles are going to be heavier than ramen noodles or whatever, right? We are kind of meant to engage with the Akane-banashi like Akane is engaging with her teachers or whatever, where we see this and then we can then take what they are showing us and then utilizing that. So it was fitting that the joke and like the show ended on that joke where it's like, if I had an apprentice, I wonder what their name would be. And I was like, is there like a joke being set up here that I'm not aware of, where like there's a word for audience or like reader or something that has Aka in it, and I had to go look it up and there wasn't. But I was like, that almost felt like that's what it was going for, where it was like, oh yeah, my apprentices are the readers or whatever. But yeah, it was a good show. Like I like a lot of stuff that's going on. I don't know how it would maintain this, honestly. Like
hey, this one does have a season 2 already announced. I think it's coming out in the winter season next year.
But I don't know how. You know what I mean? Like I don't know how they're going to maintain this. Like I don't know how I'm gonna. I don't know where the story goes from here, I guess.
Yeah. Well, like this, like they're trying to set it up with all the head honchos appearing in the last episode.
I mean, I don't know if they're gonna like have a battle arc or something with them or anything like that. That would be weird. But
this becomes an actual battle shonen. Because that doing Rakugo gives you superpowers.
I'm not bearish on it. I'm not down on where it's gonna go, but I'm just, I don't know where, and I'm curious where we're going with this. So I will be watching season 2. It is built up the goodwill where I'm like, surely this cannot be bad. Like, surely it's not going to go downhill. We'll see.
We shall see. Honestly, with how much you've been fucking yapping about Akane, it sounds like this is your actual favorite of the season, since we talked about this way more than everything else, I think.
I mean, we talked a lot about Nippon Sangoku. I mean, the problem is we didn't talk about
the thing with Nippon Sangoku is you had like so much trepidation, being like, listen, I really like it, but
listen. We talked about Witch Hat Atelier and Nippon Sangoku like 2 or 3 episodes ago. All right. We talked about Akane-banashi like 10 weeks ago.
No, we talked about it recently.
Things have changed. Huh?
We definitely talked about Akane-banashi like somewhat recently.
I don't remember talking about that recently.
Yeah, I think we talked about it. I think we talked about it in the last episode because I was like, because I had like caught up and I was like, oh, it's interesting how this is like recontextualized a lot of the like narration that has been going on in the show. Literally in the last episode, yeah. where we also talked about Witch Hat Atelier and Nippon Sangoku.
Well, I talked more about those in that episode anyway.
Fair enough. If you want
go
more
take
thoughts, more spoiler-based thoughts, go check that out, the last episode.
Yeah, go listen to my thoughts. I talked more about those shows in previous episodes. But yeah, as far as the ones we've talked about, it's Nippon Sangoku, Witch Hat Atelier, and Akane-banashi in that order. They are not 1, 2, and 3. We'll get to that next week.
Yeah,
other stuff ends.
Akane-banashi and Witch Hat Atelier are like more or less. I think I would say maybe I like Akane-banashi slightly more, but they're pretty neck and neck for me.
I think for me, I just see more potential in Atelier.
That's fair.
And I guess like the way the writing is like seated and executed, I have more expectations for it in the long run, and have maybe a little bit more of an appreciation for it in like the 13 episode stretch that we have.
Yeah.
Because it's doing it in a way, like I do really like Akane-banashi, but it's also very like upfront about it. Like this is not like subtext or whatever. Whereas Atelier is subtextual in a large part of what we've been talking about.
Oh my fucking god.
What we've been talking
Jesus,
what we've been talking
disgusting fat fuck. Can we go into just one episode without you fucking coughing up a hairball? Jesus Christ, what is wrong with you? Just because you're a fucking like Discord e-girl kitten doesn't mean you have to fucking act like an actual cat. Let's talk about the biggest one first, I guess. Demons of the Shadow Realm.
Is that the biggest
quite
one?
a bit.
I guess by popularity.
I think that is the most. Yeah. Not the thing that we like the most. We'll get to that. But in terms of popularity, I think this is the most popular thing that we have not yet talked. Probably the most popular thing. No, Witch Hat Atelier would beat it. But certainly, it's pretty good. Honestly,
it's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
Oh, okay.
It is a good show. I like it more than the one episode I've seen of the Jujutsu Kaisen, which I think that's what we kind of talked about. Yes.
The one episode of season 1, maybe?
Yes. I mean, I distinctly remember watching episode 1 of Jujutsu Kaisen with you. Because like you started watching, I was like, oh, sure, I'll check out the first episode. Maybe we can watch it together. And I was like, nah, I didn't really get anything out of this. And then you were like, oh, it's good enough. And you kept watching it, and I did not.
Well, I went into it expecting it for the action stuff, because that's why I watched Demon Slayer. I was like, people kept saying it was really good, well animated, all that. I'm like, well, okay. I watched that, and I was like, this is fucking dog shit.
Why does the fire and explosions in that show always look so weird? Like, it's very strange.
In Demon Slayer or
in Demon Slayer?
They do like weird.
Like I remember like looking at clips or like looking at like AMVs for like Demon Slayer, and it has like all like these just weird effects, and I'm like, that just looks strange.
They do like weird tweening and weird effects.
Yeah.
Shit. I don't know.
Realistically, it should have, as an adaptation, it should have looked like ninja nonsense.
Ninja nonsense.
Now that's a fucking ufotable anime. But I have been enjoying Demons of the Shadow Realm. It's not over yet. It's like halfway done. I've seen the first 8 episodes, which more or less covers like the initial arc. Which is kind of interesting to think about, just like structure wise. The 3-episode rule does not apply all that well to this show.
It does not really work as a 3-episode rule. No, like the first 3 episodes are kind of a little tonally inconsistent in a way. Like the first episode is kind of chugging along. The second episode gets really edgy. And the third episode is just kind of like, okay.
There's a weird blend. I mean that's kind of like what the fuck is the author's name? I'm blanking on her name right now. Arakawa. That's kind of like always been like, people have had that issue with Full Metal Alchemist, and like that's like a pretty common complaint, is like the weird kind of mix of comedy and seriousness that just feels kind of awkward. I don't really have much of an issue with it.
To be
Here
fair
it's
to her, though,
a little
I feel
bit
like
stranger.
it's exasperated in Brotherhood in a way that it doesn't really feel quite as like jarring in the manga. At least for that first sort of 6 episodes
However
or so.
many stretch of episodes. Yeah. Here it's a little bit weird. There are some interesting aspects to it in terms of like it kind of gives you an interesting perspective on how these characters are thinking, but it is also a little bit weird to watch.
Yeah, I don't know. This one is interesting because she seems to have a fixation on siblings.
Yeah.
And it's kind of tying that into like the Daemon system thing that they're doing where they pair up.
Yeah.
But they get like 2 and then the 2 kind of like complement each other.
Yeah. The main character gets like what are they called? Left and right?
Yeah, they're just saying
basically
left and
the
right,
Yeah. How creative. It's the strangest part of the show to me is that the main character, Yuru, kind of has his entire worldview upended. Like he's got his whole life thinking things are one thing, and then in the span of like just a moment that all entirely changes for him in a big way, and he adjusts very well. And I can't, if I had any complaints about the show, it would be I do kind of wish that was a little bit more of like an internal conflict that we got to see. Because he's like out in the modern world, and you do get some like fun bits with him kind of being this fish out of water and not understanding how the modern world works, and that can be fun. But it's also like his like sister, as far as he knows, is like dead, but then also there's this woman that looks like his sister, and she has like a weird demeanor towards him, and it does not necessarily get super into like how he's thinking about that. Like right after like his home village is attacked, it's followed up by like this long car ride then of them kind of going back into the city. And it would have been interesting to me if they gave him a little bit more like introspection and thinking about that. I think it's basically the end of this first arc when he does then finally realize like, oh, that is my sister. I kind of has this moment of realization, but I just kind of wish that like that introspection, because it's there under the surface. I just wish it was more of a clearer focus.
He's more of a stoic protagonist than like Eric that Edward Elric was.
Edward.
I feel like Edward kind of he kind of balanced that. I don't know how you would describe it. That kind of like sarcastic cynicism and like naivete pretty well.
Yeah.
Where like he came off as like competent and like not completely like a child, but it was still believably like immature in ways that he could experience growth and reflection. That's not that it is not there with this character, but he kind of feels like he's already kind of built in. Like he's kind of already stoic, kind of like in his frame. There are things he's learning
just very quickly. And then especially with like how he's like interacting with not really the villains of the story itself, but the villains of this first arc. Like when he kind of ends up teaming up with them and he goes to like their like compound essentially. You'd think it'd be more of like you killed everyone I fucking know, what the fuck? Like he would be a lot more like violently hateful of them, but instead he's kind of more
conflicted,
inquisitive, and curious, and to a certain extent that's fine, but it does also feel like it's kind of running away from what to me feels like would be an obvious conflict given how brutal the first episode was, where it's kind of like I feel like you need to be a lot more pissed off at these people than what we're getting. But he said he's kind of pissed off, but at the same time, it's not like a blind rage, which I feel like would be a little bit more appropriate.
I guess, like, I don't know if it's necessarily appropriate for his character. I don't necessarily. I think it kind of reminds me of like a Ranma situation, where I think Ranma
Okay.
As a character.
You've been bringing up Ranma a lot lately, but okay, go on.
Well, I think he's like a good example for like a shonen kind of character who is written in a balanced way. Because he does come off initially as very much like a hothead kind of character. Like you just kind of would make that assumption that that's who he is, but he is characterized as someone who does practice martial arts and has like an appreciation for martial arts, and kind of with that, the sort of strive for balance in like both emotionally and physically. So it does make sense when he's kind of like more accepting of these things and kind of is able to maintain frame and balance or whatever. I think he's a good example of a character of how you can do that. It's not that this character is a bad way of going about it. It's just he's not really reactive enough, I guess. Like Ranma is still reactive when he's like accepting of it. And you kind of can see the kind of process he goes through to kind of like come up the other side and like be accepting of it. Where what is this kid's name in this show?
Yoru?
Yoru.
Yoru.
He just kind of, I don't know, like they've not really done a great job at characterization in this show.
No.
Like I don't dislike the characters. I kind of appreciate where they're going for, where like the group that Asa's with, like the guys in the suits and stuff, like you generally kind of see that they're mostly pretty stand-up individuals.
Because they are portrayed as a lot more like morally gray, which is interesting to me. It is a little bit weird because it's like we just saw them massacre an entire village in the first episode, so it's kind of hard for me to be like, they're just silly little guys. But towards the end of the first arc, you kind of get a little bit more sense that this is almost like organized crime, and these people are all in the game essentially, and they are in a position where they can just die at any moment, and they've kind of They accept that to some degree.
Yeah.
Which is like my favorite scene in the show, at least what I've seen so far, is when the merchant guy, Ryu, the guy with like the fucking salt and pepper hair, is like at the mansion of like Asa's fucking mafia family, whatever, and they're all kind of sitting in a room together. And they're all like smiling and you know, generally being amicable to one another. But there is this underlying tension where they fucking hate each other, and they're just keeping that kind of suppressed essentially.
Yeah.
Like I like that. And I kind of, to a certain extent, that could be what they were trying to do with Yoru as a main character. But at the same time, he's not of this world. He's lived kind of ignorant of it. So it's a little bit weird there, but at the same time, you know, he is also kind of like, it would be a little bit more justified to me if we got a little bit more of his like internal conflict. Like I said, like that was a little bit more of a focus where we kind of see how he can be functioning as, you know, even teaming up with like Asa and Gabby and them when the mansion gets attacked. If we then see him kind of like in his own head, kind of questioning, like, you know, were all those people, you know, what was going on in that village? Were all these people my friend? What was going on with who I thought was my sister? But I guess she's like a weird monster thing. Like if we got a little bit more of that, I think it would make his actions in this a little bit more understandable. Like why he's so curious about it, because he's simultaneously curious about who this woman that looks like his sister is. But at the same time, we don't see him like kind of questioning, like, you know, was there anything bad going on in the village, or like with his, is the village elder supposed to be his grandmother? I think.
I don't know.
Whoever the village elder lady was, who I think is supposed to be obviously supposed to be like more of a main villain.
I'd have to look. That's probably like a spoiler technically, because I think they do call her like Obasa, but that's also just like a general name.
That's just like a general term. Yeah. She's probably In any case, she's very clearly the leader of
she's
of
the
that
matriarch
village.
of sorts. Yeah.
Yeah. But with all that aside, I still overall enjoy. I know we've been kind of criticizing it, but I overall enjoyed the show still.
It's one of those shows where like there's not a lot to talk about, really. Like I feel like I need a larger swath to be able to really dissect anything.
Which, to be fair, this is 2 core, so the show is like only halfway done.
As far as like what we have, like the execution of it is not exemplary. It's not terrible. It's just kind of fine.
Yeah, it's not as like I said initially. It's not as initially as in when the season started. It's not as strong of a start as like a Full Metal Alchemist. The premise is not as striking. The world is not as unique as like a Full Metal Alchemist. Like this very much feels urban fantasy is all the rage these days. The people summoning demons between JJK and Chainsaw Man, and this feels very much in line with that, with like contemporary manga that are coming out in a way that something like a Full Metal Alchemist still feels very unique. Like there aren't a ton of stories like that. Mm-hmm. So this doesn't necessarily have like a novelty aspect going for it. If anything, it has the opposite with several very direct comparisons that you can draw. It's certainly not as much of an animation spectacle as something like a JJK is or a Chainsaw Man is. It looks good, but it's not like, it doesn't feel like the main draw of the show is like having these crazy Sakuga cuts and moments.
No, which is weird. It's funny because Bones used to be known for that. Now,
yeah, I mean, they did what was it? That Mob Psycho show. I've heard good things about. The kids like that show, didn't they?
Well, even like if you're talking about like Shonen and stuff, like people always still post the stupid clips from Soul Eater and be like, "Can you believe they used to make anime that looked like this, and now they're all slideshows?"
Or it's the opposite thing where it's like, can you believe anime back then looked this good? That's crazy. This is so old. And it's like, that's not how. Yeah, it's not a fucking like video game. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's not the opposite.
Yeah, well, I mean, like I said, there's like 2 different perspectives when people post shit like that. Or like what else? I mean, like people even still post clips from My Hero Academia, like specific cuts, usually the fucking Utapon cuts, almost exclusively the Yutaka Nakamura cuts.
At present, this is just in a weird kind of like purgatory zone.
Yeah,
I need to see more of it to have like a firm grasp of what I feel about it. I don't think I'm going to be that positive. I mean, I'm positive on it. Like I like it, all right,
overall, but it's not.
I don't think this is going to be in my top 30 of the year. I wouldn't guess.
No, it's not going to be the next Full Metal Alchemist.
I wouldn't guess unless like something crazy happens. I mean, I'm not.
We'll see.
Can't rule it out.
I mean, that is kind of interesting because last episode we were talking about like mangaka maybe kind of structuring their manga in such a way that there's 12 episodes worth of material that can be adapted into like a single core anime that will have like a nice end point to it. And granted, we have not read the manga, but at least in terms of like how this anime is presented, and that's likely because this is a 2-core anime, it does not feel like that. Like I said when we started talking about it, there's not like a clear 3-episode rule. It feels like, having seen the first 8 episodes, that all felt like introduction and setup for what the general story of Demons of the Shadow Realm was going to be, which is like Yuru like looking for his parents and stuff. So taking 8 episodes to kind of set all of that up is interesting, and it does feel like it is like, yeah, you're gonna have to watch the full season to really get a full grasp of this, which not a bad thing. I mean, it's a bad thing for us as fucking anime podcasters, and we gotta fucking talk about stuff, but overall it's a good show though.
Yeah, it's like dead center for me. Like it's like,
I think it's a little bit probably like lower. It's like probably on the bottom half of the season for me, but that's with the caveat that I like most of the stuff that we're watching anyway. So it's not like I dislike the show. It's just there's most of the season I like more than this still.
Yeah.
But we'll see. We'll come back and we'll talk about it at the end next season, and we'll see. We'll have a clear answer there, or we won't, and this whole thing will have been for nothing. But now that we've talked about the popular slop, we can talk about stuff that we're actually enthusiastic to talk about, like 100 Scenes of Awajima.
That was good.
That was good. It is the most. They're calling it the most not anthology, the most ensemble anime ever made.
Not Hibike Euphonium?
More than Hibike Euphonium, even. If you can, ladies and gentlemen, if you can believe it.
Can you believe it? Yeah, I really.
The show was great, though.
Yeah, because going into it, I'm familiar with like Wandering Sun.
Yeah,
but like I wasn't like the biggest. Like I appreciated what it was doing, but I didn't really like get into it. Yeah, this hooked me a bit better because I guess it was about like it spent its time focusing less on the characterization and more on like the individual stories and kind of weaving those stories in together. So like there was an episode that followed the 3 generations of women in his household that went to Awajima together, and they all kind of had the common theme that kind of linked them together as stories, as well as the fact that they are all family, but like kind of piecing that kind of stuff together. And then you had the whole chart that people were making as far as like keeping track of the cast, like who's who.
That was an official chart, by the way. That was not like a fan made thing. That was like an official thing they were having to post on Twitter so that you could keep track of all these different characters and where they line up in the timeline.
How embarrassing! You need a whole chart.
You need a whole chart. For me, it's interesting because I went into the show with basically zero expectations, and I thought the first episode was really good. And I was like, oh, okay, so this will be about following this girl in this school, and we'll see like how this all goes. And then I was very confused by the second episode. The second episode just starts, and we're following a different character, and it's unclear, like, is this like happening during like the same time period? Well, everything looks the same, so it must be, but it's not. Oh, this is actually taking place in the past. Like, I was very caught off guard by the second episode. I liked it, but I was confused by it.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh, I understand, because I then thought about the title of the show being 100 Scenes of Awajima. So I'm like, oh, okay. So this is going to be kind of like an anthology show where we're going to get all of these disparate stories about this review school of Awajima. And it's going to be about like all these different stories, these 100 scenes, and it'll all kind of just be connected by a general kind of thematic through line. And then once I understood that, I was like, okay, I'm locked in. I understand what this show is going for now after being initially confused, which I feel like people may have been, because it's not like this show was getting a ton of like rave attention, even though it's one of the best shows of the season as far as I'm concerned. Like it had like below a 7 on my anime list, which is
the entire season.
My anime scores are dumb. Yeah. And now it's like slightly above a 7. But yeah, once I understood like what the general structure of the show was going to be, I was very on board with it. And I like that it's because there's a pretty obvious through line as you're watching it, like thematically speaking, that connects all of these stories, both within the episodes themselves and also the show as a whole. But I do like that towards the end of the show, it then kind of recontextualize it. It gives a reason for why it's being told this way as well, in terms of like an in-universe sense, where you get a context, you get a sense of like, okay, this is what all these stories are, like why all these stories are being told.
Yeah. Like it comes off like it's going to be just disparate scenes, but they all do directly tie together. Like they are not just completely random. Like it kind of comes off initially.
It manages to tie it all together in a nice not necessarily a wholesome bow. Like the final episode is kind of bittersweet in a lot of ways. But I do like that aspect of it in terms of like, yeah, these are all stories that are being compiled together by a character in the story.
Yeah.
Which is a really like,
I appreciated that this is like a love letter to the people who take part in like these troops, right? Because there are a lot of stories that are kind of appreciative, like love letters to a craft, like Kageki Shoujo, or something like that, like, is a love letter to that sort of theatrics or the theater or whatever. But this is like a love letter toward the sort of passion of people who would get into those sort of troops.
Because the show itself has simultaneously nothing to do with review. Like, we don't really see many review performances at any point during the show. Like, they come up briefly, but they're not like the central focus of the show. It's more so about like what has inspired these people to these young girls to enroll in this school, and like what motivates them and their kind of inner lives, essentially, more so than it is about what is happening on stage.
Yeah, the them being performers is kind of secondary to them being passionate about performing. Like, they don't let, because a lot of shows, they will focus on like the characters who are kind of like the main characters in the plays, because it's like, you know, something like a Kageki Shoujo, the protagonist is a sort of enigmatic sort of character that would again get the main parts, and so you're kind of following her story to get those parts in a way, and it kind of is justifying her as a protagonist, as the progenitor of the plot, because she is the one who gets the most important parts. This is not focused on that. It's like in some arcs, it comes up that a character is getting good parts, and that, but it focuses on the ramifications of that more so than actually her being successful. This is more focused on how I guess validating how they are passionate about this craft. So a lot of these characters are characters who didn't really do well necessarily. Like, they didn't do poorly. They got into like a very prestigious school that acts as a funnel for this acting troupe. But
they are not
a lot of characters. The majority of characters do not go on to then be super successful actors. Like, some of them do, but not all. Most of them don't.
Yeah, even in school, like they're obviously characters who will never be the protagonist of a play or something, or even the antagonist or whatever. They end up kind of working behind the scenes or whatever. But it shows that even those characters can then use that experience to then have a fulfilling career in life that they got directly because of their involvement in the theater troupe. I really appreciate how they were going about it that way, because it's not really like rose tinting it necessarily. Like, obviously there's a little bit of rose tinting because life does just not play out as kind of picturesque and perfectly as a story will sometimes.
Sure.
But the whole kind of conceit of the story is it's kind of looking at these sort of social hierarchies that form in the acting troupe, and how that is kind of seen, kind of normalized amongst the various generations of girls who go to the school, where it's just kind of accepted, like, oh, you kind of have to play the game. It's not who you know, but who you blow kind of thing, but it's not, there's not like a sexual element. It's just
not as, it's not as fucking exploitative as that.
They're not going deep and dark or whatever, but it's that kind of sentiment of like, it's about,
it's not Oshinoko.
It's about the squeaky wheel gets the grease, shake, you scratch my back, I'll scratch your, like that kind of like,
certain characters, those like, or like an aspect of nepotism, because there are certain characters that come from like generations of people that have gone to the school.
It very much is kind of looking at that in the face and kind of saying like, regardless that this is happening, this is not a good thing by any means. But regardless, this is a part of people's experiences who kind of have gone up through this system, and that shouldn't invalidate their experience, and people shouldn't. It kind of ultimately ends on like, we shouldn't look at these people as just purely being victims of, failed what could have beens or whatever, because they then go on to leave perfectly fulfilling lives. Like this is just high school, middle school. Like this is not, the end of their life. This is not going to kill them. Like
it's not, they leave the school and they die.
I mean, I guess bullying can lead to people killing themselves, I guess, but it's generally kind of set into the context of, this is something that is important to them, but it's not vitally important. Like they will then move on, no matter if they are successful at acting or not, and they will be able to lead fulfilling lives, find their own various ways or whatever.
Which is it's something that comes up in the show. Even like this is something that is talked about towards the end, when they're kind of dealing with like some broader consequences of events that happen. But the show itself is ultimately just trying to tell the stories of these girls and a couple guys, but mostly these girls in this school. And kind of like, why are they there? And it's not trying to be like exploitative or seedy or anything like that. It is trying to just kind of relay their perspectives in of as good a faith as possible.
Yeah, it's interesting how like all of these characters, like all the families and stuff, are all very invested in the kind of troop or whatever, where they like become fans of characters and like they have recordings, because it's not like it's not necessarily like a professional thing. Like they are kind of more of the top 10% ish of actresses, singers, stuff like that in their age group, but they're not professionals. This is not a professional, like they don't go and perform across the country. They just kind of do stuff at that school, and that is like a feeder school into a theater troupe that is kind of more seen as prestigious.
Which it is basically the Takarazuka Review School, but it's also not, but that is very obviously the inspiration.
But it's interesting to see like how all these families are like fans of people who like went and then maybe not even necessarily became actors. Like they're just fans of them at that school. The two guy characters you mentioned are almost like Awajima otaku, where they're just so invested in the performances and like the budding careers of these characters at this school that they just enjoy engaging in that. And I guess it doesn't really show if they follow characters outside of that. Like perhaps this is like almost the equivalent of like watching like graduation shorts for them, and they then do follow the more professional, but they don't really focus on that. But it's like
they're like really into like high school or college football.
It's
kind of like the idea.
I guess like if anyone is familiar, it'd be like the IMG Academy or Bishop, like these private high schools that recruit from like some of the best players in the nation, and like I guess people that follow high school football, like IMG is so good, or Bishop Gore, or like something like that. Anyone that is not American is just completely lost at this point because they don't know.
They have no idea what the fuck we're talking. They heard football and they're thinking of soccer. Yeah, I said it. I said it with a hard R too. What are you gonna fucking do?
Soccer.
But yeah, all right. We're Americans.
Awajima was it was kind of losing me for a little bit. Not necessarily like bad. It was kind of like a lot of stuff throughout the season. Like I think Awajima started off a little stronger than a lot of things, and kind of didn't really put on the gas or anything. Like a lot of like I feel like a lot of shows kind of were consistently getting better and better there toward the middle stretch of the season, and then Awajima kind of just felt like it was sort of about the same as where it was. Maybe it plateaued a little bit.
Yeah,
but toward the end,
mm-hmm.
I was toward like the last like 3-4 episodes, it definitely started kind of going back up. There was never like a decline.
And there was definitely like also like I think a notable peak with episode 3, which was really, really strong.
Yeah.
And then it kind of granted that was like a super like dramatic episode, and then it kind of there's a little bit more levity in the subsequent episodes, which I think is a fine creative decision, but then it's also kind of like fuck kind of does feel like a little bit of a decline because of how strong episode 3 was.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think it overall really, really strong. Like you said, especially towards the end, I like how things started like tying together quite a bit more. And I think if I were to go back and rewatch this show at any point, it would be interesting then to kind of think about like the specific in-universe reason for why these stories are being told and where they're coming from and how they were put together.
Yeah, because I mean, they're kind of thinking back, like it does. The context of where the story is coming from, it does make sense. Like the first arc, because it directly like bookends each other.
Yeah.
Because the first arc is, I won't get into spoilers, but it's directly kind of relevant to the end. And then of course the second arc is the second arc. It's kind of obvious once you are watching the show.
Like in terms of like what the show is. I don't want to say ultimately about, but like the main theme or like the main story element of the show.
Yeah. But I really ended up enjoying this a lot more than I thought. And then both at the beginning, because again, I wasn't a huge fan of Wandering Sun, and then also in the middle where I was kind of like a little higher on some other shows that were continuously improving, and this was kind of stagnating. But this is my second favorite show of the season as of episode 12, 13, whatever the fuck it ended on.
Damn. It is also my second favorite show of the season, but you're not expected to top like a Witch Hat Atelier but
well, they were kind of flip-flopping for me back and forth.
Fair. They were for me at a point too, and then I feel like Awajima ended up winning out, as well as some other stuff that we'll get into in just a second. But
I mean, it's hard to put Atelier above Awajima when Atelier just ends with like
yes, as we were saying, yes, Atelier just fucking stops at one point, and then this is like a nice self-contained story.
Yeah, it's the same reason why I had a hard time putting Nippon Sangoku against fucking Journal with Witch.
Yeah. But I would say that if you're going to go into it, just kind of know that the story is it's structured like an anthology, and there is a reason to it. But go in knowing that it's not a linear narrative where we're just going to follow one character throughout.
I think it works diegetically too, like in the like as far as like, because the conceit of how it is being written as like a story, then kind of the way that we were consuming it kind of lends to that, where it's like, because you're getting stuff out of order, right? Like you don't necessarily get all your information in the exact order that you need it. Like sometimes you come across something and you're like, oh, and then like you'll come across it later when you go through another thing. So it works all the way around. And then like this is probably, I'm trying to think if this might be like the best storyboarded show this season, maybe. Like there are some really good shots. Up there. Like animation wise, it's not quite on the level of some other stuff.
It's not crazy. But no, there is like a very consistent like blocking to it that looks great.
Yeah, and it was a lot of it was I think by Mario. I want to say his name. I know he's Mario Oscar. I know he's a.
Are you trying to stop Mario Kata?
Mario Oscar.
Okay. That is the director.
Yeah. I think he storyboarded a lot of some of the later stuff, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, he's directed some okay stuff like Nana or Chihayafuru or
Card Couch
Shobin,
Soccer.
stuff that's like all right. Yeah, I think yeah, stuff that's just okay.
It's okay.
Okay. Yeah, no, really, really, really great show. Go check it out. Honestly, it's really good.
There's no reason to not check it out unless you were just really averse to theater stuff, I guess. Then
it is easily the most underrated show of the season, and there's not really any competition.
Where
am I?
I don't know. I feel like there could be some competition for that. It's definitely like, again, we have ranked second.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but it's also is very highly regarded amongst certain circles.
People who have actually fucking watched.
Yeah. Whereas I feel like there's some stuff this season that is not really highly regarded by anybody. That is actually pretty good. It's not better.
Sure. Well, okay. Would you like to say what for the sake of this transition?
Take your pick. There's like 3. We go with Kirio Fanclub.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, Kirio Fanclub. Yeah, not a lot of people are on board with Kirio Fanclub, and I don't know why. This is some Shakespearean level dramatic irony in this show. Okay,
it was fucking like I did not expect to like this as much as we ended up liking it. In fact, I had it like I had it like around 15 to 20 mark for a lot of the season, or starting out anyway.
So the first episode is interesting because it's like, okay, this is just kind of like a funny like, you know, comedy, kind of reminded me of that food court anime from maybe a year ago at this point.
Yeah, maybe the food court, the kind of comedy and like the delivery of it.
Yeah. And it's just like these 2 girls that are kind of comedically going back and forth. But then the end of that episode, it's like, oh, and they kind of recontextualized the entire episode. And then it keeps doing that, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, I remember we made a post. I made a post about it, and it was Colleen like responded like, "Oh, they just revealed that she was, you know, into her the whole like already in like the first episode." And I guess like the manga kind of keeps it a little bit closer to its chest. But I don't I feel like that was
the
a
anime
good
definitely
move.
benefited.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because like I don't know if we would have necessarily kept going with it. Not that it was like bad, but like it was just kind of like a decent comedy. This was kind of like a insane season where like we ended up watching 24 things, and I was like, if it's just fine, I kind of want to try and not watch it because like I'll probably like it okay, but like I'm probably gonna like a lot of what we watch. But that thing at the end where it kind of does the perspective play where it's like, oh, actually, she's been doing double speak because she actually has a crush on her, and you're like, oh, okay, I guess I can check out another episode or 2, kind of see where this is going.
Yeah, you go back and you rewatch certain stuff from that episode with that in mind. You're like, oh, this is kind of giving some like. There's some interesting aspects here to go off of. Yeah, we can continue watching this. This seems pretty interesting.
It probably would have been more. Like I get like why they did it that way in the manga because it probably is more rewarding to be able to do that in retrospect after it's finished. Where you're like,
yeah, I don't think the manga is super long.
No, I don't remember how many. I think it was like 2 volumes or something.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah,
but I understand like with anime. It is very, I say anime, just anything in general these days has to sell you
6 volumes
very quickly. Like YouTube's like, we got to sell you in the first 30 seconds of your video. First 5 seconds of your video.
Here it's like, man, if you drop if there's someone who's like, I fucking hate, like granted, I guess if you don't like the comedy, you just dropped it midway through. I don't think that this would necessarily justify it to you if you just don't enjoy the comedy at all.
Yeah.
But it is something like if you just kind of stopped partway through anyway, then you're not going to it's something where you really got to watch the first episode in full. We cannot be doing this. Could you imagine if we were just like, we're only just going to watch the first 5 minutes of everything that airs? Like, what the fuck?
That would be gross. What the fuck? Do people do that?
Gross. Granted, you did not finish that. What was that show? That fucking Haibara's New Game Plus?
Yeah, but that's like No.
We watched all of it and you were just watching it afterwards and it was already clear, like, no, we're not interested in continuing this.
I mean, I would have watched it all anyway if, like, it doesn't matter if y'all said you were interested, but, like, I think I was, like, 6-7 minutes in and I was like, I can't. Like, this fucking sucks. What the fuck?
Yeah. We have a higher tolerance than most, mind you.
Yeah. People keep trying to be like, you're very lenient. And I keep being like, the fuck? I've rated like 25 things this season, a 5 or below. Like, I don't know. It doesn't sound very lenient or soft.
Something we did not necessarily finish, but if we did, that would most likely be our score based on like what we got from the first episode.
I don't mark drops or score them generally, but
although people like that second cutest girl in my class show, like that ended up being, I guess, good. I don't know. I guess like the second half it really picks up or something. So
yeah, I think she turns into a robot or something, and they fight aliens and shit. Yeah.
What the fuck? This sounds like I'm upset that we dropped it after the first episode. Fuck.
Yeah, I think
sounds
awesome. Found a clone of his mom or something, and
what the fuck?
And like some gay guy comes from the moon, and
this is literally the greatest anime ever.
Yeah, I think they changed the name too. His name's Evangelion.
But to go back to Kirio Fanclub,
Kirio Fanclub it balances cringe humor with like dramatic irony and like genuine kind of authentic sort of drama surprisingly well.
Yes.
Because like you'll have moments where like
the comedy almost like disarms you where you're not expecting it and then it just hits you with and you're like, what the fuck?
There's like a really great synthesis with it. Because like there are moments where they're hitting you and inundating you with this like very emotional sort of storytelling and backstories and context, where you're like, it's not like Anohana or something. It's not like you're like oh my god, but
it's not. It's just not cry porn.
No, but it is like, oh, I didn't expect that. Damn, fuck that.
Yeah,
that kind of fucking sucks. And like it comes out of that and immediately like makes some kind of like really like disarming joke that's like, what, you can't just make that kind of joke right after you drop this kind of bomb up. What the fuck?
It might sound, what we're describing might sound totally inconsistent, but it's able to weave between like the comedy and drama aspects incredibly well.
Yeah.
And I think the fact that the drama aspects give you more to read into with the comedy aspects is why it works so well. Like we said, dramatic irony is the key here, where we as the audience know stuff that the characters in the scene are not necessarily privy to. So it gives it. That's where part of the comedy then comes from as a result.
For anybody who is not familiar with this show and might be interested and just like doesn't have any kind of clue or context as to like what we're talking about, there's a good example I can point to. That's like episode 8, 9.
Are you talking about with like the police?
Yeah. So
yes,
these two characters get into a fight, and one of them goes to the park, and she's kind of like conflicted. She's going through this like kind of internal sort of, wrestling with herself. And she sits down that's next to this guy at the park. Well, it turns out that this guy at the park is waiting for like this drug deal thing to go down. And he's like part of the police force, and he's waiting for...
He's got a wire on him.
Yeah, he's got a wire, and he's waiting for someone to come sell him drugs or whatever at this like bench.
It's part of like a sting
and
off.
So they think that initially they think she is part of like trying to sell the drugs, and she's just like really upset and distressed. And they're like, why is she crying? And the guy that's sitting there is like, she doesn't want to do this either. She must be being forced. And so like what she's thinking in her head is like about like, oh, I don't know what I should do. I don't know if I should say this or if I should admit this to or whatever. And the guy is like, you don't have to do this. you can make the right choice.
Yeah.
And it perfectly lines up with whatever she's saying. And so she then starts like venting to the guy that's like the police officer trying to talk her down from like ruining her life, but she's just like upset that her and her friend are having a fight, and she's like looking for life advice. And then the guy that's supposed to be selling the drugs comes up and sits next to him, and it just keeps escalating.
It's great. It's a great sequence, and yeah, it pretty well encapsulates how it feels to watch the show. God, and they're able to take just a song about licking someone's tears, and at the start of the when they first introduce,
it's a terrible
that's
song.
Disgusting.
They say it's like,
yeah, like that's disgusting.
I actually don't know what the term they use in the Japanese, but they're like, oh, it's iconic. And it's like, that is certainly a way to describe the song that you just are listing his organs.
And when it comes back at the end, you're like, God damn, this really is the greatest song ever written.
It is great how they like do all these stupid one-off gags, and you're just like, you forget about it, and then they reincorporate them later. You're like, oh, that was actually important, I guess. Sure, yeah. Why not?
Yeah, and then like, so it's not just that like the one girl likes the other girl, but there's also stuff with the main love interest. Like he has like his own personal stuff going on for why he is the way he is. Aimi, the dark-haired girl, is kind of an asshole. he's kind of a horrible friend,
yeah.
But then but then like later on that kind of gets like contextualized and why she is the way she is and like her mindset, and it's like, oh, okay, damn, this is actually really good.
Yeah, there is a part where you're just like, why can't these people just like say what they feel? Like, what is there not one person that can just like start this domino of like being honest? Because like literally everybody is like, they're all torturing themselves. The cast of like 6 people at this high school are all torturing themselves because they can't just be honest with themselves. So it's like if just one person started this domino effect, everything would come into place. And that is kind of how the resolution comes about.
That is kind of how it ends, yeah.
But it was very fun in a way that I could never have anticipated from just the first episode. I would have never thought it would actually have been this nuanced, well written. Not really sure how to put it.
Funny, yeah,
because it's a very unique show. Air quotes.
Yeah, it's a very unique show. That's our review. I'm gonna go take a piss real quick. Okay, I'm back. Well, I guess we can talk about the other underrated stuff of the season, but do we want to talk about Kamiina Botan in terms of stuff that like gets better as it goes on? I feel like Kamiina Botan is pretty standout in that regard.
It's not really underrated though. It's pretty well regarded.
Fuck it, we'll talk about that later then. What are the other underrated things in your opinion? I think I can guess the other two.
The other two, one being, which I am going to take full credit for this one. All right, Eren the Southpaw. All right, no one believed in Eren the Southpaw. Okay, did not guess that one. No, I will admit, I'm much like you with Gnosia. I'm willing to admit when I was wrong about watching a show and it being, it not really hooking me with basically the first 2 episodes. To be fair to Gnosia, whatever the fuck, I just didn't want to like it because I'm like, I don't like these kind of shows in general. So it wasn't really reflective of the content per se. The content, even from the beginning, was like fine. It was like
it's not you, it's me.
It's not you, it's me. And I was forced to have to be like, actually, that was fine. I liked it. It's good. Fuck you too. But
but Eren the Southpaw, which is not over yet. We do have one more episode we need to watch, the finale. But yeah, kind of ended up surprising me for this season because
Like the first 2 episodes, I was not really all that into. I thought it was hard to follow between the 2 principal characters, and also just the way he handled a lot of its subject matter just kind of silly to me, where like Eren, the titular character, is like dealing with some like internal stuff, and she feels like if she like stop doing art, and she's left-handed, if she just stopped doing art and make it all better, and she's like sticking her hand out in front of like a moving train that's coming. I'm like, I don't really buy into this pathos. And granted, throughout the rest of the show, Eren is not really my favorite part of the show. Like the stuff that like focuses on her is not really the stuff that I like. But from like, I think it's episode 3 or 4 onwards, where the actual main character of the show, what's his fucking name?
Kamiina Botan?
Koichi.
Oh.
Kamiina Botan. Koichi. When he starts working at this advertising agency, and it starts dealing with like the office aspects of this advertising agency and the different people that work there, that's when I started being like, okay, this is actually getting kind of good. I'm actually engaged with what is happening on screen now. Now that we're past like the fucking weird teenage angst stuff, when he's like, oh, he learns to draw with like his left hand and it's good and stuff. And it's like, that's silly. But once it gets into the advertising stuff, I'm like, okay, I'm enjoying the show now.
Yeah, I mean,
I think it was I think it was, and the show did not necessarily go in this direction explicitly, but there was a point where I realized like, oh, okay, I understand it now. It's going to be contrasting Koichi as like an advertising graphic artist, making like all these like advertisements that get like posted up around Tokyo, and Eren as this graffiti artist, and it's going to be contrasting them as like graffiti and advertising being these public works of art that are simultaneously kind of like the artists themselves are unseen or unknown. Mm-hmm. Because of the nature of the art, and it does contrast them, but it's not necessarily
the main way that you thought
of the show.
Yeah.
But it's still very, very good.
I was on board because of the way it was kind of like commentating on art. Mm-hmm. I could kind of immediately tell like this person knows what they're talking about in that regard. Like there's definitely
especially like the ad agency stuff feels very.
Well, that was they did just work in an ad agency for like 10 years.
Yeah, a lot of that feels very like okay, this is coming from like a very like personal understanding of how these organizations function.
Yeah, but even from episode 1 or 2, like the way it was kind of approaching art, I was like, I can see that there's like a authenticity to it, and there's definitely something there. It's just not the best executed. Like it's definitely rough. But I was willing to give it a shot because I was like, I can tell that there's something here that's worth giving a shot. It's just it has to figure itself out. And it never really became good necessarily, like in like a great sort of sense. Like there's never a part where I'm like, oh, this is finally like transcended and became my anime of the season by any means. It has definitely improved. I definitely I mean, I've got it where I got it about I think 9th or 10th or something. Yeah, 9th.
It's it's my 9th top as 10. Well. Goddamn, where we are fucking locked in with our rankings right now, here. Yeah. God damn.
So it started off at like 25th. We only ended up watching 24 in total by the end of it. So
it barely made the cutoff. Like Mumi was like advocating for it. It's like, sure, we can continue watching it. I think.
Well, everyone like nobody wanted to watch it, so I was like, I will just watch it on my own. Like I don't have a problem. And it was like, I think.
And like I'll give it 3 fucking episodes.
Yeah, there's one other person that was finally like, I wouldn't mind watching another episode. So I was like, okay, we'll keep on with it. Because it is like anybody liked it after like the first episode. I was like,
granted,
I'll watch it.
I think if I went back and watched those like that first episode, I also still wouldn't like it. But I do wonder because the way this manga was published is also kind of interesting, where it started off as like a web comic that the author was just drawing. And that webcomic ran from March 24th, 2016 to September 21st, 2017. So about a year and a half.
It's like 10 volumes too.
And well, the overall manga is. So what happened was they were like publishing just like, this web manga just on their own, doing the art and stuff. And then I guess it got picked up and it is on the Shonen Jump Plus platform or whatever. And they have like an actual like artist. You look at like the art of like the web comics, like, okay, I understand. But now like an artist is like handling the manga art, and then they are handling the writing aspect of it. And then that has been going since October of 2017. And I do wonder if it's like that initial part of the story that I just didn't really care for all that much, if that was just like the initial webcomic stuff. Because it is kind of also like those first 2 episodes are also a bit of a self-contained story in and of themselves.
I mean, it says the webcomic is 10 volumes.
It does. I don't know what that means, though. It says 16 volumes on AniList. So
is that chapters? Is that like,
I have
what does that
no
mean?
idea. The instructions are unclear. I don't know how long the webcomic is, or like what is covered in it. Maybe I should have fucking looked that up beforehand.
I am seeing the alternative title here where it's like Eren the Left-Handed. That is my preferred title now. Yes, I love Eren the Left-Handed.
The title was confusing because it's Eren the Southpaw. We're like, oh, it's gonna have something to do with like boxing or baseball or something, you know.
Yeah, this is a really strange spin-off of Attack on Titan, honestly.
Yeah, it's the sequel, I guess.
I mean, he does do MMA shit, I guess. I guess he could start boxing. Be a southpaw.
That is kind of the other thing I've been thinking about, because we haven't seen the last episode yet. The first episode starts like the main character being like beat up by like Yakuza or something. So I'm like, how is this going to like tie together? How is like where we're at in the story right now going to tie back into that initial scene? I have no idea. And it might not.
It might not. Yeah, if it is 10 volumes, we might only get like a small portion of the story.
Well, yeah, and like the manga right now is like it's still coming out. It's still going. The actual manga
like 9
is
years
24
old.
volumes in length. Yeah, it has been going for quite a while. Yeah, definitely less of a surprise for you, I guess. Certainly a surprise for me. I like I said, I like all the stuff that's going on with like Koichi at the ad agency. I don't necessarily give a shit about like Eren. Her like character dilemma and stuff is just kind of whatever to me, but all the other characters I like all the characters from like when they're in college or when Koichi is at work. I think they're all interesting. There's that one like when they first introduce the guy with the beanie, Kamiya, and like, oh, is he just gonna be kind of an asshole? And like, no, he's actually a really cool guy.
Yeah,
and then they introduce
they were really good at like doing these dynamics, because like he had like that kind of mentor relationship with Kamiya, and even kind of like a supportive sort of rivalry partnership kind of thing with the other member of their group. I like how they kind of explore art through different lenses between like the different characters. So like you have Kamiya, who's kind of the ideal in his Koichi's sort of like ad space industry.
Yeah,
like he's very talented, very competent, and is able to go off on his own and do stuff. Koichi's kind of trying to emulate that example and is not able to. He's then also surrounded by like what's her name? You have Eren on one hand, who's just like pure artist, and Akari, who is also kind of pure artist, and like they're kind of disciplined in their own different ways, and kind of contrast like that sort of potential and talent that Koichi kind of lacks in a way.
Koichi is an interesting character because on one hand, he very much wants to be like a famous, like well-known and respected artist. But then he's surrounded by all of these people that are more talented than him. And the way he kind of copes with that is interesting. because in the first, I think it's the first episode, maybe the second episode, where Koichi is in high school. And Eren is his classmate. They're in like this art class together or whatever. Maybe it was like a cram school. I don't fucking remember. But he's like struggling to draw this thing, and then he starts doing stuff with like his left hand, and that helps him figure it out. That kind of plants an interesting seed where initially, like, I kind of just rolled my eyes at it, and I'm like, okay, that's just kind of silly. But then the way that they end up developing his character over the course of the story is like he will just kind of absorb aspects of these other talented people in his life and kind of start becoming them and emulating them in weird ways. Like you see that with Eren initially, with like him doing stuff with his left hand, and then it comes up with Kamiya.
Yeah, when he first gets his job, he starts wearing a beanie, kind of starts smoking and tries to emulate Kamiya.
Starts smoking and stuff. Because Kamiya is much more talented than him, so he's like thinking like, oh, he has like he starts emulating that because he thinks like that is what will make him talented and that is what will get him recognized. And then later on, then he starts working under that Yanagi guy who's the actual asshole in the show. He's an interesting character with like an interesting worldview, but he's also a fucking piece of shit.
A little bit.
But he's also very successful. So when Koichi is working under him, he then starts absorbing aspects of Yanagi as well, and kind of starts emulating him and his mannerisms and his kind of asshole demeanor. And then eventually Yanagi is just fucking tells him like it is. And he's just like, you just don't have talent. In a very like mean-spirited way, but it's also kind of like a wake-up call for Koichi because no one else is fucking telling him that.
See, I don't necessarily read it the same way you do, in the sense of because they've introduced the new character that we were talking about. That's kind of almost like a ping pong. Ifu.
Oh
Sakura
yeah.
They introduced him.
Yeah, the photographer guy.
And Yanagi is talking about him and how he did not have any advantages and then became really good at what he was doing despite that. And I think they are doing something similar with Koichi because they're showing that he does have like this ability to kind of identify aspects of these people that are around, like these great people around him, and try to emulate that. But there's like an understanding along with that emulation, right? That he's emulating out of a respect formed by, through admiration. And so it's like he understands these people to be able to emulate them. And that is, I think, what's going to end up being kind of like his sort of leg up on people, and like his tool to be able to be successful at what he's doing is that he's able to understand and appreciate what they are doing and be able to be a supportive tool in a way which elevates them past the point of like where he like kind of the sum of their parts in a way. Right. I think that is kind of ultimately where it's leading, with how it's kind of all been because that's kind of the whole thing with the most recent arc where they're kind of doing a
it's all tying together now.
Yeah, they're kind of he got brought on to do this advertising campaign for like this kind of more natural everyday kind of makeup stuff. And
yeah, which I will say, I don't fully understand the business aspect of this show. It'll breeze by certain points. I'm like, wait, what do you mean like sales rep? Wait, what the fuck is a copywriter? Wait, what? What the fuck is going on? Like, why are all these different companies involved?
I vaguely understand. Like, I understand it enough. Like,
yeah, I understand enough to like follow it, but it does feel like, and this may be because of the author's own personal experience, that he's just kind of maybe so familiar with it, he's just breezing by and does not feel the need. He's just like, oh, just intuitively obvious, of course.
I would say something about like the target audience, but it is being published in Shonen Jump Plus, so it is for like kids.
Yeah.
So that seems like a bit weird.
Yeah, well, no, Shonen Jump Plus is not necessarily shown in public. Like 2.5D is also in there, and that's like super fucking sexual, like way more than like what you would get in weekly Shonen Jump.
Still Shonen.
Fucking
No.
No, I just don't think I think Shonen Jump Plus just is not like considered to have a demographic. But anyway,
I don't know. But
shut the fuck up, Mickey.
But yeah, I really appreciate kind of how they've brought that into the fold with this arc, where he kind of is able to identify like the shortcomings of their kind of client in a way, where he's like recognizing the kind of person that she is, and is then able
to lock the fuck in and do something.
Yeah, he's like being able to showcase his talents now that he's kind of been put on like off of a leash kind of thing, right? Like he's not directly under other people and being forced to do this random shit and be a soldier or whatever. Like,
which it is interesting that to go back to Yanagi's character, at one point they try to like, they're like, yeah, there's no way Koichi can like handle this on his own. We got to give this like someone more experienced at the company. And they try to give it to Yanagi, the fucking asshole guy who already kind of like took something out from underneath Koichi earlier in the story. And there's a very interesting interaction to me. I think it's episode 12, the most recent episode at time of recording, where Yanagi is basically like, yeah, I'm not doing it because, you know, if there's too much of like a imbalance of talent, you know, it just won't work. You know, that's not, you know, the collaboration won't work. And at first you think like, because they got this like hotshot photographer to like fucking work on it. And at first you think it's like Yanagi being arrogant or whatever. Like he just thinks he's like so above this. But then it gives like this backstory with this photographer guy. And you're like, oh no, this was Yanagi kind of being realistic about his own creative limits. Cause he's like, him and this photographer guy, I guess, had like gone to school together in like high school. And then this photographer guy has managed to overcome this adversity to the point that he is now past Yanagi, and Yanagi is able to like recognize that and being like, I guess I could do it in like 5 years, maybe.
And maybe I think it's more like
he's a very interesting character.
Yeah, it feels like he's almost like avoidant of that guy. Like maybe it's less so like a respect. It's a respect thing to a degree. But maybe it's
he's
less
fucking
so
scared of him now that he's a giant fucking jacked man.
Yeah, he doesn't want to feel incompetent in a way. He doesn't want to like show up and then be kind of made a fool of.
He's definitely a character that is portrayed to have kind of inferiority kind of complex to him.
Yeah, a little bit. Like he definitely doesn't seem like the type of character that would pass on something just purely for like kind of benign reasons like that. Like it's definitely something to do, because he definitely would go out from underneath Koichi and just like take the job from him to just be an asshole. So the fact that he's not shows that there's some powerful force there that makes him adverse to doing it.
Exactly. Yeah. And then there's also Akari, the model character. I like her more as like a character in terms of like how she interacts with Koichi. I think that like her own personal inner working dynamic is interesting, where she's just like, yeah, you peek at, like, it's basically just the 27 Club, for those who know, where she's like a model and she's like, I'm going to peak at 2017. I know.
At 2017.
2017. Jesus Christ. 27. 27. I mean, maybe 2017 in the timeline of the fucking story. This takes place like all over the place. Like it's constantly jumping back and forth timeline wise. But she's interesting. She's like more so like a fun character to follow. And there's also probably the most minor character in the show, Sayuri, who is like Koichi's college girlfriend. And they have some stuff that I won't get into and spoil, but Koichi's a real piece of shit.
Yeah. I feel like with them, I think it was a matter of like they're both kind of support people, so their dynamic did really work because they're both supporters.
Yeah,
I think that was kind of what it was trying to highlight with that, because like Sayuri does end up going and supporting Eren in her endeavors in New York.
Yeah. She was trying to do that Koichi, and then Koichi does her dirty, is all I'll say.
Yeah, they both kind of do her dirty a little bit.
Oh, yeah, Eren also does her dirty. Yeah, like I said,
to a lesser degree, it's not as bad as what Koichi does.
No, but Eren is like routinely portrayed to be inconsiderate of others, and it's almost like something that she can't even control, like doesn't have agency over. She just has this kind of like a savantism kind of thing where she just gets so laser focused on this that like other people just do not matter to her, and she does not perceive the world around her or consider like other people or like the ramifications her actions might have. She does a little bit in the most recent episode with her and Sayuri, but that is like a consistent element of her character.
Yeah, I think she does. I think she has grown where she does feel like guilt and empathy and stuff like that, where she is kind of realizing like, oh, I can't. She has her own life. I can't just strap her down, kind of thing. Kind of approaches it her own way. It is kind of doing her dirty, but it's doing her dirty in a way that is kind of being sympathetic and trying to do the right by her ultimately. Yeah,
you could have just said, you could have let the note.
I'll have to know. Said something, you know.
Text her. You have a phone. Yeah, no, I am on board with this show now. I don't know if we'll get any more. If we do, I'd be down to watch it because I have quite enjoyed this.
It's been pretty good.
I might even I dare I say it, I may be inclined to check out the manga at some point if we do not get more of the anime.
I will say it's the same director as Ruby, so.
It is? Wait, what? There's not even.
Yeah.
Hold on. The fuck?
Same director as Ruby, and
that's true. They've worked on like a lot of like Shaft stuff. They've worked on like a lot of like Monogatari.
Love Song of a Certain Pilot. Pilot's Love Song from 2014.
Have you fucking seen it? I have not. Okay. Well,
one of the few.
The show is good. It's not necessarily crazy looking visually, but
oh hell no,
it's not so bad. It's like distracting.
More comatose looking visually, honestly. It is serviceable.
Yes, it is not distractingly bad. It could certainly look better, but it should speak to the quality of the writing that it is in our top 10 despite looking like abysmal dog shit. No, it looks fine.
It is pretty good.
Okay, and then what is the other underrated show of the season, Mumi?
I guess Replica?
Okay, I guess like none of these. I thought you were going to say like Ribdiculous and Lulutto Lilly, but yeah, no, Replica is also pretty good, surprisingly. It's not super surprisingly because I just went into it with no expectations, and it was pretty clear what the show was going to be like just based on the first episode. Like you hear the title, and it's like, can a replica even fall in love? And you're like, oh, it's gonna be some like, you know, just some, whatever high school romance thing. I think what did we say that this reminded us of Click at the start of the season? It's very clear. It's very clear that this is a show that is like dealing with like depression and dissociative identity disorder and stuff like that. Not necessarily like explicitly, because in universe, I guess seemingly anyone is just able to create a tulpa, just manifest a tulpa of themselves, basically. Yeah,
this is just 2012, 2013 run amok, where all those people that were talking about making tulpas were not lying to you. They actually just been making tulpas, and now they have formed human form, manifest, and are running amok and ruining society.
It is really funny, how at first you think it's like, oh, this is something only the main character can do, and then it's like, no, every character can do this, as it turns out. But it's interesting because I feel like this show has a very accurate depiction of depression with the main character, where it's not necessarily like super like dark and you're just constantly trying to kill yourself. It's like, I can't get myself out of the bed in the morning, and I'm just going to stay in my bed on my phone, just bed rot all day, and I don't have any motivation to do anything. I don't see a point.
I mean, she does have like a medical condition, I think, as well, that's causing her pain, because that was a whole point of contention between them, was she was sending her tulpa to go to school because she's like, oh, I don't feel like going because I have cramps. I don't know if it was like a real, like if it's a medical condition that is like like an emergency, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if it's like
Yeah.
a disease or something like that, or if it's like cramps or, you know.
She could have, unironically, and I'm not saying this is like a joke, could have just been on her period and it's like, I don't feel well. And
and it could be something like that. Like, we don't know to the extent of what is going on. Like, it could be she has like a legitimate serious medical condition and it's like really laborious for her to go, or it could be like a combination of, you know, general life's aches and pains kind of amplified by her being depressed and all that. Because it is a point that, because she summons her tulpa to go to school for her, and it turns out that she feels the same pain that she does, and she's been going to school despite that anyway. So it's like a specific plot point is why we're even talking about it.
But there's a very specific moment in the show, because when the main character summons, because the way it works is the main character can summon and unsummon this replica of herself at will, basically. But when she does that, the replica character is basically summoned as she is in that exact moment.
Yeah.
So it's usually just like, you know, she gets summoned in her pajamas because she hasn't even gotten dressed for school yet. And there's a very specific moment in the show that I thought was really, really like telling in a way, where she summons her replica and her replica is surprised that she's already in her school uniform. And the main girl, who's not really the main character, but I would just say main girl anyway, because it's easier to distinguish the two. She's like, yeah, no, I just decided to get dressed, you know, to help me get up out of bed in the morning. And I'm like, that's a very depression thing to do.
Yeah.
Is like just finding some menial task to motivate you to even get out of bed in the morning. And it's like, that's very, very pointed to me. And I really like that element of the show, is how it's able to navigate that. And then, of course, the replica characters, because there are multiple, are also dealing with this kind of inner existential struggle of like their own identity and being their own person. And like, can they even become like their own person? And like, how do they navigate that? Or can they even form a relationship with someone else? You know, would it be better if they just disappeared? It deals with a lot of these topics very, very well.
I will say I am just thinking of the Ranma 1/2 thing where, and to be fair, the show does kind of encroach on this where, like, I feel like one of the other characters is also thinking the same thing at one point, where you're just kind of like, what are the logistics of this here exactly? Like, if you have a boyfriend, if y'all are doing stuff,
looks like a girlfriend,
what, like, can you get pregnant as a replica?
Oh god, yeah. Like, how does that work?
And if you can, if I were to unsummon you, would you be summoned back pregnant, or is it just gone because you're copying my body state and I'm not pregnant? Like, what? How does this work? Like,
this is kind of absurd, but it is dealing with this concept of like their own bodily autonomy, because they are then dependent on the person that is summoning them.
Yeah, it didn't really like delve into like the romance between the characters in the show is very like a wholesome kind of romance.
Yes,
they're not really like alone,
but it does
in a room where they can even be doing anything.
No, but it does like deal with this topic of like their own sense of like bodily autonomy, essentially, and like could one day they just disappear forever.
Well, the main girl, when her
completely
tulpa,
out of their control.
Yeah, her tulpa like is like, oh, I'm dating this guy. She's like, just has this look of like, hold on a minute, what? I gotta try to navigate this here. I don't know what's happening. She's like, how far have you gone? She's like, what do you mean? I think like a couple of stops over. She's just like, that's not what I mean. Never mind.
Never mind.
That answers my question.
But a pleasant surprise the show has been. It's got an interesting style to it. I feel like there is some sort of logic to, because the way the show is, it's not like crazy looking, but the show is just like white vignetting constantly. Mm-hmm. And I feel like there's some sort of like logic to it. I just have not really thought about it or like tried to piece it together, but it's an interesting stylistic choice. I think early on I was thinking like, man, what if Soto Ueno directed this? This feels like something he would direct, doesn't it?
Coming after like Days with My Stepsister a little bit, yeah.
It has that kind of like, that kind of like very introspective vibe to it.
I will say this is like maybe the most existentially terrifying show this season, at least, if not a while.
This season, no, yeah, sure,
because it is like it does deal with the fact because like the whole there's a whole twist where they find out that the replica can die,
and
it can be summoned back, and it will just like nothing happened, like so. The replica cannot be like permanently killed physically. Like someone can't come and like stab them and then they're just dead.
They do experience death.
They do experience the death. Yes,
which is like that's fucking horrifying.
So like they come back to life and they're just like, oh, I remember being turned into mincemeat.
Yeah, it's like, oh Jesus Christ,
fuck. But then that causes more existential dread when they come back because they're like, the fuck am I? Like, you mean I could just die and be brought back with no consequences? And then it explores the other side of that later where so there's someone else that will not be named that has a tulpa, and then that tulpa lives on without them, and then that person dies and the tulpa just dies with them. Like, you don't even... it doesn't go both ways.
Yeah, which again gets into like, gets into like the characters do deal with like this sort of existential contradiction of their existence, essentially, in a very interesting way. It's like, what if the golem of Prague could speak? You know, what would it say?
It's it is very interesting because
my existence is a perversion of nature.
It is very interesting because it's like, what does that mean? Like, you could live an entire life and be your own person, but are you then not actually your own? Like, what ramifications are there? Like,
I think, because this show is also not ended yet, I think the way it's going to end, is there's like a society. Nick Fury is going to show up and recruit them into the Replica Society.
That is not how it would be interesting if they made this into like some kind of extended universe where there's like an anthology series, and then like there's like a story of one of the Tulpa people who then like tried to escape and then live their own life, and the story ends with like his original finding him and tracking him down and finding them and then being like goodbye or like whatever they had to say to like release the Tulpa. He's like, no, my family. He's just like, goodbye. He just disappears.
I think it's going to end with the replicas will return in Avengers Doomsday. Okay, I think that's how it's going to end. Why are you taking us to
the Avengers? Where are the Avengers come into this? Is it because you fucking saw the Avengers panel in fucking Attack on Titan earlier?
No, because that's just like a fucking movie franchise that's well known for these like fucking end stingers.
You just got the fucking Avengers brain.
This is a light novel adaptation. Did this get started on a Shosetsu? No, okay, it just started as a light novel. It's a good show. I have quite enjoyed it.
Just outside of my top 10.
It's within my top 10. I'd put it in my top 10.
Just aside from me, but I probably have, I would guess, Lulutto Lilly higher.
Yeah. I have this above. We'll talk about Lulutto Lilly. I have this above Lulutto Lilly.
Yeah, that would be.
I guess that's understandable. Yes, I guess it would be understandable given your fucking proclivities, is how we'll put it.
What does that mean?
Pervert.
What do you mean by that?
We make it sound like this is like super heady existential Mamoru Oshii stuff. It's very much like, it doesn't get like super.
It's more moody.
I rewatched Innocence like that. It's not like that for sure.
No, it's not. It's not esoteric. No, it's more like moody teenagers. Not like melodrama. Yeah. It's not like Anohana again. It's not like cry porn. It's more like Days with My Stepsister. If you saw that.
Yeah. It is something that you can't appreciate how it handles these issues without necessarily being like super up its own ass about it, for lack of a better way for me to put it.
Yeah.
At the moment. But yeah, good show. Want to talk about Lulutto Lilly then?
Can talk about a little Lulutto Lilly. It's a fucking tongue twister. Lulutto.
Oh my god.
A little of Lulutto Lily.
We gotta start blasting through this stuff. Oh my god, we're already 2 hours. Fuck.
Oh, YouTube will love this.
Oh god.
Yeah, Lulutto Lily was pretty good. I didn't get into discussions about this because a lot of people after episode 1 were like, oh, this is not as good as Creamy Mommy or whatever. And I'm like, it is correct that Creamy Mommy did have a better production on the first episode. However, I think people tend to forget and collapse like the production of Creamy Mommy overall and like just older kind of magical girls in general, because they do not, Creamy Mommy specifically does not look great at least 75% of the time. Like, it doesn't look bad, terrible, but it's not great. I would say this looks better on the whole. It's more consistent. It just doesn't necessarily have the peaks that Creamy Mommy does. Like, there are some good episodes of Creamy Mommy that have like some pretty interesting Sakuga cuts. This doesn't really have that. I mean, the closest are going to be like the concert performances, which are in CG. They do some interesting things with that. And then there's a couple of shots, like there's a shot with the sisters kind of running in the street, holding hands. That's a nice shot. That same episode, the episode in general just has some pretty decently like moody kind of shots. Because it starts, that's where it kind of starts dealing with the thing that I like in Magical Girls. That sort of like conflict of identity and kind of reconciling like who they are as a person and versus who they are perceived to be as this second person. That you,
how fitting that we just talked about Replica. Yeah.
it rhymes. Creamy Mommy dealt with that a lot because it was kind of more specifically about you kind of being in love with this older boy and how he kind of dismissed her because she was younger than him, and he kind of just saw her as like a annoying kid, and then would be like kind of fascinated and like have this fanaticism for her alter ego or whatever. And she's like, well, that's the same person. It's me. You like me. I just look different. Like, it's the same person. Like, and so it's like her kind of reconciling that. This is sort of doing something similar, but instead of doing it with like a love interest, it's doing it with like her sister, her sibling. I didn't talk about this with the first episode or anything. I noticed though later on, because I think it was like episode 8 or 9, I was kind of thinking about it. They kind of are doing an interesting thing with the character designs where they swap hair colors. And
yes,
I noticed that, but I didn't really like sit there and think about it because it makes sense because they are the order in which they transform makes sense, I should say, because they are kind of like perceiving each other as like,
yes,
kind of completing themselves in a way. The younger sister kind of sees her older sister as like someone to aspire to. And so when she transforms into her adult version, she takes on her hair color with like the tips of her own personal hair color. So it's like she's incorporating the aspects of her sister. And then her older sister does kind of the same thing where she kind of sees these aspects of her younger sister that she wishes she could still have. And when she becomes her true self, her kind of perfect self in a way, she incorporates those elements into her kind of with, again, visually with her hair. So you have some nice, like kind of interesting things going on with that. It wasn't until like episode 8 or so, like kind of later on, it kind of has elements of it, of kind of the exploration, but it's not like super focused on for the most part until episode 8, kind of later, that kind of range. But that is kind of what I really love about the Magical Girl shows, is when they kind of are doing that kind of identity exploration. So I appreciate that it had the kind of ball knowledge to do that, I guess.
The ball knowledge.
Sure. I mean, it is a pure Magical Girl show, so surely it would.
Surely it must. Yeah.
But it does very much feel like that kind of lineage. in the right ways. Not just like some kind of weird aesthetic thing where it's just like, oh, look, we're bringing it back. And then it just doesn't have any substance behind it. I wish it had more fun with the show. Like, people have complained about it visually, and I don't necessarily disagree. I think it is like serviceable. I do think it's better on average than like a Kirimami, but again, it doesn't have any sauce to it most of the time. So it's like, yeah, it's more competent, but it is also less interesting, I guess. But it is, I wish they, because like Kirimami had some crazy episodes. Like there's an episode where she like fights a demon under a rainbow, that's like trying to kill a fucking guy in his bed, and they're like in his bedroom fighting under a rainbow. There's a there's like a whole episode where she like goes into some like weird dreamland and like unzips a mammoth and turns into a fucking skeleton and shit. Like there's some wild shit that happens in Kirimami where it just has fun with the magic and kind of goes ham at points.
I think that might be down to like just a difference in length, because Kirimami is like 50 episodes.
But I mean, they flirt with it though, is the problem. Like
they do. They
have
do
like
have like episodes that do get wacky.
Yeah, they have like the game show with the lava or whatever, but it's like that's okay, sure. And then they do like the best part I think was the MC Escher stairs, where they're like, just like trying to like get to each other, but they made these stairs for some reason.
Yeah.
Like that was kind of fun. And then they do one where like she tries to erase homework or tests. That's what it was.
Oh yeah.
And her sister's like, no, we need tests. And like neither of them know that the other one's doing shit. So they like her sister brings tests back while she's like at the candy store, and she has to do a test at the candy store. Like there's just like silly stuff like that, but it doesn't really like go ham with it. It's not really having like a lot of fun with it visually. It's just kind of
it does not have the fucking crack cocaine, right? Kazunori Ito wrote Creamy Mommy. What the fuck?
Yeah,
I did not know that.
Yeah,
this is the first time hearing of it.
This is the first I'm hearing of this.
You're telling me just now for the first time. I've quite liked Lulutto. As someone who's not seen Creamy Mommy or what's the other one, Minky Momo?
Yeah, well, Minky Momo's in a pro.
What was it? Fancy Lala.
Yeah, Fancy Lala was the 10th anniversary project.
Okay. As someone who's seen none of these shows, what this reminded me the most of was My Fairly Odd Parents.
Sorry, I was reacting visually, but we're on an audio-only podcast. And unfortunately, I don't have the self-awareness to be able to describe the look of confusion I had on my face.
Because it reminds me of like with the homework stuff or like the test stuff. It's like, oh, Timmy makes a wish to get out of some situation because he's a dumb kid, but that ends up having negative ramifications that he must then deal with.
So you know how Tucker Carlson would look like concerned and confused?
God fucking damn it. No, it makes sense. Don't you fucking Tucker Carlson. This makes sense, god damn it. I ain't on some shit, all right?
Everyone knows Lulutto Lilly is just rip off of the Fairly Odd Parents.
Yes, exactly. But yeah, no, that's like my favorite part of the show is seeing how like what would a kid do with magic? And it's something stupid that causes problems that they then must deal with. And I know that I still need to watch Doremi. Don't fucking say it. Yeah, I do share a complaint in terms of like I do wish the show had some more sauce, had some more gusto to it. But I still quite enjoy it on an episode to episode basis. I do like the wacky hijinks, even if they don't sound as fucking bizarre as whatever the fuck you were telling me happens in Creamy Mommy.
Does not happen all the time in Creamy Mommy. Creamy Mommy does have a good balance.
Okay.
This just does not feel like it's having fun. This is very solid maybe even more so in regards to like theming, and that kind of like metatextual thematic elements of it, but does not have the gusto.
We do need to see what the fuck is going on with like the aliens and stuff. Which this is like a split core thing, so the show is not done yet.
Does end on a cliffhanger, on a blue balling cliffhanger.
Okay. I've not finished it yet, but we shall see, because it comes back in the fall season. I think we're gonna watch it.
It ends like The Sopranos, actually.
Oh, it just cuts to black. Okay.
Yeah, she's doing an internal monologue. She's like, wait a minute. And then like it just cuts to black, and then you hear "Don't stop."
Don't stop. But yeah, Lulutto Lilly, a lot of fun.
Pretty fun.
Speaking of a lot of fun, I also finished Klutzy Class Monitor. I don't have a ton to say about it. I feel like it's pretty consistent all the way through.
It was okay.
Where this feels like, what if we made Kill la Kill just a normal high school anime? Like it. I mean, it's very obviously
so
like, at least
Carlson
How is that an insane comparison? Yeah, like the anime at least feels very Trigger inspired. You only need to fucking look at the opening where they are overtly referencing stuff like Panty and Stocking, and also things like Precure too. I don't know why I'm starting to talk like Jeff Thu. But that's my main takeaway from the show, and I do quite like it because of that, where it takes these very extreme personalities. Some of these characters just feel like they're cut from the cloth of Gamagori from Kill la Kill.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, what if we just made it like a fun like high school romance show?
I wonder,
and it's pretty damn good.
I wonder how much of that is like, if there's actual influence from Kill la Kill and Trigger, or how much of that could just be database elementing of delinquent characters.
I think that, especially with the overt references in the OP, at least for the anime, I'm willing to say that it's an influence. I haven't read the manga. I don't know what the manga is like. But that is how it comes across to me. Like, it's definitely not, doesn't feel like incidental is what I'll say. But I do really like the look of the show. Parts of it kind of feel like they do something that My Hero Academia does with like the dot matrix stuff for like the backgrounds. I would say this is overall better looking than My Hero Academia. A lot of like, yeah, just it's also very well animated. But yeah, there's not necessarily a ton to talk about. It's very much what you see is what you get.
Yeah, I'm not in love with the show, even though they're in love with each other.
Oh,
yeah.
You were really hyped for it at the start.
And I got a strong first episode. Yeah. I don't know. It just kind of, somewhere along the way.
Comedy didn't really hit that much for you.
Yeah, I guess.
I like the different cast members and stuff, and they all feel like very distinct, and they all have their own stuff going on that makes them not necessarily deep, but they have enough to make them unique that they work for the individual comedy bits that they have.
I guess maybe it's a matter of like the progression and the comedy. I think when I'm thinking of it, like I don't know, the way it's established as its status quo is kind of like to me.
I mean, it is doing, the main characters are like, well, not the main characters, but like the guys are kind of dense. They do some interesting stuff with that, especially with like the main character where
we're on the midway point.
Yeah. Where the main character at one point just unceremoniously confesses. There's no like pomp or circumstance to it, and you're like, oh, that's fucking stupid.
I did appreciate it, yeah.
But then there's like the vice president guy, who is the has this rivalry romance kind of thing with the president, but the president overtly likes him and is trying to like flirt with him. At one point they're at like the beach, and he just doesn't recognize her, which is a funny bit. I understand why character wise, but it's also like, someone tell him.
Someone should tell him. Someone should do something. Why is no one stepping in? All right. All right. Bystanders are the ones who, like, much like bullying, are the ones who allow this kind of stuff to like perpetuate. All right.
You are facilitating this behavior.
Yes. You are all complicit in this by not doing anything, as a matter of fact. Yeah, not necessarily a ton to talk about. I did have a great deal of fun with it, though.
It was pretty fine. It had good visual style.
Yeah,
good lightning around some bitches. Because I don't think we're gonna have much to say about Tadaima Ojamasu.
That was fine. Best girl of the season by far. She deserves a lot better than the two guys in the show.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a review of that, ladies and gentlemen.
Ishijoma Mankitsu Garashi.
It was funny. I like the porn that the author makes more.
What?
Yeah, no, the author's a hentai artist.
The porn that the author makes what?
Yeah. The author is a hentai artist.
Yeah.
Oh, you thought like the author themselves were like a porn star. No, I'm sorry. I understand how you could misinterpret that statement since it was ambiguous with the way I worded it.
You know how Tucker Carlson will...
Why this time? What have I ever fucking done to you to deserve this kind of treatment?
What about Ramparts of Ice? You have a lot to say about that one?
Yeah, actually. I quite like the show. That's my review. No.
I grew on it. Like I liked it. I didn't really like it much at all starting out. Like I think I had it at like 18th. Like I thought it was fine. Like it was solidly executed. It was not great. It grew on me though. Like I did really end up appreciating kind of how it was going about its characterization and their character arcs.
It does a very good job at kind of having all these characters form a pseudo kind of clique in a very organic way, where there's basically like 4 main cast members. Mm-hmm. And I did not realize that they were like the main group of the show until like partway through. And I was like, oh, they've kind of just like naturally like come together as a group. And it wasn't even something I was like actively thinking about, because it does not feel like that is overtly the direction of the show is going in. Yeah. I liked all that. And then I like how like they kind of handle like all of their inner struggles. And the show does something very interesting with like hair color. There's a weird theming with hair color in this show where all these characters are kind of dealing with stuff. Well, 3 of the main 4 characters are dealing with stuff that kind of happened in like their middle school lives. And now that they've gone on to high school, they are kind of trying to get away from that and kind of change how they are perceived or how they act or how like they handle their lives in high school. And that is kind of symbolized by like their change in hair colors, which kind of makes it a little bit hard to recognize during like the flashback sequences in the show where they look different. I'm like, oh, it's that character. Okay.
Sometimes, and mainly like with the secondary female lead.
Yeah.
Because like a lot of time, I feel like half the time when they show her in flashback, she like is like pissed off and angry because like something's happening.
Yes,
and so she looks.
She has a different personality. Yes.
Yeah, and so there's because like the main girl, she's very distinct, like visual, like her eyes.
Yeah.
So it's easy to point her out even when she has different hair. The other girl, you're used to her kind of being this like Genki tomboy acting girl, and then like it does the flashback and she's just angry, and you're like, oh, it's her. Okay.
Yeah. Well, because like in high school, she wants to put forward this kind of like princessly, popular girl kind of look, but that's not who she really is. And it's interesting how the show handles that aspect. I like how the show handles. I don't want to get into like a ton of specifics because it kind of spoils the show, because that's ultimately what the show is about. There's like a romance aspect to it, but a great deal of the show is also these characters like kind of dealing with their inner dilemmas and trauma and how they handle that. And I feel like if I were to just explain how that happens, it would defeat the point of watching the show. But I like Koyuki, who's like very conscious. Well, not even consciously, but she's like closed off herself from a lot of her peers now that she's moved on in high school because of stuff that happened in middle school that she has like a great deal of regret over. And the way that is all revealed is very like piecemeal. You're kind of just given bits and snippets here, and it kind of builds upon itself, and you get a clearer picture towards a little bit in the second half, about 3/4 of the way in the show. And you're kind of like, oh, okay, I understand now why she is the way she is. And then the main love interest of the show is Minato, who is an interesting character in terms of he's very cute because he's been in relationships before with other girls, but he's never really developed feelings for them. He's acted very like distant and kind of flippant towards them. So then it's cute to then see him have actual feelings for Koyuki, the main girl.
Well, it makes sense too. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
It's not just that it's like, oh, she's the main girl and it's like some escapist fantasy because like, oh, she's social outcast. He's popular. No. It kind of makes sense because the way it's contextualized is like relationships come very easy to him. Like he is able to form friendships and like girls are just generally interested in him because he is attractive. And so he's never really had to think about other people. Not that he's like a selfish necessarily, like where he just only thinks for himself and he's like victimizing people or something. It's just kind of like he doesn't really know how to accommodate others because he's just like, oh, everyone just kind of wants to date me. I don't really know. It's all like a very like one-way street for him, essentially. People are accommodating him, but he's not necessarily had to consider the feelings of other people all that much, and not in like a sociopath kind of way, which I thought was kind of how they were going to take his character initially. But that's how it came off.
But no, he's not. No, thankfully.
So that's why he develops an interest in the main character because she's like the titular Ramparts of Ice. She like closes people off and is very guarded, and he like tries to kind of like do the same thing with everyone else, like where he's trying to be friendly with her and make friends, and she's just immediately puts up these walls, and he's like, "Oh, I've like felt that resistance before. Like, did I do something wrong?" Like, it just like becomes self-reflective because he's like, "I don't understand. Like, why is this not working?" And it's kind of like an interesting kind of character arc with her and him, where they both kind of grow to understand each other, and then also by extension themselves, in a way that kind of brings them closer together. That's what kind of forms the friend clique in a lot of ways. Yeah. And it's a more interesting dynamic than it kind of sounds initially, because what it is like he's trying to be friends because he's friends with her friend already. Like her friend has a crush on him, and he's friends with her, and he's also friends with the guy that started hanging out with her, and they're close. Yeah, like,
Yota, the dark haired.
Yeah. Dude. So like, it's not like he's just being an asshole and is just like trying to be friends with her for no reason. Like he's like, oh, you're friends with two of my friends that I'm close friends with, so I want to try and be friends with you too. And she's immediately just kind of like, no, it's just be a 3-person thing. I don't want to be friends with you. It kind of is like immediately kind of judgmental of him, and he's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
So there's a nice bit of nuance to it. It's not necessarily the most complex thing in the world or anything, but it is intriguing enough, and it is kind of like done well enough where you're like, okay, I'm kind of vibing with this. I'm interested in what's going on.
And it's not necessarily like a strict romance melodrama either. There's like a lot of other stuff going on that towards the end. Oh, excuse me, Jesus Christ, turning into you. Towards the end,
oh my god,
we're like these most recent episodes, like the romance melodrama aspect is kind of taken a little bit more of a center focus, but I feel like it's kind of earned that with everything else that is like transpired up to that point where it's like, okay, now we can have a little bit of this as like a treat. That's fine.
Yeah. Pretty good show. It did not climb a lot, but it climbed a little. It went in a positive trajectory for me.
It's the same author as Polar Opposites. The anime does not look as good as Polar Opposites, but I feel like I might enjoy this overall more.
It was a fun bit when the Polar Opposite characters showed up in the background.
Oh, yeah. And they will all, of course, be returning in Avengers Doomsday.
I think it was someone in our group watch that saw, when they saw that, they were like, oh, it didn't really like register that was like a reference because I mean, Polar Opposites just ended like a couple weeks before. So I was like, oh, it's just polar opposites. Of course the characters are in here. And I was like, oh wait, this isn't polar opposite.
Yeah, this is a different show. Yeah, kind of crazy for them to get like two manga adaptations back to back. And then we're getting
happened with the Scum of the Brave and
in the same season.
Yeah,
but now it's back to back, Drake style or Kendrick style now, because Polar Opposite season 2 is airing this season.
Yeah, that's upcoming season. Yeah.
So yeah, I have quite enjoyed Ramparts of Ice.
I enjoyed it more than I thought I would.
In terms of other lightning round stuff, I liked Food Diary of Miss Maid. Okay, I didn't necessarily I don't think I enjoyed it quite as much as you. I did not get a ton out of like the snack food aspect of it.
Yeah, me understanding that was like a breakthrough moment for the show for me, where it was like understanding that this is just an appreciation for junk food essentially and snacks.
Yeah,
and it's like, oh, okay, I understand.
Which is an interesting kind of thing in terms for like because like it feels like food anime have a very like culinary slant to them.
Oh yeah, where the gourmet stuff.
Where gourmet kind of stuff in terms of like the act of like preparing the food and all of this stuff. And here it's like, yeah, fucking microwave ramen, bitch. Let's fucking go. They
do have like kind of like more prepare intensive kind of.
But
snacks.
What's interesting is that it is like junk food, but they're handling the preparation of it as if it were like gourmet stuff.
Sorta, like it kind of is giving you the respect. It's not necessarily treating it in the same way as like gourmet is, but it is giving it the respect to be like, this is how it's made, and this is how you can make it well, and this is how you can fuck up or whatever. But yeah, when I realized
also the main character is a maid.
Well, yeah, it's a good juxtaposition because like maids are all about high society, and you associate them with fine dining, and she's just eating junk food from the convenience store and making just kind of easy snacks. Basically, she's like making the equivalent of like Ritz pizzas. Because like
it gets a fucking Lunchables.
No, I was thinking of like when I was a kid. We would get like mozzarella and put it on like a Ritz cracker, and then put like a piece of pepperoni on it and go put it in the microwave and like have like
oh my goodness
10 of those or something, and just make like a pizza cracker. Wouldn't even have sauce. It was just cheese and a pepperoni.
Jesus, that's poverty behavior.
No, macaroni and tomatoes is poverty behavior.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
I said I was at dinner at a friend's house, and I never really like thought about it that much. I was like, oh, it's just something that we ate. And I went to dinner at a friend's house one time, and they were talking about his stepdad. Mind you, he was like a commercial pilot, so he had like a lot of money at this point. They live on an airfield, owned like multiple planes. And they were all living high on the hog because of this guy, and they were like making fun of him because they were like he used to eat they used to just eat fucking like elbow noodles and tomatoes. I was like, oh yeah, macaroni and tomatoes, I eat that. And they got like kind of weird about it, and I was like, I didn't think this was like some weird thing. You fucking bougie ass. Like, what the fuck?
You're like, and listen, it's classist for you to judge me.
It's just a fine thing to eat. I don't know. What the fuck?
I've literally never even heard of this meal before. You'll have to like show me like some videos of it afterwards.
It's just literally you just boil noodles and then put like a can of diced tomatoes in there and just eat it.
I'll have to try it sometime.
It's fine. Yeah, it's just something to eat. Speaking of just something to eat, Kujima.
Are we eating Kujima? What do you mean?
Kujima was all about eating. He was like, I was here to eat. Do you think he would voice?
It's not necessarily all about eating, but eating is a part of it. What I will say about Kujima is that this is my favorite vocal performance of the season. This is the fucking voice actress who played Ponyo like 15 years ago. She was like a little girl at the time. I think she's gone on to be like a live action TV actress.
This is like her like second or third role in an anime, and she's doing this fucking
Gremlin
goblin voice. Yeah, with a weird Russian accent thing. I don't know what the fuck is going on with this, but goddamn, is it not funny?
It's a nice performance.
It is.
I feel like this. I feel like people. It's hard for me to judge when they're doing like the silly voice, because I feel like people.
How good of like a.
Mm-hmm. I was gonna say, I feel like people kind of like
a voice
overrate
actors
it.
they are.
Yeah, because it's like it's a silly voice, so it's like you might like find it entertaining. I don't know how to necessarily delineate how much of an impressive feat it is to do a silly voice and then also do a Russian accent. Like if you do a Russian accent, I feel like you just do a silly voice and then it works. I don't know. But it's
the real question though is go.
I was gonna say it's kind of like at the Oscars where you're like, oh, Leonardo DiCaprio is screaming. Is that a impressive performance in The Revenant? I don't know. He
ate like a dead fish or something. Is that?
It's not really acting.
Impressive?
That's just eating a fish. I don't.
That's just eating a fish.
Yeah.
The real question though is this an Iyashikei? It kind of rides that line where it's like, this is very relaxing. I love the ED of this, by the way.
I feel like it's not healing
very relaxing,
enough, but I feel like it can be classified as the Oscar.
It has like the healing aspect, but then it's also weird comedy. It's like a weird. It's kind of like in between.
Comedy's never really disqualified anything from being like I feel like.
Well, no, but I'm thinking of like. But I'm thinking of something like With You in the Rain is also kind of like an absurdist show, but the way the comedy is handled in that is still a lot more like laid back and chill, whereas there's just some wacky stuff that happens in this show.
Yeah.
But it's also very sweet and wholesome. I feel like you could very easily make like an early 2000s like trailer for this show with that fucking voiceover for anyone who watched like our old anime reviews where we would fucking do that. This is like the perfect show for that.
Make some kind of like Sesame Street pun or something. Big Bird.
He brings the whole family together, you know?
Bring the family together.
Yeah. And then it's like the trailer ends and then you just get cut and it's just Kujima
migrate over to
bamboo stick. Kujima,
find your flock.
And you can warble. Find your fucking. No, the show is really really quite wonderful though.
Kind of fell short of my expectations a little bit just because I was hoping a little bit more just from the trailer, because the trailer was so like absurd, and it was like the premise of it just being a still slice of life. I'm like, okay, this has to be peak when you have a fucking giant bird man in a slice of life Ashike kind of show. But a little bit short. I was specifically most disappointed with the finale. I feel like the finale was a little bit drawn out.
It was very drawn out. That's fair. Yeah.
And it wasn't like executed very well for being drawn out either. Like they play the OP twice in 8 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm like, why?
And it ends exactly how you would expect it to end.
Yeah.
It's fine. But everything prior to that point I quite like, especially the stuff with the older brother and his relationship with Kujima. I think is like probably the strongest aspect of the show. That, and also just seeing how normal people react to Kujima, where they are just constantly, well, that's clearly someone in a suit, right? It's like, I thought it was someone in a suit, but I didn't see like a zipper in the back or anything. You didn't see a zipper in the back? What the fuck was that? What do you mean? Like, I don't know what that was. What the fuck that was. I also kind of like the aspects that just web. Yeah, it's a fucking SCP that escaped. And I also like the aspects in terms of like how they kind of deal with or are worrying about like Kujima leaving, or like you know, dealing with the fear of change to the status quo, even though there's a fucking weird bird man hanging out with them, which feels like a big change to the status quo, but everyone just kind of adjusted to it and accepted it very easily.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, this family's just like, oh, yeah, I guess this bird is living with us now. That's fine. Okay.
Yeah, I don't really know how to reconcile the giant bird aspect thematically. Like, I guess like finding your flock kind of thing. But like, I don't, as far as like the story of bringing a family together, I don't really know how a giant bird fits into that necessarily, but
they got to leave the nest at some point. I don't know. It's a silly design. I love the design of Kujima. Like I said, the fucking performance is so funny to me. And just some of the weird gags that they do where Kujima will just act like a bizarre menace at times.
Just up and gets up one morning and goes and cuts down some bamboo to make like a whole fucking. That was a good bit because like I think I explained to because like I feel like people that we were watching it with, some people didn't understand the gag there, where they were like doing the was it the udon slide, I think is what they call it.
Yeah,
which is typically a summer activity. Because it's supposed to be like all the water that's around you is supposed to help you cool down, and you're eating like cold udon noodles help you cool down. They're doing it in the winter though, because Kujima flies from Russia to Japan in the winter, and to Kujima, I guess it would technically be warm. So he's like, I want to try these noodles because he wants to try Japan dishes, and he does this like summer thing where he goes and cuts down the bamboo and makes this fucking water slide.
Yeah.
And people are like, okay, sure.
Which it's kind of rectified by. I mean, it's interesting that Kujima is also 3 years old. Like Kujima is a child, and when you think about their actions in the sense of like, oh, this is what a child would do. It's like, oh, that's it. Now it all makes sense.
It's just the fucking Drake meme, like,
it's like twice we've referenced Drake on this podcast in this single episode. God damn.
Hey,
yeah, I think it's a very just nice, relaxing show that occasionally makes me laugh very hard.
Yeah, it's pretty cute. I enjoyed it. In my top 10, at number 10.
It's not quite in my top 10. I also in terms of like something we can just knock out very quickly. Go for it, Nakamura-kun. It's good.
Is that right?
Good. It's a fun show.
Yeah, I ended up liking him. I think we talked about it after the first episode where I was like, this is painful for me to watch.
The painful cringe comedy. Yes.
Well, it reminded me of specifically of like something I would have, not like the specific situations, but like that kind of mentality of like overthinking, same. Like, oh, I'm going to do this and this and this, and just not ever acting on anything and not doing anything. I'm like, ugh. I can't watch that.
It's too personally painful.
This is a personal attack, but that kind of took a step back. Still kind of present, but it's not like overt, so it's not painful.
No.
And it just kind of is like a cute 80s coded show. There's a lot of like fun songs that are kind of aesthetically very 80s. I don't think all of them are necessarily from the 80s.
No.
But
the show looks really good.
Yeah,
it definitely does a very good job at like kind of evoking that style. A lot better than the other some other shows that are actual adaptations of older manga that do not really translate as well. This does a very, very good job at that.
It's a good thing this does not take place in the 80s, though.
Yeah, I kept thinking, it's like, is this a period piece? And someone has a phone. I'm like, okay, no, it's not. Okay, it's just like that.
No, just like that.
Yeah. People canceled the mangaka on Twitter for some reason. I don't fucking understand why. I think it's like, oh, the teacher has an inappropriate relationship with a student, and after watching the show, I don't know what the fuck they were talking about. He's just like a teacher.
I don't know either. Yeah.
He's just he has like an affable relationship, but it's nothing that I would really be like, oh, this is horribly inappropriate.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I have no idea what the fuck was going on with any of that shit. But overall, the show's pretty fun. Yeah, it's very much a cringe comedy, and it's very much like it's just kind of the status quo until like the end where it stops being the status quo, and you're like, oh, something has actually happened. And I like how they deal with that at the very end, but the show overall itself is just like a framework to hang these different sorts of
vignettes and
situational comedy bits
onto.
Yeah.
Which I still overall enjoy, but it's not necessarily a ton to like talk about or dissect with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we knocked that out. Did you finish Ghost Concert, by the way?
No. So the problem is I technically only have 2 episodes left.
Okay.
But I am so lost. I feel like I need to go skim through and like try to piece together what's happening.
Fair, yeah.
I'm just like
it's very all over the place, and I enjoy it.
It's fun.
It's also but it's
quotes.
also like, what the fuck is happening?
Yeah.
It's worth mentioning this is from the same creator as Symphogear, and Symphogear is also very like cracked and absurd, but also much more coherent than this. This has like all these different disparate ideas in terms of like AI music and like historical figures, and it like they're fighting ghosts, and like it doesn't quite synthesize them all that well. They're very disparate, but it's not all that clear why these elements are being brought together for this project. Part of that's probably explained by the fact that this it started as like a weird music project thing, and then it was supposed to get an anime in like 2020, but it just kept getting delayed or whatever. Maybe it was initially announced in 2020. I forget. This was supposed to come out for a very long time. And now that we have it, I'm just kind of like, what were they trying to cook?
What was blood cooking?
It was like, I feel like at some point we should just do like an autopsy and be like, what happened? Like a crime scene investigation. We're like, what happened here?
Just do a whole episode on Ghost Concert trying to figure out what the fuck we just watched.
I would not be opposed, but given that neither of us have finished the show, we can't really do that. If we do it, it might just be Patreon exclusive. But
yeah, I don't think many people want to listen to that.
No, maybe we'll just do it as like a Patreon exclusive thing. And we can just talk about it for like 30 minutes to an hour and be like, okay, I think I figured it out.
Yeah, for the purposes of this podcast, we've seen enough to be able to tell you I probably would not recommend this unless you were just wanting some kind of like train wreck show.
I like the songs.
The songs are okay. If you are wanting a train wreck show, in which case it is not quite on the level of train wreck as like a Valve Rave or a Code Geass or something. Not even necessarily on the level of Symphogear either. But
no, it's not even like bad production wise. Like the show overall looks good.
Oh, I say train wreck. I mean like the writing.
Right. Writing wise,
just going off the rails and being like, what the fuck's happening?
Like it's not like the show looks crazy, but then it has like surprisingly well animated like action sequences. I'm like, wait, what? Okay, wait, what?
Yeah,
and it just like snaps me out of like a fugue state suddenly.
it's like playing Skyrim. This is a Skyrim of anime, right? Because like you play Skyrim and you're just like in a vegetative state, walking around a fucking empty map. With just chill fucking music, and then like something happens and it does the fucking like and like changes the music. And you're like, oh, it's like an activation code. We're like, oh wait, gotta attack.
I gotta lock in. Fuck,
gotta lock it. It's Ghost Concert is the Skyrim of anime.
You know that look Tucker Carlson makes?
Yeah. I guess the last two we have to talk about. I guess we should mention Marriagetoxin because it is pretty good. I've
only seen like the first couple episodes of it.
I've seen like half of it. I need to catch up to it. It was one of those I was watching another group watch that you were not in for some reason this season. But I enjoy it. Okay, it kind of has been kind of stagnant the last couple episodes, like ever since they went and rescued the shark girl. I like the shark girl, whatever, she's cute, but it premise wise and like execution wise, it's like, okay, it's fine.
It feels very much like, okay, this is like there's like a baseline premise here and we were just going to use that to have like battle shonen action sequences,
which is fine. It's just a matter of like how it's ultimately executed. I'm not super optimistic about where it's going to be, but I will eventually finish it. Probably here in the next couple weeks because I tried to knock everything out so it could be off my fucking list.
We'll do a Patreon exclusive where we dissect the show and try and figure out what the fuck happened.
I don't know if there's that much to think about.
Not really.
But as far as trying to figure out what the fuck happened, there's Ribdiculous Reincarnation.
You go off, King. I've seen like the first 2 or 3 episodes. They were fucking
you haven't fucking watched it? Oh my god.
Just go fucking talk about it. You have more to say about it than I do.
You know when Tucker Carlson interviews people and
I have to use the bathroom. Yeah, bitch.
So anyone, I feel like Ribdiculous Reincarnation's probably been talked about quite a bit by people, at least like the beginning of the season, because it is a very notable production, very striking visually. I don't know how many people talked about it, more specifically after the AI episode, where they use like an AI filter, I guess, on some live action stuff. People kind of soured on it a little bit after that. I'm not in the so anti-AI camp that would bother me. I mean, I don't like it. I would prefer not to, but I think that's really the only time they do it. So it's kind of like say la vie, water
it's
under
one of
the
those
bridge.
things where I'm also like, is that AI though?
Yeah,
I'm like,
I don't know.
It just like a filter that's being
so.
put over top of it? But it's also just like, it could just be like a weird like filter they managed to put together over live action footage. Like,
yeah,
is that not what Joel Haver done? Like, are we going to say like they may market it as being like AI, but like I've said before, AI is just used as like a catch-all term now for technology. So,
you can probably put AI stuff on a lot of like photoshopped things. Like they do use AI in Photoshop, but it's like, is that
I use AI to edit the podcast? Like, wait, what? It's like, it was like I use this like compression thing, like plugin. It's like, it's not AI. It's like, well, it's a computer program. You use AI to me.
People use AI all the time to put like fucking captions on their videos.
Yeah. But so I don't really know like like if it's like generative AI. Like I don't know really what the fuck like that means in this context. To me, it just looked like a filter. Yeah.
Regardless. The notable thing about that is I feel like people stopped talking about it as much after that episode, which is not completely not understandable. I understand where they're coming from, but people didn't really talk about it from what I saw, like outside of the visuals. We're just like, whoa, this is so wacky. Look how crazy this episode is, which it is very notable in that regard. How many different fucking mediums, different animation styles, and like different studios they kind of go to. Later on, they do 2 live action segments. They do one which is parodying tokusatsu television programs, and they do one that is parodying I guess like, would it be B movie horror stuff? I don't know at what level that would be in Japan. It kind of reminds me of B movie, but that might just be their A movie. I don't know. But it parodies that. It occurred to me because when we were watching it, I didn't really I thought about like the different worlds and art styles and stuff, but I didn't really like think about it as an isekai because it's so, there's not really like a focus on the isekai as an isekai, right? It's just him being reincarnated in different worlds and doing kind of wacky shit. It wasn't until the last 3 episodes or so that I started like kind of putting into context, like, oh, they are kind of commentating on the genre in a metatextual sense. Because you think of the premise of the show where he is coming back and showing the goddess or whatever that sent him into this isekai or this new world, what that was like as like a piece of entertainment through this television screen. Very kind of similar to Isekai Oji-san, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Okay.
But then later on, like toward the end, like the kind of conflict of the show, they kind of start introducing is like these other gods are like upset that he is reincarnating into the worlds that they're creating. It's notable that they are creating these worlds And like there's a specific line later on where one of the gods is like lamenting that he ruined her Yuri harem world. And it's just like, oh, this is just like a commentary on their they're just like mangaka or creators or something. And he's
that's kind of the interesting thing is that this is not a manga adaptation. This is a
light novel.
This started on Shosetsu. Yeah. Which it makes me think like, what the fuck is a light novel like to like justify this fucking adaptation? But like, are these stories just things that the author saw in Shosetsu, or like in like kind of like incorporated aspects of them into the story? Like, or is he like just actually fucking insane and has like yeah, what was he with a fucking rib, and it's like an Adam's rib, and we just fucking cloned the guy, the hero, and they all start fighting amongst each other for some fucking, I don't fucking know.
I feel like this is stuff he made up. I don't think it's stuff he saw necessarily, because like a part of the show is that he is reincarnating as like these ridiculous things, almost as like a commentary on like, you know, I've reincarnated as a vending machine and stuff like that.
It's like we've reached the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, like to try and entertain the goddess or the audience or whatever. And they're no longer kind of entertained by these sort of traditional heroic stories. And so instead he's like going out of his way to like become ridiculous and reincarnated as like the weirdest niche thing possible to like create a more interesting story. And so looking at it from that lens, it's just like, oh yeah, this is just a meta commentary on isekai, isn't it?
Which, like, I mean, that aspect was already like, you know, kind of clear.
Sort of.
From the beginning.
Again, I was not thinking of it from an isekai perspective, because it is just so like devoid of isekai, like, because it's usually like you get transferred to that world and you explore that world. This was just kind of like focused on them being in like this reincarnation realm. He would just go to this world and come back and then like be like, oh, this is what happened over there. And then they go to another world. Like it was not, it kind of like circumvented that element of like me thinking this is like an isekai. Like obviously, yeah, you think of it as like an isekai in the sense that they're going to other worlds. But you're not really thinking of it from the lineage of isekai, because it just feels like it's so far removed from it, because it's not really engaging with it in that way. But by the end, when it's like kind of more overtly when it's kind of more overtly showing that like, yeah, this is about the kind of meta commentary and like the things surrounding isekai as like a storytelling device. At that point you're like, oh, okay, yeah, I get it. And it's what's interesting and clever about it is like, even when you like kind of do know that, it's not just like lazily one-to-one. Like it's not just like, oh, now that I know that that's what it's going for, I can immediately apply that to everything retroactively, and it just makes sense in that reading or whatever. Like there's still kind of like things you kind of have to finagle and kind of figure out, which is I appreciate more than like if it was just kind of, oh, okay, I just changed these words and like that, okay, that just tells me what I need to know.
Yeah. I still gotta finish the rest of it.
It is like one of the most impressive presentations of the season, and it even ties into it thematically when you think about it, because it's like, oh yeah, he's just talking about different stories, like this isekai, or this story could be a live action horror movie, or it could be just paper cutouts, or it could be a live reading comic, or it could be a French animation. Like it could be all these different mediums. It's not constrained to a specific medium. And so that's what kind of the internal justification for why there's like all these different art styles and mediums that they're kind of toying around with and creating this very unique sort of production in that way. It's almost worth watching just for that alone. So the fact that like there is this commentary on isekai that you can kind of look into and latch yourself to is a plus. I would say it also has a pretty solid emotional core to it as well. Like it's not
really,
it's not the greatest. Like it's not like you're gonna be like, it's not Anohana, I guess. It's not cry porn. but it does have like these sort of like there is a story that unfolds and it kind of makes sense where it's like, oh, okay, yeah, I can see it. And there is like a emotional aspect to it. And some of the vignettes, like it does kind of play around with that a little bit. Like there is one where he's like reincarnated as a bull, and that bull ends up being like like something that the person that owns the bull like is dependent on. And so they have like this kind of like codependent relationship for a little bit, and she kind of like learns to move on kind of thing. Like there's a nice kind of fun story there that's kind of has an emotional poignancy to it. So it's not just like stupid comedy. It is very much mostly stupid comedy, but there's at least like enough going on where it's like a little bit more respectable than just, you know, I just watch this for dumb fun. So I would recommend checking it out just based on the production alone, just because it is so varied, but it does have some things to appreciate about it that could elevate it a little past that.
I was curious. I wanted to know what else this director has worked on. You want to know what they directed? As far as I can tell, the only thing that you're listed is like, no, there isn't one other thing. But you want to know what they directed? They directed the music video for Forsaken by Dream Theater.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Hot Bod. I was going to be like, damn, what a callback. What a full circle moment.
Speaking of hot bods, you want to talk about Kamiina Botan? God, finally,
I fucking gave you a fucking easy layup about production and varied productions and shit, and it's like, oh, it's not quite as poignant as it could be. That was an easy one.
I was looking at fucking Dream Theater's music video Forsaken. Okay,
oh my God.
This looks like AI to me.
All these fucking easy layups that just fucking get thrown to the floor. My genius is not appreciated.
Stop passing the ball to me. Jesus Christ. I'm white. What were you expecting? All right. I'm a white 4'5", fucking incapable. I have 2 left feet.
You can't say that anymore. One of the best players in the league is white right now. All right. Fucking Nikola Jokic over there. This fucking white bum.
Is he also balding?
Yes.
Damn. Okay. I guess I don't have any excuse. All right.
Yeah, you're fucked. You don't have nothing.
I just got no game. I don't know what else can I say?
Kamiina Botan, really surprisingly really good show.
Listen, we hate Yuri here on the Weeb Crew podcast, and this was a really
famously anti-Yuri podcast. Yeah.
Famously anti-Yuri. I mean, in terms of varied productions, it's interesting because the first episode, I didn't really expect that out of the show. I was just like, oh, this is just like a good looking show. I knew it was the same studio that did Mono, and obviously Mono looked very good. So I'd expected it to look like pretty good. But I did not expect it to have the approach of more or less each episode will have a different animation director, be handled by like a different director.
Yeah.
And they will like have different like styles and approaches to them. I did not expect that. And it would be one thing if that was all the show had going for it, but the show is also just a very good like romance show, and like cute girls show in terms of they all have like these different aspects. They all have these different ways, these different things that they're into that they have to like relate to one another, or in some cases kind of push other people away or kind of like set boundaries. And I really like how that is like worked into the romance aspect of the show. So it'd be one thing if it was just like, oh, this is a really strong production, but to have this really strong production on top of this really solid story as well. It's like, I have this at number 3 on my favorites of the season. So
I have it at number 4.
Damn.
Yeah. So we're pretty much in line. I really liked I don't want to call it the aesthetic or the atmosphere of this, where it felt very grungy, like 90s kind of like aesthetic, is the best way I can kind of like, there's kind of like an edge to it. Not necessarily like the way I'm describing it.
Yeah, this is edgy show. Kamiina Botan fully blossoms and drunk. You're not going to believe the episode where they get into a drunk driving accident.
Like the way I'm describing it makes it sound like much more David Cronenberg. But like it's a kind of like a subdued edge. And I don't mean like in the sense of like Tokyo Ghoul or something where you're like eating someone's face. But more just like in the sense of like there's a character at one point where she's like playing a fucking electric guitar at a bar or concert or whatever. They go and like smoke a hookah and shit. Like it's more mature, but like in a kind of like teen.
It's called adulting.
Early adult. Well, it's not like adulting. It's kind of like early adult. Very like Haruko Fooly Cooly vibe coded.
Especially there was what was the episode? Was it episode 10 where they just kept having like all these like insert songs?
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking, like where she's like playing the guitar at one point.
Yeah. Like that whole episode, I was like, man, if this is the whole show, this would be like the greatest thing ever.
I think I said this. But this is the sexiest show this season, in parentheses, non-sexual.
Yeah, like it's not just that the show has like a really good like sense of visual style, but tonally too. Like I said, I think it handles a lot of like the kind of like romantic melodrama, not even full on melodrama aspects, but like how they handle like these like love triangle angles, like all this stuff I think is handled exceptionally well.
Very layered. Like I like the almost the liminality of the setting premise of it, because like the whole thing is like Botan fully blossoms when drunk or whatever. The character Ibuki, her hobby is drinking or whatever. This is a Yuri girls love series, so it kind of incorporates the will they won't they thing into her hobby, because it's like, I don't know if she does actually like me or if she's drinking to like me, kind of like there's that kind of weird gray area. Because like, you know, you go out drinking with people, it's kind of accepted that like, oh, you know, don't take everything so seriously. People do stuff while they're drunk that they don't necessarily totally mean, kind of thing. And so there's like this kind of weird gray area where like Ibuki's hobby is drinking alcohol and like sampling different alcohol. She's not like a drunk, like she's not just getting pissed shit faced off of fucking.
She's almost like an alcohol otaku.
Yeah,
in a sense.
Very bougie. So
yes,
they go out and drink and stuff. Botan will be like, oh, let's go try this thing, and she'll like feel like she's kind of dragging Ibuki along. And then Ibuki will immediately kind of turn it back into alcohol, where she's like, oh, they sell alcohol here. Or like, oh, let's go try this bar over here. And so she kind of comes to realization, like, does she want to do anything else? Like, is she not having fun when we do this stuff I'm dragging her to? Like, is she only having fun because she's getting drunk afterwards? Like, I don't, like, it has this like interesting kind of liminal space where it's kind of her trying to figure out where they are, and it's kind of like really muddied by the sort of social dynamic of drinking and the kind of Yuri aspect of will they won't they. Is she really interested? Is she not? Is it me kind of reading too much into things? It kind of lives in this kind of weird margin of sorts that works really well with the premise because of how it's kind of incorporated and layered.
And I also like that like Ibuki uses alcohol as also a way to like set boundaries, because there's this whole thing of like she doesn't really drink with anyone else except for Botan, essentially. So and she kind of has drawn like a circle, like an in-group, out-group circle around herself, where it's like, it's me, it's Botan, and then there's kind of everyone else. And then Gujo, who's the other girl in this residential apartment student house thing. I don't know what the fucking living arrangement is, to be honest. The polycule house, in a sense. Gujo also like has feelings for Ibuki and keeps trying to win her over.
with alcohol and like getting like her to like to drink together, because that is how like Ibuki measures like the closeness of like her relationship with someone, is will she drink with them or not, because she has like her own insecurities regarding like drinking around other people, specifically in terms of like she feels like she bothers other people because when she drinks she gets like hiccups, and that has like bothered other people in the past.
Yeah, she specifically was like directly told like you were being annoying when, like, I think it was like the first time she went out drinking and like tried alcohol with people.
And it's like, well, I'm just not gonna fucking drink around other people, I guess. But then, so yeah, Gujo's like trying to win her over with alcohol, but then Gujo herself is also like a movie nerd, essentially, a cinephile, if you will. And that's kind of how later on in the show she ends up more or less expressing interest in another character in the show. At a certain point where she starts like watching these movies, and this character is like, am I very forward about it, which is nice. She's like, am I to take that you watching these movies is you expressing like romantic interest in me? Everyone in the show is gay, by the way.
It's just because they moved us. I'm telling you, it's because they moved us. That's why they're all drinking alcohol all the time. All right.
Yeah.
There's clearly something in the water, and they told them not to drink the water, but they had to drink some of the water. And there's something in the water that's turning all the girls gay. It's like the frogs, but like they're anime girls. You know.
Yeah.
Clearly that's what's happening, because I don't know if this establishes they're gay before they move into this fucking dorm. Just everyone moves to this dorm and suddenly becomes gay.
And then there's the other couple, which is Akane and Kitamori.
Yeah.
Where they are kind of not necessarily like completely sectioned off from the rest of the cast, but they are very much like their own established thing, very clear. Like there's not really any ambiguity there. It's like, okay, these two are the ones that are together. But I do like that the show has this kind of ensemble feel to it, where we will get different configurations of characters going out and doing these different. They're ostensibly supposed to be in college. They don't do anything college related ever.
What are you talking about? They get pissed drunk all the time.
Yeah. Those kinds of college students. Just like at the end, like fucking Botan has like a beer gut or something.
That's why I had to keep pushing back, because everyone's like, I love my alcoholic lesbians. I'm like, they're not alcoholics. Alcoholics don't fucking go drink bougie ass fucking bars and do hookah or whatever. Alcoholics will just start fucking blitzing in the morning on a fucking piss beer. Like, these are just fucking bougie ass college students.
They're closer to like sommeliers or whatever. This is a better show than that fucking Drops of God anime.
Yeah. Really, we got two of those this season.
Yeah. But I also like their kind of dynamic where Kitamori feels kind of neglected by Akane at points, because Akane is very much into like her music and doing music. And Kitamori will at times just kind of feel neglected as a result, because Akane will get so absorbed into this music stuff as well. So I like their overall dynamic. And then the way that they kind of pair off with like other characters when they're going on these outings is also very fun. Also, we got to mention the fucking Taiwanese character that gets introduced, who is the best character, because she just kind of comes in and is like, yeah, why don't you guys just get together? I don't understand. Why you just get together. You clearly have feeling. It's obvious to me. Just get together. It's like, thank God.
She's like, you want to get together? And she's like, oh, I'm interested in someone else. She's like, oh, well then why aren't you all together? She's like, what the fuck y'all doing?
Get together. It's like, and then she gets together with another one of the characters, and it's like, okay, and now it all comes together now.
I can't believe that everyone's coming together. Whole new character for her to not to be fucking left out and cucked. That's crazy.
Thank God, honestly, because I would feel so bad otherwise.
You
fucking Also, I really like the ED. Like Nakamura also did like a different ED every episode, where it's fittingly the shows are gay, so they just do different ED. I guess it's a gay thing. Happy Pride Month or whatever. Although
they're sung by a different artist, a different voice actor each episode. They're all the characters in the show doing the ED.
Yeah. And in whereas like in Nakamura, they're just kind of like these like still shots that are tying into whatever transpired in that episode.
Yeah.
And Kamiina Botan, it's giving us different glimpses like into these characters either in the past or like doing something else. The kind of context gives a little bit more. Like it's like supplemental material in a sense, which is really nice.
They don't waste anything. This is like a good example of a show that you should be watching OP and ED because like the OP doesn't even wait. Like it's kind of just presented as like, you know, someone doing a handheld like home video or whatever and recording stuff that's happening. The more you kind of dissect it, you're like, oh, this kind of makes a lot of sense, like characterization wise. Like a lot of the shots of fucking Botan are like very like close up intimate shots, and it's just like Ibuki's like recording her, you know, getting up close to doing like they're doing shit. And you kind of look at it from that perspective. It's like, oh yeah. I don't know if you noticed this. I had it pointed out to me as the only reason I noticed it, but like there's a big point.
Oh yeah.
At the end with earrings.
Some earrings.
Yeah, some earrings. And it was pointed out that they're wearing earrings in the OP, like those same earrings the whole time. And you're like, oh, so this takes place at the end of the show. Like this is all like recorded like after the events of the show. So this is like recorded like a documentation happening after stuff is kind of like settled kind of thing. So there's some fun layers to it.
Such wonderful little details to it. Honestly, between this and Mono, this studio, which has a fucking pretentious like French name, which I'm just not going to I'm going to intentionally botch it.
Batting 2 for 2.
Soigny. Yes, Soigny. Between Mono and then this, it's like, okay, we go 3 for 3. This is a studio with some serious promise to it. Let's see what we can fucking do. Both of these shows have been pretty successful too. We will have to go.
I'm gonna have to figure out if I like Mono or Kamiina Botan more.
They are pretty neck and neck for me, as I will say.
I mean, like if it was just production wise, Kamiina Botan kind of clears, honestly.
Fair.
But I was more attached story and thematically to Mono, which I feel like people are like, what the fuck? What do you mean you're more attached? Like they didn't do enough with the cameras. They had too much manga lady or whatever. But no. Let them cook.
Let them cook. Yes, let them cook. But no, if this studio is able to maintain this energy in terms of just delivering very strong, like visually striking projects, and specifically just keep adapting like cute girl stuff. Just keep doing that. I feel like cute girl stuff is a very good like framework to have just also really strong animation. They kind of they go together like mashed potatoes and peas. You know what I mean? Or I guess in your case,
it's a good way to explore different presentations and kind of spread your wings or however you fucking put it.
And these episodes can be like their own like self-contained things very well.
Yeah.
Whereas like if it were more plot driven, it would be kind of distracting if like fucking Demons of the Shadow Realm looked completely different every episode.
No, that was like part of the fun of the show was how different a lot of these episodes were from each other. Like I
was like, what's it gonna look like this week?
Episode 3 was directed by, I forget what his name is, but he's very like inspired by Shaft's style, like on like Hidamari sketch and stuff. So episode 3 felt like a weird lost episode of Hidamari sketch at times. Where we would do like the Shaft like
Ginsan.
Ginsan. It would do like the Shaft like word on screen or like a little flower or whatever, and then have like the character in like line art or whatever. Lot of Shaft love. Admiration.
Dare I say it? Shameless at points.
Shameless.
This is like,
and then I think it was episode 9 was done by Ueno.
No, that was episode 11. I guess it's not been officially confirmed, but
It is episode 11 was storyboarded by someone using a pseudonym of Magnific Singer Mel, and the general speculation is that Sote Ueno directed this episode, not directed, storyboarded this episode under a pseudonym, and it certainly looks like his style.
Yeah. Like, I mean, there's a lot of like chess piece, like. I think we were shitting on, like, we're not shitting on, we were like taking the piss out of like when they go to the mall, and the mall is like, there's just like a fucking escalator going to nowhere. They're traveling up for like
Speaking of liminality, yeah,
it's like the back room mall or whatever. There's empty.
Yeah. To get into this mall, you have to descend down the spiral staircase,
and all they're doing is going to the perfume fucking area. They're just
going to buy perfume. It's like. Which I guess that you could also read that as being very Shaft-esque in terms of just having public spaces that also make no fucking sense. But yeah, it delivers on multiple levels. In terms of like character wise, I like seeing like all the different. Also, I don't think they're advertising actual alcohol, but they're all like pseudonym like alcohol. It's like. Kind of a similar thing where like the music in the show, like they'll have like albums on screen and it'll be like Amex Twin instead of Aphex Twin or something like that. Weird shit like that. Yeah, Express Twin. Weird shit like that. But yeah, it's very interesting to watch. It was especially interesting to watch week to week and kind of be like, oh man, what's it gonna be like this week? But yeah, definitely one of my favorite shows of the season.
My number 4. So my top 5
I
is
think our top
Nippon Sangoku, Awajima, Witch Hat Atelier, which I feel like people are like, what? But Kamiina Botan and Akane-banashi are my top 5.
Mine is basically the same, whereas Nippon Sangoku, Awajima, Kamiina Botan, and then toss it between Akane-banashi and Atelier.
Where do you think this ranks seasonal wise?
God, I don't think I would put it above like the spring and summer seasons we got last year. Like, let me take a look at like what came out spring of 2025.
I can kind of fill in while you're doing that, because I did
Okay.
do my averages and kind of like go through all this recently. So I have my numbers on hand where spring 2025 and summer 2025, my average for the seasons were 4.97 and 4.77.
Okay.
My average for this season was 4.68.
So slightly below. Yeah. I would say that I would probably put this on par or maybe slightly below spring 2025, and then I would definitely put it below summer of 2025.
Interestingly, my median for summer is a 4, whereas my median for summer 2025, whereas my median for spring 2026 is a 5, and my mode is a 6.
Interesting.
Versus my summer mode was a 4. So while my average is lower, somehow I have more 6s.
There's like a skew there, yeah.
Interesting skew. And apparently I watched like a pretty comparable amount of like each season. Like they're all kind of around that same 50-ish% mark.
20-ish shows. Yeah, I'm just looking at like what all came out like summer last year between Rodeo Rocks, which was one of my favorite shows of the year, then City, fucking Takopi, Dandadan season 2. I think fucking Food Court was that season. Yeah. Turkey. It's like, oh my god. Fucking Summer Hikaru died. It's like, what the fuck?
Dandadan, My Dress Up Darling. Decken no Moger was good. I don't know. I feel like I go by my gut. I feel like I lean towards the season being better than those two.
You've gone soft.
Well, I'm going by the fact that I have an 8 this season, and I only had City for summer. but I didn't have as many. I don't think I had as many 7s.
Mm-hmm.
No, I had about the same amount of 7s.
Which it's interesting to point out as well. Yuri's stocks are on the rise. Between we had this earlier this year, we had fucking Cosmic Princess Kaguya was huge. Literally summer 2025, they had that Watanabe show that I think we watched like the first episode or two of. We weren't super into it, but that show ended up being like super successful and overall well received. So maybe we'll go back to it at some point. But Yuri stonks are going up. Invest now. Buy. I wish we had like a Jim Cramer like a soundboard buy.
Just do it in sync, I guess. Bye.
In sync.
Bye.
Oh, you mean the band in sync?
Yeah.
I thought you meant us doing it in sync.
No, that would be lame.
No. Oh, well, okay.
Yeah, don't.
Also be kind of hard over a Discord call.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess like thinking, like looking at the top, maybe my top 10, I think is a little bit stronger.
Mm-hmm.
My outside of that, I feel like it might be a little bit weaker than like spring 2025. Like, because outside the top 10, for then you have some solid shows, some pretty good shows. Like I have To Be Hero X outside my top 10 for spring, and it's like there's nothing that's like comparing to that or Yaiba outside my top 10 this season. Like,
yeah,
and nothing really close.
Yeah, like spring had obviously Apocalypse Hotel was really one of my favorites of that year. We both like G-Cooks quite a bit. Mono, which wow, there was only a year between this and Mono. That's crazy. Gaiba was a lot of fun. You should still watch Cocoon, by the way. The Cocoon movie. Shoshiman season 2. What else was there?
There's some good stuff. They are hard to compare.
Yeah. They are.
Like it's not like it's a clear cut. But it definitely better than last season. Looking at it, yeah,
I would say so. Yeah.
Like I think no, I'm not even gonna qualify it. Like I was saying, I think maybe the top 5 or 3 might be stronger, but no, I think looking at it, like nah.
No, yeah.
Not that last season was bad by any means.
No.
It is a very strong,
pretty good winter season.
That's probably the best winter season in some time, which people apparently like, they look at like when I put shit like the best winter season in years, they're like, oh my God, they hype everything. I'm like, that's exclusively the winter season. It's not the best season in years.
No.
Winter is not historically a great season, so I don't know I don't know how you mean I'm hyping it up too much. That's just me saying this winter is comparably better than most other winters we've
also
had.
It's like clickbait.
Yeah, well, sort of. It's hard to figure out clickbait shit, but what's not hard is figuring out that this is turning out to be a pretty good year for anime so far.
Oh my God, we got the fucking summer season coming up. Kill me now. There's so much shit coming up.
Spoilers, we watched World is Dancing today. We're fucked.
We're fucked. It's over.
World is Dancing's already like, fuck, if I were putting World is Dancing on like anime of the year, it's like in the top 10 just for the first episode. I'm like, fuck.
Yeah.
That was such a good episode. Fuck. What are we gonna do? Fuck.
God damn it. Fuck.
This better not be another one of these fucking seasons.
Jesus Christ. And we're literally the first one show in.
That happened another season too, didn't it? Like, I feel like the first show we watched, we were just like, oh, it's Takopi. It was summer. It was with Takopi.
Oh, yeah.
That's what it was. I remember that.
Oh, God.
Now.
Fuck.
We watched Takopi. We were just like, fuck. Because we got off fucking spring. It was like, God damn it. And then like everything else was shit after that. So it was like, okay, this kind of works.
Yeah. We'll see.
But it'll be fun.
Yeah.
It's a good year.
It's a good year. It's a good time to be alive.
It's not Michelin, it's good year.